click through. Try to send this about to be a show, be fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through. Try to send this about to be a I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through. Try to send this about to be a show, be fun.
When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution.
HEB.
HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
Hello and welcome to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle. For the third time in this broadcasting session, we have 2 days of Rocket League action where we are on the hunt to determine who will be the next pro Rocket League team for Beasley Esports, the owners of the Houston Outlaws. This is going to be an event that is unprecedented in Rocket League history. We are going to be determining who will be taking home the biggest contract ever to be offered in a tournament setting for Rocket League. Today's broadcast is sponsored by NerdFocus. Make sure to go to nerdfocus.com or the GoPuff app, Walmart, or Amazon to get your selection to bring it home. So you can join us on the broadcast here, as this is the sugar-free version, which I actually prefer much more because it's the 0 calorie actually. So there's a green one and a blue one. I actually like the blue one better because not so much high on the sugars, but it still has all those extra vitamins, etc., that you need for the energy that you want. So I would like to go ahead and bring in our two amazing casters that we're going to be starting off with. It's going to be a Turtle Taco. That is Danger Taco and Turtle. I'll start with you, Turtle. You got your background up once now, and hopefully it doesn't get knocked down by your dogs again. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. Yeah, I'm always worried about that because I literally purposely took my dogs on this 2-mile walk this morning so that they would be calm. They would crash in my room because, again, I'm responsible for washing them. My little puppy is sitting right next to me. He's sleeping. I'm going to open this NerdFocus up. I might wake him up, but it's a risk worth taking because I need some energy and I need to get ready for this morning.
That can pop right there. That is just so amazing.
Crisp.
Danger Taco, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. It's been a good day. I didn't have to take any dogs for a walk, so I don't have the excuse of being tired or needing energy, but I always need energy, and so therefore it is important to have your NerdFocus on ready and be able to crack one open at a moment's notice to be able to get that energy. So NerdFocus has us taken care of, and they're always a nice sponsor for an event like this, especially now that we're really getting down to the wire here, Fickle.
And speaking of getting down to the wire, let's talk about our format today because we are changing it up yet again as we get into the penultimate deciding factors of this tournament. Today's broadcast will be all best of sevens, and we are doing a single elimination format. And what that means, we decided 8 teams about 3 weeks ago, and then another 8 teams 2 weeks ago, where we'll be putting them into the bracket. Here's an overview of what that bracket looks like here. Our first match of the day will be Square One versus A Large Chicken, so we'll get into that a little bit later. But looking at the left side of the bracket, Jolly Roger Esports, Zookeepers, Team.exe, Odyssey, Frequence, Catch-22, and on the right side, Vibrance, Isolated, Board, The Blues, Nefarious, Bepis, and closing out with Dream and Lights Out. So it's a 16-team single elimination format up to winners finals. And what I mean by that is once we decide the 8 teams to scrum out of this 16-team format, tomorrow's broadcast will be a best of X series. And so if you're familiar with the major of the RLCS finals, they did this type of format where it is a best of 3 of best of 5s. And it's a longer format because this prize pool is deserving of a really determinate format. And I think that was a good decision to do that. But today it is going to be single elimination. You win, you move on to the next round. If you lose, you are out of the tournament. No contract for you. Let's talk a little bit about the prize again. Turtle, I love getting your thoughts on this? Being a former pro player
Yeah.
and knowing what a contract is worth, talk a little bit about this $5,000 per month a year salary
Well,
and what that means.
it's amazing as a prize because it's almost like an investment in your team rather than just like one instant cash offer. Like, this is a long-term contract. It's something that people dream about achieving and hitting that status in their career where you can actually be signed to a team, and it basically solidifies Rocket League as a job for you, which is something that nobody else ever really offers in tournaments as a prize for the first place team. And that's also why I love this new format that we will see, tomorrow, because it tests a lot of the consistency. And so I think a prize that's this crazy is definitely deserving a team that has that consistency and can prove themselves in multiple series, multiple matches, multiple best of 5. So I think we're going to get some crazy series, some crazy games, not only today, but definitely tomorrow. And again, this prize, what this is worth, it's something that I would have dreamed about when I first started playing. Like, I remember they were offering like not even money per month to play on a organization. They were giving me like a controller, and I thought that was the coolest thing ever. Oh, I'd get a free controller for a month that I get to keep. But then fast forward a couple of years, and now you're getting legitimate sponsorships, legitimate salary, and it's something that every single team here needs to be aware of, because that's a lot of money. That's a lot of stability on the line here, Taco.
Yeah, and I think things like this are really important because I think one of the biggest things that hold people back is that you would love to make esports your career. You'd love to make it something that you can really grind for. But of course, grinding for one thing means that you can't really grind for something else, notably doing your job or going to school more seriously. And you're saying, yeah, it'd be great to have that first step toward that career, but I can't take the time to do it because I need to make money and sustain myself and play around. And this takes care of that. So it does give you a job in esports. But more importantly, you're able to focus in on one thing. You're not split between all these different obligations you have. And I think that's really important, especially for those players that I think have the potential, have the skill, and have the drive to do that, but just due to kind of the realistic consequences of sacrificing your attention from other things, they're just not able to pursue. So this is an opportunity not only to, of course, go for a job, but to really live the dream that a lot of people really want to aspire to.
And you always hear about these teams that were just good enough to almost make it, but you kind of wonder the what if they could have taken it professionally, what if they could have gone pro. There have been many bubble teams and many bubble players that probably could have if they had the foundation and the backing to do so. And that's what I hope we're going to decide at the end of this weekend. Let's talk a little bit about the teams we have in the bracket and expand upon which of those specific players and rosters do we think are going to be able to pull it off this week. Back to Taco as my resident obscure player reference expert. Teams in this bracket, I know we have some really heavy ringers, so let's go ahead and just talk about those ones first.
I mean, speaking of ringers, I mean, it was mainly the team that actually got taken down by this team. Frequence is a squad that coming into this, I knew vaguely, and I'm thinking, okay, this could be interesting. I mean, there's some promise. And then they go up against Zookeepers within the bracket, within Qualifier 2, and I'm thinking, okay, well, if you want to play with the big boys, you got to beat the big boys. And then they 4-0'd them. Just like straight up, just carnage. Like, I remember casting that game and being somewhat surprised. I was like, this is somewhat strange to see this be such a dominant performance. And then it really calls into question, like, yeah, you have to play well, but my goodness, what a way to introduce yourself into the scene. And I think this bracket is full with squads like that, squads that I'm not entirely sure on, and then they get on the big stage, and then they make teams struggle. It pulls teams out. They have to win multi-game series in which you thought it was just going to be a clean sweep. So at the end of the day, even when we have those like household names, like teams that expect to do well, like Team EXE, who kind of breezed through Qualifier 1, or Zookeepers, who struggled a little bit, but still able to get here into finals after Qualifier 2, I think it shows that among all the teams like Frequence, the ones that you're not entirely sure about, but you might have heard whispers about, those bubble players that are just trying to make names for themselves, this is when they make a name for themselves. It's by smacking you around on the big stage, and I think every team has to be ready for that potential and bring their A game.
I think Frequence is one of those teams that we were pleasantly surprised about, but I wouldn't count Zookeepers out because when I spoke to Bambi on the interview, he said that he was on vacation for 2 weeks before coming into playing this, and he had like 5 hours or something like that. I think they probably put in a little bit more in the last time they played. Speaking of Zookeepers, let's go to Turtle talk a little bit about this team as well as some of the other RLCS regulars that we're normally used to seeing. Square One has some as well as Team.exe. Who are you looking for in this bracket?
Ooh, for me, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think Zookeepers are a team you can't count out. I know JamesBot is always talking about JBot, coincidentally enough. So JBot, I expect him to pop off. He has done a lot of great things in RLCS and done some incredible, I'd say, plays whenever he's on that main stage and on the broadcast. But then also going to team board with Soul Flares, Prime Thunder, Nitrous. I love Prime Thunder. I've always been a fan of him. I love his drive. He's been playing and competing for like so long, since the scene first started. So I'm always a big fan of people who have a lot of history in this game. But just speaking in general for people I didn't really know too much, I'm gonna have to agree with Taco. I think Frequence, that crazy upset they had earlier was crazy, and something you need to pay attention to. But then Square One, you got Karma. I mean, how can you not be a fan of Karma? Well, you want to talk about history, she's been making a fight to get something like this, a backing, to get a team that's willing to invest time into her skills and believe in her to make it to that main stage and be a consistent top performer. And she has the skill, so everybody better watch out for Karma. She's more determined than ever.
What I think I like most about Karma and her team that she usually shows up with is that she's always mentoring the newest, youngest, and upcoming player. And I think we're going to see that in this roster. And I need to refresh my memory because I think it's going to be Zanil and Heck, which is going to be our first matchup, which is a perfect segue to get into our first matchup, which will be Square One versus a large chicken. So to give you an overview synopsis of this, the rosters we have are Square One, Zanil, Karma, and Heck. Of course, Karma has played in the RLCS before, many seasons, has been on a sub for many RLCS teams, made her own run with Charlotte Phoenix. And then we have a large chicken who's a little bit more unknown, but still what we saw from these guys was phenomenal. It's going to be Itachi, not you Itachi, it's a different Itachi. Zalanup as well as Yokes. So this is the first best of 7 we have coming into it. And if I remember correctly, Square One took down, I don't remember their name, but I remember the score was very convincing. I think their opponent was the favoritism of a bracket, very fortunate run. And so I don't think Square One has been pushed yet, but I want to see this Zanil Heck duo with the Karma veterancy coming into it. And this is going to be a fantastic starter to this event. Danger Taco, this particular matchup, who do you got?
For this one, it's difficult because when we're playing in a scenario like this, it's coming in from the familiar position of having a lot of bubble players or even sub-bubble players that are trying to make a name for themselves, of having not too much intel. So when I look at Square One, I see Karma with RLCS experience, and also we have Heck, who was in the Rival Series for Season 6 of that season. And then on top of that, Zanil, up-and-coming player, plays a lot of high-level players, friends with a lot of pro players, and so naturally they're going to bond together and get this team started, whereas look at the other side, Large Chicken, they're trying to make a name for themselves, and their qualification in Qualifier 2, they did okay, but they looked fast, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you'll stand up against the sheer consistency and, of course, the cohesion with which a high-level roster like Square One is going to play. So I think game number 1 is, as always, like a tone setter, but as we get into the series a little bit later on, I think if a Large Chicken can actually hang with Square One in terms of speed and not get too stretched on rotation, I think they have a chance to maybe pull out a series, but I think Square One is a bit too strong in this one. They have the experience, they have the drive, they know how close they are, they just have to win a handful of games. And I don't know if a first round elimination is going to suit them, so I'm going to give it to Square One, but I think it might be a little bit of a struggle. I'll give it to him in this best 7, a 4-2.
Well, when I spoke to Itachi on the interview a couple of weeks ago, he was mostly surprised that his team was able to get this far because they had not been a team for very long. Zalanup and Yokes were kind of just like hey, I think they met in 6-mans and they were kind of determined to do a tournament together, but they didn't exactly know, and they just clicked. There's a little bit to say about this honeymoon phase that you usually see with like a bubble team roster. Excuse me, but I don't think that Square One is going to fall to this type of play. Turtle, what do you think about this matchup?
I'm gonna have to agree with Safe Burrito over here. Okay, I think that going into this matchup, if it wasn't a best of 7, I would I would still give the edge to Square One, but I would see an upset potential out of a large chicken. Like you talked about the speed. Their performance was solid. It wasn't anything crazy, but they have that upset factor if it was a best of 5. But because it's a best of 7, there's a lot of time for Square One to make mistakes and also recover. So regardless of how game 1 goes, even if a large chicken can build up some early momentum, I think that veteran experience, Karma's determination, and also Zanil, I'm a big fan of this guy. I think that Zanil is going to be one of the newer up-and-coming players that makes it to the top pretty quickly that you might see somebody like Chicago, Justin, do themselves. I think Zanil has that potential with his skill. I've seen him a couple of times, even on pro streamers gameplay and rank. They fight against him, and they all know him. Garrett G knows who this guy is. Garrett G respects him, and that's enough for me to respect him as well. So I think that Square One, they come out here, big W. I can see them maybe even a 4-1, honestly. I'm feeling pretty confident right now in my Square One pick.
When you get Garrett G's approval, you know you're a good player.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's not saying... That is a big vote of confidence. So we are just minutes away from getting to our first matchup. The players are not quite ready yet, so I'd like to get a flat-out prediction. Who do you think is going to win across this 2-day event from Danger Taco? Just give me a team name.
Burrito, give it to us.
Who do you think we're going to see? They got to win 2 best of 7s, and then they got to win a best of X of 5, and then another best of X of 7. So this is going to be a long day. Who do you think is going to be the most consistent?
And this is exactly the thing that I was thinking of leading up to this, because I was looking through and I was thinking, a lot of these teams have made it into this bracket, and of course they're excited, and I think really it's not about just popping off in one series. You have to consistently bring it over and over and over again, and especially in a best of 3, best of 5, best of 3, best of 7. So one team that I'm incredibly excited about, because every time I see them, they are electric. They're hitting up highlight plays, and it looks so flawless for them, is the team Vibrance. Vibrance was in, I believe, DreamHack, and they were lighting things up. They were beating down a lot of quality teams. Fifi is a player that haunts my dreams pretty much anytime I run into them in ranked, if I do run into them. All very high-level players, but they're consistently running the board when they did a little bit of the field within the rival esports ecosystem. They're beating down a lot of teams, and I think they're waiting for an opportunity like this, and they're showing up. They've certainly been playing together, and I think their chemistry alone and just the flair with which they play, it's a fun team to watch. It would be a fun team to sign, but more importantly, they're getting pretty consistent W's. And I think if they can have a good run of form here, they can take down anyone in this bracket, and I'd love to see them do it because they're a very entertaining team to watch.
If I recall correctly, it was Vibrance to take down Pineapple, which was that first killer, AJ, and then a third that I'm not remembering. But I think they had a pretty good run against those particular teams. They had 2 close matchups against them, so that's not a bad pick. They're a team that, although may not be notable names yet, potentially could be in the future. Turtle, who do you think in this 16-team bracket? Who's going to be our final victor? Just shout me a name.
It's difficult, but I don't know, man. I really like this Square One team. I know I feel like that might be like a basic pick just because of Karma, but that's Zanil, man. Zanil, I'm a little bit concerned because his ping was kind of shaky in the pre-lobby right now, but if his internet stables out, then I think we take the dub. I think Square One goes all the way and makes a name for himself.
I'm going to take it back all the way to qualifier 1, and I'm going Team.exe.
Okay.
Knife, Monster, and Stealth. This is a roster that has performed before in the RLCS. They are more notable names than the rest of the pack. I think these guys are keeping their head down. They're grinding. They're not letting it get to them. They perform consistently in most tournaments they're in, and they were always a front runner to win this. I think they have a good round 1 matchup as well. They might have to play against the winner of Square One versus potentially Zookeeper, so they're going to have to beat some good teams to get there, but the road to the top is definitely not easy, especially if you want to be a pro team. They're ending the test lobby right now, guys, so apologies for the delay getting into it, but they should be ready momentarily in the next 2 or 3 minutes or so. And actually, I did get the full ready here, so enough of Talking League. We're getting into the first best of 7 of the search for the next Rocket League team. The first matchup on the docket is going to be Square One going up against a large chicken. And to call it for you this morning, it will be Danger Taco and Turtle. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Pickle and Turtle. Getting into this game 1, I've been excited for weeks for this event, mainly because I know people in this bracket. I know of people in this bracket, and I have really admired a lot of people in this bracket for going so far in the scene, having all this skill. People I respect both in terms of skill and just members of the community, but they have a chance to level up here. They're not just going to be members of the community anymore. They might be actually part of the competitive ecosystem trying to get into that RLCS, and it's going to start right here with Square One and Large Chicken. Very much a definition of the team that's supposed to be here and the team that's trying to make a Cinderella story happen.
Oh, absolutely. I think that one thing we often don't talk about when it comes to what's on the line with, a full backing with salary, with payments, with a sponsorship, is the confidence that you would receive after you sign with an organization from winning this tournament. You've got somebody there and a group of people who believe in you. That's going to do so much for your mental game, for your clarity. You're going to feel confident moving forward, and you're going to know that you have what it takes to compete with the best of the best. So these guys and girls are all competing for so much on the field. And you gotta love a tournament like this, Danger Taco, where you get to see the underdogs really show themselves and the skill that they have to offer.
And right now, the underdogs within a Large Chicken are doing fairly well at keeping some pressure. They might even have a goal here. Zlanov can't get the touch, though. And right off the bat, really, Square One has been hemmed back, though their defense is holding. I wouldn't say any significant shots coming in from Large Chicken, but certainly making themselves known around the goal box. It will continue with another touch. Yoke's going to finally get beat out, though, so now Heck, it's a chance to show the stuff on an air dribble. 50 to the side. Karma on the follow, but right down to Zlanov. So a good showing from both teams. A nice back and forth. Some punches exchanged here in game number one.
Yeah, it's definitely more offense from a Large Chicken at the beginning that I thought I would see. But still, solid defense from Square One. They are getting pressured even in their corners. The boost getting stolen. Yoke's actually trying to extend his rotation and take a couple of more boost pads. But overall, you can see that a Large Chicken, they've got that possession game on point, but wait a second. Here's the midfield pass, and right when you think one team has the advantage, has the possession, it takes one counterattack, and everything changes.
This is exactly what I'm looking for from a team like Square One. You bend, you don't break on defense, and then you wait for your opportunity. Heck's calling out the pass all the way down, and they're going to slot it into the open net. So Large Chicken, despite all that offensive success off the bat, they're now behind, and now Square One trying to cruise a little bit right off the kickoff. Of somethings. Neil on the follow-up. Itachi saved to the corner. Karma waiting for that touch, but we'll just have to wait for a bounce across. So Large Chicken, I think what I'm looking for from them is that they've had a good job of being able to hit off backboard, but it doesn't seem like that follow-up man is quite there.
Yeah.
I think they're going to need that follow-up, especially very close to the ball. They're going to want to break through this Square One defense. With a little bit of space here, Itachi goes for an air dribble, but again, Zanil and company there to meet him.
Rotations seem a little bit weird for a Large Chicken. I've seen two players multiple times go for the same boost pad. I don't know if that says a lot to the starvation that they're feeling, but also their organization. They've got to get that communication a little bit better, and then I think they'll be able to move down the field pretty strong. But so far, Square One, they've got the midfield passes, the backboard double taps. I mean, what else do you need from this team right now to prove that they're consistent and they can hold it down on defense and then also pop off on offense?
This is a classic example of, at this level, having to always be aware of the backboard. Everyone has the shot covered, they have the pass covered. What can Heck possibly do? The solo play from the tight angle, that's what. And, of course, they're going to bury it. 4-2-0 right at the stroke of halftime. And now Journey has gotten a little bit more difficult here for Large Chicken in game number one. As he said, the movement a little bit more awkward, but you need to find a way to clean that up in game number one, or it seems like things are going the way of Square One. And it doesn't seem to be changing much as... Now we're starting to see a disconnect even on just their continuations on the solo play.
Oh, and you can even see Itachi's getting a bit impatient, trying to throw himself forward and go for a couple of challenges. There's another one in the corner where he's just kind of jumping at and doesn't get any contact on. That might speak to a little bit of the frustration that they're feeling, because there have been a couple of opportunities. The Large Chicken have been able to move down the field, get a couple of demos, and add some pressure. It hasn't amounted to really any goal, obviously, but it does look solid from time to time. Or a Large Chicken, they just got to figure out how to connect on that final shot.
Certainly so, especially with 90 seconds remaining. It's not like they're completely out of this game, but right now they are being pushed back against their goal line. Clears like that doesn't much help since Anil has time, but they're going to take a little bit too much. Yoke's only with a slight dunk. Karma will extend it into Heck, who attempts to go off the ceiling, but another cutout. Zlanov with a continuation attempt. Again, just slightly out of reach. seems like I'm going to chalk this one slightly up to warm-ups here for Large Chicken because they're still getting good shots. It just looks a little bit rough around the edges. If this is at least how they play against a team that supposedly is outclassing them, then I think it's not too bad of a start. I think you can definitely maybe not hang your hat on this game, but you're certainly no need to hang your head. Certainly, there's a fair amount of offensive chances, but defense certainly leaves a lot to be desired. Zanil with a follow-up shot, but nice tap into the corner, and we keep on playing.
It looks a little bit nervous from our Large Chicken. You can see multiple people going for the same ball. Karma's going to clean this one up. And this whole possession from Square One came from a double commit on defense out of a Large Chicken, and that's why there's this huge opening for Karma. If she wins that challenge, she does, moves forward, and gets the goal.
And that's just a classic punish, as everyone's a little bit thrown to the wind. Low on boost, is trying to desperately get a touch, and ultimately 150 unlocks the gate. Karma can march right through and get her goal. Now might even have another one. Great pass by Zanil off the square pass. Will be denied. And at this point, this is more so Square One just kind of cruising. I think they're just trying to close out this game number one. This is the performance they're kind of waiting for. And it took a little bit to heat up, but now they're firing on all cylinders for number 4.
I think I'm a big fan of Karma on the dominance. Normally we see her repping the Octane, but she's swapping it up. She grabbed the corner boost and was able to then get the aerial and use that boost so effectively. Square One looks clean, very polished, and we haven't even seen them make too many mistakes that a Large Chicken can capitalize on. Rarely do we see a double commit or somebody out of position. Karma there with a half flip to get another challenge. She's going for a pre-jump. I mean, there's just crazy things happening on the defensive side for Square One, but it is working. Game one, a very confident win here for Square One.
Oh, Yokes almost had something to go for the road, but unfortunately that won't go in. Zlotup's going to try another one and will be able to get that one for their squad, but Large Chicken still taking the loss here in game number one. Convincing performance from Square One, but Large Chicken has a little bit of some time after this game to be able to fix some of those mistakes.
I do like that final shot though. At least prove to yourself, that you can break through that defense of Square One. And I think going into game two, that could be a lot of momentum that they're gathering here, Taco.
Certainly so, and with game one in the books, a Large Chicken will be able to think a little bit about what they need to improve with a nerd-focused game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
So I think, Turtle, going into game number two, the one thing I was noticing the most from Large Chicken is that they start confident. They're fast. Square One's allowing them to go into pressure. But then it seemed like anxiety started kicking in. They give up a goal. They start getting a little more antsy. They start going for the same boost. Another goal goes in. Then they start just kind of throwing the blade down. They don't follow it as effectively. And I think that mental aspect of keeping your composure, even when you start to lose a grip on a game, is going to be super critical, especially since Square One, it's going to be very hard to keep them out of the net. It's more about bouncing back than rather trying to outscore them every time.
Yeah, 100%. It didn't seem too much like Square One had incredible mechanics or their striking was just superior. They were just in position to punish, and there were a lot of mistakes that a Large Chicken were making on defense that can be cleaned up. And the good news is, if you're a fan of these guys from a Large Chicken, those mistakes are very fundamental and can be fixed up within a game and could honestly be all because of nerves. You know, those emotions, there's a lot on the line. You could be feeling that right now up against Square One, but so long as you fix that here in game two, maybe get a coach in there or somebody to hype you up, boost your mental game, and we could honestly see a completely different team in a Large Chicken.
They will have to hope so as we head into game number two. Forbidden Temple. It seems like the passing game still slightly on for Square One. No connection on that one. He's dunked by Itachi into the corner. It's going to bounce favorably as well. Shot on the near, but not on target. So Heck will be able to take out into the side. And that's another aspect that Large Chicken actually has been able to generate some nice shot opportunities. It's just the final execution not quite there. Can't say the same about Square One, but accuracy left a little bit to be desired right at Yokes, and they'll be able to get an initial save.
That save was incredible too. I think Yokes pre-flipped, landed, and had to instantly jump again to get a touch on the ball. Otherwise, it would have gone right over his head and into the back of the net. So an outstanding save to keep them still alive here and not already in a deficit within the first minute. Now we can see a Large Chicken maybe cleaning things up, looking solid on defense. We haven't seen any double commits. They seem to be more spaced out as well. So all things boding well here for a Large Chicken.
and they're a little stretched out on this rotation up. However, Karma is just going to extend it past all three of them almost. Lana just getting the touch in the final case, but roll downfield will only go to Heck. Past one, got Karma up in support. Goes for a demo. They don't need it. It's past them. Zlana just gets back in time. Coming off the demo, we'll be able to get that save. And so that's really showing really at the highest level when you do go for all those air dribbles, the fake is just as effective as actually hitting it. You have to trust those touches. And right now, Large Chicken certainly buying in.
That was a scary moment, too. Zanil had a double tap off of the left side of the backboard. Didn't even look like he could find an angle, but it was actually going to go in. And then a miss from Itachi off the backboard. Heck is left to go for a challenge. Then there's another double commit as both players on a Large Chicken went up for it. Now a double demo, both players exchanging hits. And this is just turned into chaos, Taco. We went from a very polite, I'd say, matchup where people were just kind of trying to take 50-50s into all-out chaos and mayhem on the pitch.
All these kindnesses being exchanged. There's no love lost between these two teams, and it doesn't help when Square One keeps going up these plays. No touch comes in, and Large Chicken nowhere to be found on the follow-up. Good finish by Zanil, and there is the first goal almost halfway here into game number 2.
That one's got to hurt from Itachi. He went up for the aerial. He most likely went for that dunk, or at least tried to get some kind of a block in because he assumed the shot was going to come out. But from Square One, nobody touched the ball in the air, went for a little mind game. And because you have that respect in the other team and you assume they're going to get the touch, Itachi whiffed, and you've got a free shot for Square One. And then another one here into the midfield as Karma is in position to be the cleanup crew.
And I think this is where there's almost not necessarily a lack of respect being shown by Large Chicken, but Heck several times has shown that they can extend the play out. They're very good at keeping the ball close, pinching off the wall to push it forward. And there's another touch they take to the sideline. A defender follows through. It just gets pinched right by him. And it's just slowly, like all the 1v1 opportunities for Large Chicken, they're just slightly getting beat out on. Not necessarily a clean beat, just the ball gets tapped by him. And then it's really just an opportunity for Square One to be able to put it on target. And they're doing it fairly well. It's not the highest scoring game, especially compared to game number 1, but it's efficient and it's consistent. They're getting shots off and they're making them count. Itachi barely getting to that one. Zanil on the near post with a miss. Karma on the foul with the fake, and that one going to be a bit too slow, so Large Chicken will be able to clear that to the side.
I love that play from Zanil. He went for a little bit of a musty flick to fake out the defender because the shot was a bit delayed because of that backflip, and now they're still trying to mount some attacks on offense. This has been, I'd say, one of the best games we've seen out of Square One. While the scoreline isn't a huge difference like we might have seen in previous games, I think they are constantly on offense, keeping this ball in. The possession has been so strong from them. And a Large Chicken, they're not making as clear or obvious mistakes, but the shooting from Square One is just good enough to where they don't even need that mistake because they're going to create an opportunity themselves.
And unfortunately, sometimes all they need is just to hit it right at that defender and hope that they are put in an awkward enough position. Can't get much more awkward than that. Itachi right off the spawn, minimal boost. They're trying to save it, but ultimately Zanil was waiting for it, and they're going to put in number 3. Minute 8 remaining, and this is the same process, really. It's a nice opening. It's clean, consistent play, and then slowly Square One just able to erode down that defense.
Taco, do we call the sweep right here? Do you believe in the sweep, or do you think we're going to see a little bit of a comeback from a Large Chicken? Can they take one game in this series? Is that enough? From what you're seeing, this offense, the defense, the mistakes that we've witnessed, do they take a game? Tell me right now. I want to hear it.
I think it's difficult to say because I'm leaning towards yes, just because Square One has not been threatened in this game. They've gotten all the shots. And it's just that Large Chicken, I see the pieces there, you know? I see where they can advance. I can see where they're finding success at times. It's just too few and far between. And, of course, any defensive mistakes are just going to be gobbled up by a team as good as Square One. So as long as they can get their communications fixed out, take a deep breath between these games, and actually have those close follows on those offensive opportunities, they can certainly put some in. But now this is just punishment of the highest order. Heck from the heavens for number 4.
That is incredible. This man just dive bombed the ball and came, like you said, from the heavens all the way down on top, smacked into the back of the net, adding another one to Square One's scoreline. 4-0 here in game number 2. I believe in the sweep, honestly. I agree with you. I think that the opportunities, like you said, too far and few between. you just got to add a little bit more spice to your offense. The defense has also been a bit shaky. A lot of times I've been watching Itachi's perspective. He'll just throw himself forward and go for a challenge where he's way too far out. Something has to change here for the boys from a Large Chicken, and hopefully we see that in the next game.
Yeah, certainly so. And Square One will take another game, so we will go to another break, this time in HEB game break, to see if Large Chicken can recuperate.
Thank you for tuning in to the search for the next Rocket League team presented by HEB. We are down to the final teams and excited to see who your next Rocket League team will be.
So coming back into this game, it's just so, it hurts to see at times because, as you said, you can feel the sweep. This feels like very clean and orderly. And I'm not going to argue that Square One, they're not seeming to sweat too much, but it's not like they've been completely unpressured. There's been a couple double commits or on their goal line, kind of tensing up a little bit because Large Chicken comes up. But I agree that sometimes the positioning just a little bit too far up. Maybe they go for a ball they don't need to. They get stretched a little bit. And I think it's all about that clean touches. And it really just shows that those tiny, clean executions where it's Heck hitting it down the sideline or always being able to tuck that extra pixel of a touch past that defender, that makes all the difference down the stretch. Even if it's in the moment, not a significant play, those build up, and eventually so does the scoreline. So that's what I'm looking for from Large Chicken. I need them to come out in this next game with a lot of passion, but knock it down if you give up a goal. You need to stay with it, keep your form tight, and keep the communication high.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we need to see a better start from a Large Chicken. We haven't seen them score first in the game yet. They've had a couple of chances at the beginning, but already in game number 3, we are stuck on defense in the side of a Large Chicken. But they have moved out, okay, looking solid. But then again, now a double commit, 2 players in the same spot. Look at all the space that Heck has. You see, there's so much opportunity for Square One, so much space to move the ball down the field, to get an infield pass, that it's almost too easy for them right now to stay on offense.
Especially with setups like that. Zanil's just lurking on the near post, but double commit will result in a double save. Heck keeps it live with a little bit of 50, but Yokes will send one all the way down. The pre-jump, can they get the read? They're just over it, and Zanil will be able to tuck that one out off the flip. And right now, I think you're seeing how casual Square One is rotating at times. There was a play right there on that last attack where Zanil just lobbed it at the backboard. There was no one back.
No way.
And again, this time they're advancing it up so methodically, but other times you're just smacking it from distance.
That's just painful. Yokes and Itachi are in the exact same spot. The positioning is all out of order. You can see that they both thought one player was going to either stay back or go up for the challenge. Instead, they're both waiting in midfield, and now the kickoff, a disaster for Team A Large Chicken. Nothing but pain on the side of their defense. You can see Yokes backflipped, going for that challenge, then double jumped to try to make up for it, and it just ended up not working at all, Taco. What is going on this pitch?
And that's what I'm talking about with the mental game. Sometimes you give up one goal and you're thinking, okay, it's fine, and then that happens, and then it starts to cascade. So it's really difficult to keep your head, especially knowing that we're in single Elam territory, and you've already given up 2 games. So Large Chicken needs to dig deep very soon. Series starting to get away from them, especially with this relentless pressure. Zanil follows through again, but fortunately for Large Chicken, that one going to go over the bar.
Oh, and it's not good right now. There is literally no boost for any 3 players. Right now, we had the most for Itachi, who had, I believe, like 36 boost, and they are struggling. They're getting starved out. The midfield presence is not there for a Large Chicken. You're losing challenges like that one from Yokes. Heck is left in a 1v1. Karma's passing it back. They are swarming you, trying to starve out every ounce of boost and ultimately lead to another setup. Karma gets this one. She has been cleaning up rather nicely and very accurate with these shots.
Yeah, and this is one thing that I was looking for from Square One, and really the teams of their caliber, the teams that we recognize the players within the roster, is that when I said earlier in the pregame and really the pre-show, when we're talking about the teams have to show up to play, it's not good enough to play okay. This is what I'm talking about. This is just clean, controlled performance. I never feel like it's out of Square One's reach in any game, and they're executing in the way that they should, and it's just only going to continue until Large Chicken finds a way to counter it. I think sometimes when they get up, they're just so happy to be out that they want to push up so aggressively, but play your conservative game, play mistakes, and make sure you play that solid defense. But again, this game, it's almost like it's already too late, even if we're only halfway in.
I mean, Square One, I was about to say, are in another level of their, or a class of their own, excuse me, but I guess I might be wrong because a large chicken, this could bode well for them. Maybe build some momentum. Nice little pinch there in the corner from Yokes to get that one right in front of the net. And there's a chance here, Taco. There's a chance.
And as I said that, I didn't expect that pass. Beautiful follow, putting it up into the corner so it arcs beautifully right down in front of net. So at least some sign of life there. First goal of the series here for Large Chicken coming in game number 3. Now that they have a little bit of some daylight to head toward. It's all about whether or not they can actually continue that journey. It'll be tough though with Karma coming back around. No touch, Yokes into the corner. High lob. Zanil will slow down. Pass into Heck, quickly up for it, and good deflection. All still in the corner, though. Zanil keeping it alive, and Yokes will be able to extend it with a couple nice touches there into the midfield. And now Itachi with a good fake, and this is the confidence starting to roll again from Square One, or out of really a Large Chicken against Square One. And I think Square One dealing with it well, but certainly this is a revitalized Large Chicken. All they needed was one, apparently.
Oh, man, there's a lot more patience, though, from a Large Chicken. I've been watching Itachi, and I was critiquing his eagerness to challenge the ball in the previous game, but he has slowed down a lot. He's going for more boost, and now he's kind of getting tangled up with his own teammates. So as soon as I compliment him, they get scored on. This is the caster curse in full effect. 4-1 from Square One, 1 minute and 37 seconds left. I'm not sure if that's enough time here for Large Chicken to get back.
That's a rough one from Yokes. They have 2 players that are both in the corner waiting to get that touch, and it gets past both of them on the 50. And they just have to read that ceiling bounce, and unfortunately, Zanil has a lot easier time doing that from the angle they're coming in from. 4 goals yet again, 3rd straight game. Now it's about cruising to that finish line. But Large Chicken always got to look at the silver linings. They got that goal, and I do like that patience. I think it works for them, and hopefully they're taking those mental notes, even if they're really just looking for something to go for the road here. At the end of game number 3 with a shot right there will be turned away. Heck. Passing into Karma, beautifully spaced, right into Zanil off the backboard on the near post. A deflection, a pinball, and that's how you get number 5.
I think this is all coming down to the boost. I mean, Heck not only did a fantastic job there, but you can see how spread out a Large Chicken are. They're looking for boost. All 3 players dove for that shot. Nobody can find the proper positioning right now because the pressure is far too much from Square One. 5-1. This has been not only a dominant game, but a dominant series from Square One since the beginning. And I was even a little bit scared. I'm not going to lie. The first 30 seconds of game 1, Taco, I thought maybe we'd see a Large Chicken come out here and prove me wrong and start winning and taking a couple of games, maybe even win the series, because they had plenty of opportunities. But Square One, the consistency, they were relentless on defense and continued to carry that ball out and find counterattacks.
And at this point, I agree with the boost management aspect of it. It's so well done by Square One to be able to extend the play, and even touches like that from Heck. Not everything's going upfield. They understand that when they don't have a high percentage chance, they'll just tap it back, keep possession, or play a little bit of keep away from the defense, and it works just so incredibly well. Especially when
look at that.
Large Chicken's just respected every touch. 2 players come in on the last one from Heck, and it really just shows the danger that man is bringing to the field right now. 2 players just mesmerized by the movement.
I feel good right now. I picked Square One to win this whole thing, this entire tournament, and I'm feeling pretty confident in my pick. I don't think I've seen a team perform this well so far out of any game that I've casted, and I do believe that I've also seen Square One previously in a series, but they have ascended to another level here and are going to take it. Square One, so dominant and clean. 5-1, man. That hurts. That hurts.
It certainly does hurt. And Large Chicken now facing match point in the first series of the day. Granted, your opponent is a lot of historical names within the RLCS scene, but really have to get it together. They're on their last live, and they're going to have at least one more Nerd Focus game break to think it over.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
And so going into game number 4, it's like every time we see a game from Large Chicken, we see a little bit of progress, a tiny step forward in figuring things out, but Square One is so much farther along on that journey in terms of figuring out. So those tiny steps forward, they need to become leaps right now for Large Chicken, especially now that they have to reverse sweep the team that has been multi-goaling them every game.
Yeah, I think that the improvement in that previous game we saw from a Large Chicken was the patience that we saw out of them. They were not as eager to challenge the ball. They wanted to wait a little bit to see what Square One would do. But the crazy thing and the impressive aspect about this Square One roster is that they noticed that and were able to adapt. So we saw slower plays, slower dribbles, and then come into the kickoff in the final game, potentially. You get a kickoff goal from Zanil. What is going on with these kickoffs from a large chicken?
Well, sometimes Yokes will have a little bit of difficulty that they accidentally unplugged power on the laptop and lost some frames.
No.
I've seen it all
Oh.
within tournament play. This is the worst possible thing. So now laptop chugging along here, the worst possible time. They got to figure it out. There's no timeouts mid-match,
Oh,
and they're
man.
really gonna hope that it's a rule change soon. 18
Laptop
seconds
gaming.
in.
Laptop
Already
gaming,
behind.
Taco. What do you have to say about that? Just playing on a laptop. You know, Matt on when I used to play on Rogue, Matt played on a laptop and laid in bed, and that's how he competed. So I mean, more power to you. Okay, you never know what works for some people, but that definitely is unfortunate if you're not getting full frames because of the power cable. And Zanil's going for a slower play. A lot of slow dribbles here, but that's going to be a goal for Itachi. Very awkward defending from Zanil because he was going for a 50-50 or at least trying to get in the way of Itachi, but kind of setting him up for the shot.
I love that from Itachi. He gets the nice 50, almost like get out of my way to Zanil, bumps him out of the way again, and is able to get that speed and that physicality through. And yet again, off the kickoff, if not for a brilliant save from Itachi, could have been an immediate capitulation.
What is going on with these kickoffs, man? Like, it's not even finding contact at this point. It's just like nobody wants to go for him. And Karma, the backboard double tap. Okay, this pass was absolutely stunning. Look at Karma going for that double tap. Gets one touch and then a second one to pinch it out for Zanil. How do you read that if you're on defense? It's almost impossible.
It's such a great play by Karma for many reasons, just obviously the follow itself, but leaning down just enough on the Dominus so you don't pinch the ball against the back wall, but it just goes a little bit higher, then goes across you and out. It's a flawless pass. It's a good setup, and again, a lot of nice results here from Square One. Yokes is going to get demoed and left alone to deal with all the commotion in front of net, and again, just a snowball of goals from Square One.
And some awkward gameplay again from a large chicken. I'm not sure if they're dealing with a couple of technical issues, but either way, we keep playing, we keep going forward. Square One, they are taking opportunities with a smile on their face because there's space galore for them to make things work, to find double taps off the backboard like Karma just did previously on the other goal. They're still going on offense, and of course they win the kickoff to continue on this pressure.
So we'll be seeing 90 seconds in. This is the quickest amount of goals that we've seen from Square One. I think it's going to continue, especially with backboard pressure like that. And they just do not miss those. Number 4 there, this time from Zanil for the hat trick.
Looks like free play here for Karma, and that's a really great read because that backboard bounce, so difficult. You don't know if it's going to go down or if it's going to stay in the air. And yet Karma makes it look so dang easy. Square One, dominant here, even in match point. The nerves are not getting to them. They're taking this series, in my opinion, with confidence.
So now Square One is really just trying to play it around here. And they've really felt like they have to win. They've won this series. But I think this is, again, why we talk about the levels of play that we do see at really in competitions like this or in bubble tournaments or really any level where a team's trying to make a name for themselves is that there are levels to competition. Of course, you can be Supersonic Legend, you can be one of the best in your community, in your city, in your state, what have you. But at the end of the day, when you need to play with the very best. And right now, I think Square One's playing at that level. They're just playing at pace, minimal mistakes, covering everything. I don't think I've seen a single double commit from them except if it's just memeing in front of net, just trying to steal a goal or something. It's super well performed, and this team came to play. And this is just a classic result. It might look like kind of a shellacking, but this is what happens when a team that is really ready and geared and really just waiting for a moment in time for an opportunity like this comes along, they want to seize it.
Yeah, and this is typical for a best of 7 where, you know, you come out here, you give it your all in the first couple of games, the first 3 games, even at the beginning of this game as we get a pause. Some technical difficulties, some frustrations from a large chicken. I do believe one player actually had to go, and it's almost like a forfeit. We have even seen a couple of forfeits previously, and that just speaks to the level of domination out of Square One. They came out here, they gave barely any chances for a large chicken to make a name for themselves or to get themselves momentum in the series, and Square One slapped them out of the park.
Yeah, and this is a pretty brutal game, especially because I think this is a very classic way that a lot of these games go, I think, in that you see a nice back and forth in game one. You're like, all right, well, maybe we were a little bit premature. Maybe we're thinking that these guys are getting blowed out. But hey, they're looking great. And then the first goal goes in. You're like, it's okay. I mean, they still had a good start. And then the second one, and then the third. And it's just a snowball. And it shows that, yeah, the skill gap between these teams is not gigantic. They can hang in there, but ultimately it's just a little bit more overpowered. Every time you get that on that kickoff, you just start losing out on those touches. You get beat a couple times. And of course, it's so tough when you have to not only play the initial read, but the rebound, these deflections. Karma's an absolute menace on the backboard, just getting those extra tiny, awkward touches. And it's so hard to read for the defense unless you're already there just to cut it out.
I really do like the slow play from Heck as well. From Square One, he oftentimes will get presented with an opportunity where he could just smack it off the backboard and go for a double tap, but that's pretty predictable, especially when you get to this level of play. So what Heck does is he slows the ball down, goes for some dribbles, and then forces out a solid either challenge or even a flick then off the backboard. So Heck, he has been that perfect glue, I'd say, to allow the Square One team to function on offense, because Zanil, he's so speedy, so quick in the air. Same with Karma with those cleanups, but Heck kind of does a little bit of both. He'll go for the slow play, and then at times he'll ramp it up, and I think that's what creates this beautiful dynamic between all three players on Square One. And I'm excited moving forward to see how they compete against other teams as well who are here and who are ready to show up, because at the end of the day, this best of 7, you're watching this as another competitor in this tournament, and you're scared of Square One. I would not want to play them here.
Yeah, and this is an interesting first-round matchup because it's kind of the classic example of this tournament. It's the team that we're expecting is supposed to be here, and then the team that's trying to get it to go forward. Yeah. And then you have this game, presuming that this goes on as we're just taking a brief break as a player has an intermittent connection, so we're giving them a little bit of time to try to get back into this game and see what's going to happen. But presuming Square One does win this game, they're moving on to that next round. They're moving on to those quarterfinals, and potentially, depending on the outset of Zookeepers and Jolly Roger, they might have to play Zookeepers, which is really the caliber of team that they'd expect to play. Then I think that's that really quick transition that we're looking for, that really ramp up in play of two teams really going for the blood, and especially in a single Elim tournament. But as we wait for these players to connect back in, we're going to have to see if that is something that they actually can do. So we're going to throw you guys to a brief break, but we'll be right back with hopefully some more The Search.
It was the final game of the series in the best of 7, and it will be Square One moving on in the bracket in a 4-0 fashion. I've got Turtle and Taco here to talk a little bit about that game while we will go over these match highlights. Square One looking pretty in form here, Taco, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and this is kind of like what Turtle and I were talking about before. This is what we'd expect, is that there's minimal mistakes, clean on rotation, and ultimately, I think Large Chicken just was not those things. They were a little bit spaced. They were struggling on boost. And more importantly, not every touch is clean. They're making some awkward kind of contacts in front of their net, and every single one of them was just shoved right into their goals. So I think this is a statement from Square One. This is not going to be a meme day. They're not going to try to freestyle. They're just going to play with brute efficiency, and this is the result. They're just cleaning it up when they need to.
And it felt like this was just an outclassing. You can get this type of matchup early on in the bracket, even though we did qualify 16 competitive teams. I wouldn't say that they were all necessarily in the same skill set. The Square One roster is one of those frontrunners for the tournament that even Turtle has picked to win the entire thing, and they are showing their class in this particular matchup. Turtle, any redeeming qualities for a Large Chicken going forward, just in case they want to compete in future tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of great signs, and I'd say the foundation is certainly there for a Large Chicken. I liked how they were able to adapt a couple of times. Itachi seemed to do really well with noticing where his mistakes were, slowing down the play a little bit. But it just came down to those double commits. And I talk about them having those fundamentals, but a lot of times it was inconsistent. You know, they'd go for double commits, or their boost starvation from the other team would just throw them all off. And it's very difficult. You know, once you're getting your boost taken away from you, you need to communicate perfectly as a professional team. Otherwise, things just go all out the window. You know, all forms of strategy just crumble, and you start panicking, and that's what we saw out of a Large Chicken. But there are still a lot of positives to bring out from this. They were able to break down the defense a couple of times for Square One. Hopefully next time they get a little bit more of some solid internet issues. I know there were some technicalities outside of the game. It might have been under their control or might not have, but either way, you want to make sure that you can be in a consistent and stable environment to compete at the highest level, just so you get the best chance here, especially going up against a team like Square One.
Every time I'm watching this Square One roster, I'm standing right now, and so I have a little chair to sit here and watch the game. Every time Zanil touches the ball, I sit a little bit more forward in my chair because that kid is so impressive. Every single touch. The first touch is perfect. The secondary touch, if he were able to get it and not be contested, would also be perfect. He's just an extreme joy to watch. What are we going to see about this team going forward? They're going to potentially play against the winner of Jolly Roger versus Zookeepers, which will be our first match. But I want to know what Taco thinks about this roster, and if they're going to look good going into that next matchup.
I think when game number 1 started, the first thing I was looking for is like, okay, this is a team that I got to watch briefly, or at least some segments, but like you said, in qualifier 2, they were definitely the better team in that matchup. And this one, they also were, although it was a little bit closer in margin. And at the beginning, a lot of shots coming in from Large Chicken. I was a little bit like, this is not really what I'd expect out of the team that's favored to win it. But then the rest of the series was just gravy. They were just dealing with all the pressure. They were getting pretty much every single clear they needed to, really only giving up, I think, 2 goals throughout that entire series across 4 games. So that's a great defensive performance, is what I expect. But what I'm looking forward to is those extension plays. I think a lot of teams try to play very direct and play off the backboard or get those infield passes, but it's a whole other element when you have players that are capable of making those solo plays, and then at the end of it, just get one more little weird touch that the defense doesn't expect. And Karma was hitting those all day long, and Heck and Zanil were eating them up every single time. Half of Zanil's goals were, yes, a nice little angle, but other times it was just them crashing the boards because they trusted that that ball was going to get put in a nice, delectable spot for them to eat up. And they were. They were eating all day long, a bunch of hat tricks all the way around for Square One. And that's the high-powered offense that you're looking for, able to put the defense in a weird position and, more importantly, punish the defense for not dealing with it.
Well, hopefully they'll be going forward in the bracket, and maybe they'll be potentially eating good for the rest of the year if they win this contract. We are going to line up an interview with one of the players from Square One, but we got to go to a quick break before that. But when we come back on the other side of the break, we're going to have an interview with a player from Square One, and then after that, the matchup will be Jolly Roger versus Zookeepers. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with The Search.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So let's stop. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Sheesh, this grind is making me hungry. Yo guys, give me a sec, I'm gonna order some food real quick.
Oh jeez, this is gonna take forever.
Alright, I'm back.
Whoa, you back already?
Yeah man, quick and easy on the HEB app. Let's get it.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to The Search. My name is Fika one more time. We are planning an interview with Zanil right now. He's not just set up quite yet, but we're going to get to that in just a second. We wanted to give a shout out to HEB, one of our sponsors for this event. Go to heb.com for all of your cooking, groceries, and recipe options. They have lovely do it at your home recipes where you can go pick up the recipe ingredients on the mobile pickup and then go take it directly to there. There's like a cool little thing where they can do the recipe online and then put every ingredient into your cart. That way you don't have to search around for the ingredients. It's pretty cool. So go to heb.com if you're in Texas and make sure to take advantage of that. Zanil is ready. So let's go ahead and pull him up on the HEB Future Pro Cam. Zanil, can you hear me out there?
Yes, sir.
Hey man, how is it going? This guy, if I'm going to introduce him for everyone out in the audience, he is one of the youngest up and coming grinders of the scene. High ranking six bands with tournament performances. Zanil, we spoke to Karma last time on your roster, and now we're speaking to you guys. That first matchup was pretty good. How did you feel that you played during that match?
I think I played pretty well. It was mostly Heck just being a goat on the Fennec, but we were kind of chilling. Karma is on like 120 ping because she's in EU right now, but I was trying out Fennec. I never used Fennec, but I was giving it a try this game, just testing things.
Okay, I didn't know that, but that's a very interesting point to bring up there. I think she is potentially on vacation, but that's interesting.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll get to that later. But going forward in this roster, you're going to potentially be playing up against Jolly Roger or Zookeepers, which I'm betting it's going to be Zookeepers, which I think most people are. Do you have experience up against going this roster?
We have not played Zookeepers at all so far, so we have no idea how we're going to do against them. But I guess we'll find out soon.
And I didn't get to get your past, future, and present because we spoke to Karma last time. So let's go ahead and get through that pretty quickly here. When did you start playing Rocket League, and was there like a content creator or a person that made you want to try the game?
Yeah, I started playing in, I'd say, mid-2016, and I was actually kind of inspired. I got the game because of John Sandman and Wolfless. I watched their YouTube all the time, and they would just grind ranked. It was super funny, and that got me to get the game, and ever since I've been playing. I started off on like a really bad laptop, and then I ended up moving to Xbox One, which was better than the laptop because it was pretty horrible. But yeah, that's
saying something.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully now you're on a nice PC, and with this potential contract coming forward, I know this is a dream for a lot of players, wanting to make this their career. What would this contract mean for you and this new team going forward, and the stability that it would offer being a part of Beasley's brand?
I think it would set up a lot of stuff for us, mostly confidence, since if we were with an org that would say, hey, we're a good team, we're out there, we're ready for the next step, RLCS. But I think it would definitely help confidence, and it would kind of just secure us a spot in the scene, I feel like, which is really important. So I'm definitely looking forward for the chance for that.
Well, you have the grace of a lot of pro players, especially in ranked or six mans, and they have, they know your name, and so that's kind of the first step to getting there. The next step, of course, is to prove yourself here, and to prove yourself, you're going to have to play against some very, very good teams. Last question is, which team in this bracket are you afraid of the most? Because some teams would say your team, but I want to know what you think.
Personally, I'm just keeping my eye out for Vibrance and Zookeepers, as we've really never played either of them, so we have no experience against them. There's also Frequence. I don't know how they're going to do in the bracket, but they could be a scary team. It's not a bad team.
Well, I'm going to let you go today, Zanil. You got one more matchup, potentially going to be against Zookeepers, and that one's going to be quite a challenge and should be a fantastic match. So thanks for coming on the broadcast today.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
And that was Zanil, everybody. Thanks for him joining us. That is on Team Square One. They will potentially be playing up against the winner of Jolly Roger versus Zookeepers, which will be our next matchup. And speaking of Zookeepers, we actually had a one-on-one interview with Lordenzo and J-Bot from Zookeepers. Let's check that out.
Here with my boy Jason J-Bot Sens. How's it going, my man? I know you guys just made it to the top 16. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling great, man, and I'm doing well today. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to potentially have new coworkers joining me at Beasley. Can you tell me a little bit about the process of what you guys have been feeling? What are you guys working on the most?
Yeah, I mean, as a team, we've been practicing as hard as we ever have been. The off season has been kind of a grind, and so we've been searching for some tournaments to show off what we've been working on. In terms of like teams we want to play, we're very excited to play Vibrance. We scrimmage against them a lot, and we really want to take our game that we have in scrims and try to shake off the nerves during the actual tournament and really show what we can do.
Definitely, I love to hear that. I mean, as a competitor myself, I can definitely feel that energy from you guys. The last question I have for you, so how do you want the fans to remember y'all moving forward into the top 16? What can they look to expect? Do you guys have any hidden cards?
I don't know. You never know if the competitors will be watching, but in terms of remembering us, I sort of just want to be the team that gave it their all and put on a show for the crowd. Win or lose, obviously I want to win, but in terms of the fans, you want to put on a show. So that's the main thing.
Definitely. All right, guys, this is Lordenzo with the Beasley Esports Media Group. Thank you so much, J-Bot, for joining me, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace.
And that was J-Bot from Zookeepers, which gives us a fantastic segue into the next matchup. Welcome back, Danger Taco and Turtle. We got a tweet to read here from Bob_Nahara, which says, Square One showing up strong for the finals, #the search.
Let's go, Bob.
And speaking of showing up strong, we've also got our Nerd Focus here today to keep us energized as we go into these next matches. And I'll go ahead and take my celebratory swig here. I wish the label was actually more towards the front so that I could naturally drink it and not have to turn it.
Oh, the pinky from Taka. Did you see that? The form, dude.
This little pinky up right
That's
there. Make sure you're
I'm a classy member of production. You gotta make sure that little sip in there.
Go to nerdfocus.com or order it at any of the retailers, Amazon, the GoPuff app, as well as Walmart. They have it everywhere. You can get it anywhere. I know that my fiance took a case to her overnight job at the ER, and so they've been loving that there as well.
Yeah, I've actually run through all my Nerd Focus. Like, this is like my last two. I'm not even joking. This stuff, I drink this stuff religiously. It's crazy.
Save one for tomorrow. You're going to need that as well, Turtle. Okay. Speaking of tomorrow, potentially we're going to see this team tomorrow coming up as well. It's going to be Zookeepers and Jolly Roger. We haven't really talked about Jolly Roger. They were a day 2 qualifier, and I actually need to go potentially see who's on this roster one more time. It's not a roster to me that screams like they're going to win. So this is going to be TKD, Binksy, and Jarquin. Not very many names that I recognize there, but as always, my resident obscure six-man's pro, Danger Taco. Do you think, what can you tell us about these players?
I can't tell I'm a six-man's pro. I have not touched six-man's in a long time for a myriad of reasons, but I like to keep, some feelers out there, just to understand where people stand in the scene. And Jolly Roger is a bunch of people that I've run into ranked. They can be a handful for sure, and they're certainly no pushover team. And it's kind of on the same tier, I would say, as what we saw in the previous matchup with a large chicken. However, every team is different. They all work together differently. And of course, sometimes they might have a little bit cleaner connection. Look at this pre-test lobby. They look like they're here to play. They look like no one's lagging out and playing some weird situation. Yeah, so for example, I think Jolly Roger at least has that advantage. But again, this is also somewhat of an echo of a game to somewhat of what we saw in the previous one. Zookeepers is here. They're all rocking the Rival Series tag, which is just Intimidation 101. Just like coming in and be like, hey, by the way, just turn on this title real quick. So Zookeepers are the supposed to win team, but again, unlike Square One, Zookeepers did struggle a lot. And granted, we said like Bambi, didn't have a lot of hours, and maybe they wanted to prep a little bit more. Maybe they just came in a little less than less hot than they thought they would, and now they're taking it seriously. Either way, I think this is a big series for them because I was very worried watching them in that last one. So if it really was just down to maybe lack of a game time or something, lack of time on the controller, then I think that would be very reassuring for them. But they definitely have to make a statement here in the series because I think Jolly Roger is a team that if you let them have that space, kind of like a large chicken, they're not helpless. They will punish you.
And I think that this is another potential matchup of class. Even though we have qualified the 8 teams to get here, I still feel that there's a host of teams that are I wouldn't even say I would say like very clearly above the rest of them. And I think Zookeepers is a front runner to win the whole thing. Let's talk a little bit about their history. We'll go over to Turtle, who is pretty familiar with them in the RLCS.
We're talking about Zookeepers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I thought you were talking about Jolly Rogers, and I was like, wait, hold on, I know nothing. Because Jolly Rogers, I don't know too much about them, but Zookeepers come out here, and I love, again, I mentioned this earlier when we were discussing Zookeepers, J-Bot is my boy simply because James Bot always talks about this player. Literally, even in the green room, regardless of where we are, we could be out at like some fancy restaurant, and James Bot will just be like, oh yeah, you guys know about J-Bot? He's insane. So, as much as I barely respect James Bot, I do respect his opinion on Rocket League players, and I think J-Bot, after what I've seen as well personally, he's a great player. And then coming out here, you've got Bambi, who I really appreciate as well. I think Zookeepers, it's going to be a similar matchup that we saw in the previous series. Maybe Zookeepers can't match that level of polished gameplay that we did see out of Square One, because Square One, we're on a whole nother level. So I can see Jolly Rogers taking one game. But regardless, I think Zookeepers, that experience, they've been in the Rival Series so many times. You can see them flexing it in the pregame lobby with all their tags. They have the experience. They have the mechanics. Now it just comes down to their decision-making, and see if they can match that level that we saw from Square One here in every single challenge and whenever they go on offense.
Well, let's put it on paper, boys, and get into predictions as the lobby is just nearly completed. Back to Taco. Best of 7. Remember, this is single elim. So loser does go home, unfortunately. But the winner will reap the rewards and have to play against Square One, which is not a reward that I would wish upon anyone. But still, somebody has to do it. What do you think?
I think I learned my lesson last series. I was thinking, well, I mean, yeah, what team is the Goliath squad?
That's
and,
right.
They're probably going to take a game or two. Now, I don't know about that. I think Zookeepers had a much less convincing qualifier than Square One did, and they struggled. But then again, they also played against very good teams, so they did have to struggle a little bit and keep on their toes. But now that everything's on, they've had 2 weeks to really just sit down, prepare, go through replays, and understand what's at stake. This is not a $500 weekly. This is a contract trying to get back into that highest tier, focus on this full time. I don't think they're going to let that one slip. I know that Ronxy and their coach is really on it. He wants to get this done, and I'm sure been putting in the work with the lads. I see them taking this in a 4-0 sweep, unless Jolly Rogers starts busting out something crazy, but I just don't see it happening.
I actually did some research when I was watching the last series. So if you take the salary that the player will earn from this particular event, that is $5,000 a month over 12 months. It's around $60,000.
That's crazy.
The North American Championship for the RLCS, NRG, they won $160,000 for first place. Split 3 ways is less than the prize than you would win from this contract. It's only $53,000. That's nuts. Like, that's so ridiculous. And it's just going to be an amazing weekend. Back into the prediction, Turtle. Who do you got in this matchup?
I'm going to go Zookeepers 4-1. Okay, if Zookeepers take this nice and easy win, I think maybe one game they get a little bit thrown off because, say, Jolly Roger scored first. But other than that, I can see this being a clean game from Zookeepers. And that That stat alone, Fickle, is crazy. I was already hyped up enough for the prize, but that just puts it on like a whole nother perspective and blows my mind.
Well, I think I'm gonna take Zookeepers here too. I don't think that's the question. It's just how much by the margin. I think that Jolly Roger is a bit better than a large chicken, but Zookeepers potentially is better than Square One. But still, I'm gonna go for 1 scoreline here in the favor of Zookeepers, and we're gonna see that Square One Zookeepers matchup. But we have to decide it on the pitch. The matchup is just nearly ready, but we're gonna go ahead and throw it over to the casters anyway. So the next matchup we have going on the search will be Jolly Roger Esports going up against Zookeepers in a best of 7 single elimination. Loser goes home, winner goes on in the bracket. Take it away, Daniel Taco and Turtle.
Thank you so much, Fickle. Turtle, we're back again. Got another matchup. One team maybe a little bit more favored, especially on our predictions, but all comes down to the next series. Just because we saw it in the last series doesn't mean we'll see a repeat this time.
But do you agree with that statement from Fickle that Zookeepers could potentially be better than Square One? Let's say we get that Square One Zookeepers matchup. I just want to get, a little pre-prediction because we might see that happening, but I want to see right now, just put it out there. Who's going to take
I'm adding a conditional on that. It's a pre-prediction, but I need to see how this game 1 goes. If Zookeepers play the way that I would love to see them play, fast, furious, putting them away, I'll say yeah. But if they struggle like last one, like the last time we saw them in qualifiers, I'm going to maybe edge out for Square One.
I respect it.
It all has to happen on the pitch, and we do have the players on that very pitch. Game number 1 is underway, and we're counting down right now. Zookeepers and Jolly Roger Esports trying to figure out who's going on to face Square One in our quarterfinals. We've been starting off with a bit of a sweep there here in day number 1 of the Search Grand Finals. And I'm looking for a little bit more variety. I want a little bit more back and forth between these teams. And who knows if we're going to start off here. Bambi, uncontested on this one, can't get that double tap. He had a couple highlight goals last qualifier and almost started this game off with one right there.
Oh, man. Already the passing is completely destroying the defense from Jolly Roger. They were all over the place. We saw a double commit there. Blinksy then dropped down from the backboard, tried to get and intercept that pass, but didn't have the boost to find that lane and get there quick enough right away. Not even 30 seconds into the first game, we've got a goal for Zookeepers. And does that convince you enough? Are you already happy right now with that Square One Zookeepers pick or no?
And I really do. I'm confident with it. It's exactly what I'm looking for. And I love that the changeup. It's the variety of approach. You see the backboard read, and then just a simple little tap, and that's all you need. And sometimes you just need a nice little air dribble tool. They're starting to get it going. 2-0.
Dare I say this is a sweep? I might change my prediction because that pass was beautiful. I complimented J-Bot non-stop. But then he comes out here and hits us with that pass. What on earth was that?
This is just a classic example of great comms when you see, of course, the skill level of all the players in Zookeepers, but I think great comms always have to be predictive. You're calling out a play before it happens, not just in the moment. Right there, that touch-up from J-Bot on the pass, flawless, and the immediate foul just opens up the gate, and it keeps on going. At this point, Tool just has the vision downfield, and they're going to roll one for number 3.
This looks even more dominant than Square One in that first game because Square One were put on defense a little bit more. They had to deal with a couple of shots that were going towards the backboard off the sidewalls as well, but Zookeepers have just been on offense and on a tear this entire game. We just passed the first minute mark. It's 3-0 from Zookeepers, and yet again Bambi is trying to make another highlight play. Maybe a flip reset, was going for it. It looked pretty solid, and this is just the intimidation from those rival series tags. You go into game, you load up on the pitch, you hit the scoreboard button, and then you're up against all these rival series players, and you see that experience. You're definitely feeling a little bit nervous there, Taco.
And I would like to see them get forward. They still have yet to record a shot on the board, Jolly Roger. They're going for these longer balls, but J-Bot just a bit too quick. Not only cuts it out, gets the double tap, almost the triple to be able to put it further down into the corner, but Orange will come right back. TKD, that's a really tough angle. What a shot, and it just will not go in. Nearly a highlight reel play to at least get them one back, but that one will be saved, and they're going to have to keep on playing.
Oh, no, the miss from J-Bot off the backboard, but there was nobody to follow up. The punishment not there for Jolly Roger. That was a great opportunity, and the second one that we have seen out of Jolly Roger almost found that crazy angle that we were freaking out about, but Zookeepers do keep it out and have that rotation to come through and find some security and also that safety net as that second man does get himself back into the net.
Blyncsy, tough angle,
Oh
good
my
save
goodness.
coming in. J-Bot will be able to clean things up, but this is what I'm looking for from Jolly Roger, those tough angles, and if they do have an opportunity to score, you better make it count. Right now, the accuracy looking pretty good. They just need a bit more power to beat that defense, but now Jolly Roger's starting to warm up a little bit, but took him a little bit, already down by 3 goals as we cross that halftime in game number 1. Zookeepers do not look like they want to slow down at all. Bambi off the double tap, but can't quite get that one. We'll follow it up with a clear to the corner, but TKD with the touch, and they'll clear that one out.
It was a good pass there from, I believe it was Bambi, but Tool also pre-flipped off the sidewall going for a touch of his own, as Bambi now going off the backboard. This man is a aerial menace. Every time he's in the air, you can see him winning a challenge or even going for a backboard double tap, then into the midfield, the J-Bot. And I love the fact that Zookeepers aren't hesitating. We have seen a lot of pushback from Jolly Roger and a couple of chances that almost slipped in from incredible angles, but regardless of what they're faced with on defense, they still move on offense pretty confidently. Bambi's still going for these dribbles in the air, backboard, double taps. Tool's going to come in for this follow-up off the midfield pass, but maybe it slips in and J-Bot can't get there in time. He does not find a touch, and Jolly Roger get the long-awaited first goal.
And sometimes aggression doesn't pay off, and you leave some gaps in the backfield. Certainly showed for Harkeen here, just be able to tap that one all the way down. Similar to Tool's goal, so at least one back here, 90 seconds remaining. It is certainly within their reach. Just about making sure that there's someone on top of these touches. Bambi, though, as you said, an aerial menace, has been really on the spot all day long. So we'll cut out an attack. Blyncsy trying to extend another one, but a pinch will go through. J-Bot setting up a gentle tap. TKD quickly up to it. Another deflection. Blyncsy. No extension, but that fake opens thing up for TKD. It's a bouncer to Harkeen, trying to get that shot, but can't wrap around. And unfortunately, that one's going to go to the side. And Jolly Roger Esports going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Zookeeper's defensive rotation continues to impress me. They've always got somebody rotating in as an extra caution towards the offense of Jolly Roger. In case they go out for a fake like we just witnessed, we saw J-Bot then cut in the rotation and get a challenge. Bambi now finds the save with Tool off the backboard. They have the follow-ups, they have the rotations, but if you demo somebody like that, but then you get a back pass from Tool, Zookeepers, they are playing flawlessly on defense.
And Jolly Roger's going to have to do the same in the final 30 seconds. They also need 2 goals on top of that one. So tough when Zookeepers are extending the play like this. Here's a little bit of an opening. J-Bot tries to pre-jump it. Will get the touch. Harkeen gets baited into a challenge. Bambi into the air dribble with the flip reset underneath a defender, but a brief deflection will save a goal. But unfortunately for Jolly Roger, all that time has been evaporated off the clock. All 3 players up for Zookeepers. That's the confidence they've shown, and that's the confidence they've delivered on. 3-1 here, and they'll take game 1.
But I am a bit nervous going into game 2. You'll notice that Zookeepers took that 3-0 lead, but then it was pretty quiet for the rest of the second half here, Taco. So game 2 could bode well for Jolly Roger if they follow that momentum.
Yeah, potentially some quality versus quantity from Jolly Roger, getting more shots, but it's something they can build on, and they'll have a little bit more time to do that with a Nerd Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
%100% agree with you, Turtle, though. It's a little bit awkward because he saw that goal, and then it's almost like Jolly Roger pulled up the sleeves, said, okay, let's get down to business. Let's clean it up. And then they did, and they got some shots. But as he said, Zookeepers were making sure that they were solid on offense in the beginning. And then it's almost the second half was always on defense. They always had someone challenging. They had someone on the backboard. And it looked fairly clean, though not impregnable. Gave up a goal. So I think at this point, it's all about Jolly Roger consolidating that offensive opportunity, using that mechanical skill. Blyncsy was getting a lot of aerials. And in Qualifier 2, they were just tearing apart teams in the air with being able to get those air dribbles. So I think if they're going to go forward, that's my man to watch for Jolly Roger. But they kept it at least a little bit close. So somewhat similar tale still. Zookeeper's the favorite, taking game number 1. But game number 1, sometimes just a feeler game, trying to get both teams into the tempo.
I would like to see what happens now if we see the first goal go towards Jolly Roger and in their favor, because Zookeepers, while we saw a 3-0 start from them, could have been nerves out of Jolly Roger. And like you said, I believe in game 1, maybe just a little bit of a warm-up. So maybe we see a different different team here out of Jolly Roger. And right away, we've got offense off the backboard, better challenges, a nice little deflection from TKD, and he's still moving up on offense with some aggression. I like what I'm seeing from them. I think Roger could pull out some pretty crazy shots here and maybe get that first goal.
At least right now, they're getting some solid contact on these clears. They're going to need to continue it with the deflection. Blynxy, roll it downfield. Bambi, a lot of space. Blynxy tries to close it down, gets it over the top. Tool into the ceiling. It's a lofter to J-Bot. Can they get the double? They just miss it, and Harkeen will get the clear. So if not for a little bit lack of boost, Zookeepers have their first goal in the first minute, but we'll keep on playing. We're still tied. It's all about who can open this game, as you had mentioned, and right now Jolly Roger's still in the running for that, but not too many chained passes I'm seeing up in the attacking third.
Yeah, I might have to say it though, Taco. Jolly Roger get that first goal. I think they take this game, and as I'm talking about it, J-Bot absolutely shuts me up. He takes this one himself into the corner. The rotation was not coming through, and my goodness, Zookeepers, when you think they're backs are against the wall, they come back and still get that first goal.
And Bambi roughing up and threatening them some physical play and delivering on that, clearing the way just a little bit. So sometimes you can beat a team through finesse, and sometimes you just got to use that brute force, use that truck stick and run through some people. That's exactly what Zookeepers went back to the books on. So now they have a chance to return to their old game plan. Tool with just a gentle air dribble almost underneath one. Blynxy will be able to get this one out and extend it through. Past Bambi, but ultimately just to the sideline. Going to have to retreat from some boost. TKD with a deflection into J-Bot. And again, a lot of time to build off it. Goes for the Musty for the setup. It's a perfect set into the middle, and Tool will be there, but can't get it past the crossbar. On we play, still 1-0 after that miss.
Oh man, J-Bot is, I hope he's in comms, just like, are you serious? My Musty flick pass, you missed that. Come on, man. I would be roasting him, I'm not gonna lie. Mid-game roast, not ideal here, okay, for the morale, but after a Musty flick pass and it doesn't connect, that one hurts. And now a pre-jump, what are they doing? They're going for some freestyles out here. Zookeepers, they are feeling confident, and it shows in their performance and the way they're moving down.
It's only 1-0, though, so you can't let that confidence lead to complacency. But at least so far, the defense is holding up, especially with these bumps as well. J-Bot extends it, but Harkeen will be able to clear that one out again. But Bambi has to retreat back. Blynxy with the extension. A little bit of deflection. TKD, good pass into Harkeen. They can't get that one. TKD will extend it again to Blynxy, but J-Bot too quick. The one specialist almost dancing through the whole defense. Bambi is able to get the mistake, and there is 2-0. Jolly Roger just frantically getting back, and it's not enough.
J-Bot had 18 boost, didn't even use any to get past that second defender, and this is for the second time in this game where J-Bot just takes it himself, does all the work, and sets up his teammates, or in regards to that first goal, he was the one who scored it. J-Bot, huge 1v1 prowess here, and putting it on display, just what he can do whenever he's got control.
J-Bot will be able to tap that one to the side, though TKD. Haven't seen Jolly Roger slow the play down in a bit, so they'll try their hand at it now. Goes back to a pinch, and Tool will be there. Nice long clear. Be able to buy some more time again. We're in that 2-minute drill scenario. This is, again, another 2-goal margin for Jolly Roger. Can they open something up? Bambi gets beat over the top and reads the double tap, so that one will be cut back out. They'll try again with a high deflection. Tool just gets it up, but TKD in space onto the backboard. Double commit from Zookeepers. Bambi will be able to chase that one down. Harkeen trying to extend it again. It's just like Jolly Roger, they have these plans, and they're starting to slow things down, and I like it when I see it, but it still seems like Zookeeper still has their number.
I mean, that save, and I don't even think it was actually a save. It was just a touch off the backboard, but it, in theory, saved their defense because Bambi was able to read the double tap, predict where the ball was going to squeeze out into the midfield, and get a touch to disrupt the offense. That type of performance on defense is crazy because that means Jolly Roger, they're going to have to do even more than a double tap off the backboard into the midfield. You've got to throw more creative mechanics at them. Maybe slow the pace down. Maybe go for some mind games. Even a flip reset. That one, a double tap attempt, saved from Zookeepers. Defense looking solid here. And J-Bot now trying to push this one into the middle. You can see Zookeepers, that professional play, that experience, it's all connecting.
You see, trying to use that mechanical skill again, but to no success. Tool not only will beat one, but the second. TKD in an unfamiliar position will knock it onto their backboard. Bambi with a miss. Tool gets dunked out, and Harkeen will try for the long ball, but Bambi too quick on their feet. Will be able to get that clear. Back and forth we go. Very a high tempo that we've just opened up into in the final 20 seconds. If Zookeepers want back into this game too, they need a goal right now, and unfortunately they will not give one up, but they will add one on. Bambi over the top.
Not only is Bambi popping off on defense, but check this shot out. He finds the read from J-Bot's pass, beats every defender from Jolly Roger, and gets a midfield snipe towards the back of the net. That is the way you want to close out game number 2. Bambi, definitely the MVP so far in this series. He's getting the saves, he's finding the shots, and he's putting the team on his back.
And this is execution of the highest order right now. We're seeing from Zookeeper is going to close this one out. Not even a goal given up. One shot Jolly Roger was able to generate in that last game. And I'm very curious to see if Zookeepers are going to continue with this confidence. As we mentioned, we were going for flip resets, they're going for doubles, and Jolly Rogers does not have the answer right now. We're going to have to give them a little bit more time to think it out, I guess, than after game number 1 as we throw you guys to a HEB game break.
Thank you for tuning in to the search for the next Rocket League team presented by HEB. We are down to the final teams and excited to see who your next Rocket League team will be.
So, Turtle, yet again, we're looking at a squad that's starting to pop off. What are you seeing on the side of Jolly Roger that needs to get fixed?
Oh, for Jolly Roger, it's really difficult because Zookeepers they're not just scoring on punishing shots or huge mistakes. Obviously, on that third goal, there's 10 seconds left. The double commit, that's not something I want to gripe on too much because at the end of the day, Jolly Roger had to throw people forward, 10 seconds left. It happens. But towards the beginning of that game, it's really hard to say this, but you just have to shut down J-Bot with the 1v1 dribbles. I think if Jolly Roger plays better defense on that 1v1 side and stuffs out J-Bot early on, then you prevent already those first 2 goals from even happening if you can get a touch on the ball. You've just got to disrupt him. And that could be somebody on the rotation coming back, going for a demo, tries to take out J-Bot. You need to do a little bit more with your rotation. I think Jolly Roger have what it takes to do that, but it's going to be difficult. And J-Bot, even when he has no boost, he still makes that 1v1 play work.
So on we go within this series. Game number 3 now underway. Zookeepers looking to stamp their ticket with a clean sweep. They have to do it 2 more times, and as you mentioned, they've had somewhat free reign over the field at times, especially with mechs like that from Tool. He's getting a nice little scoop over the top. So Bambi will try their hand at it, but not the takeoff they're looking for. TKD and Harkeen let that one drop just enough. Can't beat out J-Bot. Still racing in his Blinksy. Deflection straight down. Trying to put that one across. A high lob, but no one there for Jolly Roger Esports, and it'll go right back to Bambi's control as they flick that one into the far corner.
The positioning is really awkward from Jolly Roger in the first minute of this game. They've had several double commits, and then, like we just witnessed, an opportunity completely missed because nobody was in position, and then all 3 players just there were in the same spot. Now the double tap read, but Harkeen was too far forward. It's very, very awkward from Jolly Roger. They're making the moves and the right decisions to get down the field and to create opportunities, but they have nobody in position to actually make use of those.
Very unfortunate to see, especially since a lot of those opportunities rely on having just one more extension come through, just one more player run through the back. How about that? Running through the back is J-Bot, and a beautiful pass coming through from Tool will open up their scoring.
And you can just see the difference in that offensive positioning from both teams. Right here, Tool, that one goes all the way across, and J-Bot is in the perfect spot. He's waiting. The communication must be picture perfect out of Zookeepers because J-Bot knew exactly how that ball was going to rotate out. He knew exactly where his teammate Tool wanted to get that ball and where Tool was positioned himself for that play. Jolly Roger needs to implement that a little bit. Pay attention to where each other are rotating and try to implement that same tactic because Zookeepers, if you don't throw something crazy at their defense, they are going to continue to destroy you on not only defense but also offense when they transition.
So now Jolly Roger is just trying to batten down the hatches here, trying to clean up their defense so they can extend on to offense. A double commit from the offense, the Zookeepers will give them a little bit of a gap, but even then, Tool courageously going in will hold it in place in the corner. J-Bot tries their hand across the backboard. Nice little deflection. TKD equal to it. And even when they do get a clean clear, Zookeepers just find a way to get a bumper on it. They're so good at just getting in the middle of everything Jolly Roger tries to do. And these cute little passes that they're getting are almost finding their marks, but it's a confident team, and that's certainly a dangerous Zookeepers team to play. They're just almost experimenting out there with passes, and everything seems to find its mark.
I'm also really impressed with Zookeeper's speed. I've seen several moments where Jolly Roger have the immediate clear, but Zookeepers, even if they are too far away from the ball, they have the speed to get up in time, find a dunk. Blyncsy can't get the touch. J-Bot's still going for it. And J-Bot didn't even have any boost. He still got the shot on net with 0 boost in the tank. The man is a monster, doesn't stop. Zookeepers continue their roll.
That's what happens when you boost star for long enough. Eventually, you're going to have an aerial. You're going to have just about enough to get there, and sometimes not even that. A little bit of a whiff, but only 2-0. They've kept these series at least within striking distance. Or Jolly Roger, but in the final 2 minutes, it looks like Zookeepers are fired on all cylinders. 2 players up for that one, no contact. So Jolly Roger will be able to advance out temporarily. TKD up to with Blyncsy, a little bit of deflection into the middle. Arcade and Blyncsy just waiting along the side of it, but Bambi dances around both of them, and back onto offense they go.
I said Square One might take this tournament, but I'm kind of leaning towards Zookeepers after what I'm seeing. I think this Jolly Roger team is even more impressive than the competition that we saw up against Square One in the first series, and still Zookeepers are making it look easy. Very simple, clean, polished rotations. The mechanics all are there. Bambi even a couple of wave dashes to his name to dribble around some opponents. This has been a monster showing, I'd say, from all 3 players. And initially it was an MVP vote for Bambi, but I can see J-Bot or Tool both taking that title.
We're seeing if Jolly Roger can dig something out of this game. Maybe an errant pass like that. J-Bot just about gets to it. Bambi with the extension into the corner. No touch, so Blyncsy has some space to roam. On the pre-flip, J-Bot perfectly cut out, and the extension to boot. Bambi will have to really force Arcade into this one. And another pass across. TKD with a gather. Tries to get the flick, but again, it will be deflected. And another clear, and the redirect from Bambi for number 3. Zookeepers, what can you do to stop a team that can hit stuff like this?
First of all, why is Bambi all the way on the other side? Second of all, how does he hit that shot? He's coming from the polar opposite side of the ball, finds the perfect redirection, and those are so difficult, Taco, because if you find any more power on that ball or adjust your car slightly going forward, you're going to throw that ball even towards your own side and potentially own goal. But Bambi, picture perfect. The exact angle is found. And then now he even dunks his teammate just out of pure toxicity in the game. What a god.
This is incredible to see. This is just really top-notch play. And even though the scoreline isn't those 8-0, 7-0, you never feel like while watching this series that Zookeepers are out of control. They always seem to be controlling the tempo. They're rotating in flawlessly, and even more importantly and more impressively, in my opinion, every challenge they go for, they are making Jolly Roger sweat. And most of the time, they're even getting deflections or 50s. They're so difficult to play against just playing defense. But on top of that, even when you try to get upfield, they're just so quick to the ball. They're going to take another game. Zookeepers on a roll here, and that's 3-0.
Absolutely ridiculous, and I'm having a blast watching Zookeepers throw some very unique plays at Jolly Roger's defense. We're seeing some creative passing. They have the opportunity now and some relaxation, I'd say, on the field because they're not getting pressed too hard for boost starvation or any offense out of Jolly Roger. It's really just light work for Zookeepers here, Taco.
And it's really nice to see. So another game down and another time where Jolly Roger has to go back to the drawing board. And so we will take yet another Nerd Focus game break and let them recuperate.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Ugh. And Turtle, right now, from Zookeeper's perspective, it's interesting. It's almost like game number 1 and 2. You saw moments where Jolly Roger got some offense, got some shots off, and then it's almost like Zookeeper's plugging that into a supercomputer, figuring out where the weakness is, stitch it up, and then they just keep improving. They're machines. Everything working so well for them, and now they're just one game away from playing square one. And then we can actually put down those predictions and be able to actually see the execution of which one of those teams will be able to do it. However, still got to win one more. The option is still there, or at least the opportunity is still there for Jolly Roger to make their statement, but they're going to have to do it in a reverse sweep here.
Yeah. I don't want to be that guy and just say that there's no chance, because there certainly is a possibility that Jolly Roger can get back into the series. But again, you're facing a best-of-7 reverse sweep up against Zookeepers, who are certainly feeling themselves, and you can already see Tool going for some crazy mechanics. Bambi with the midfield pass maybe to somebody else, but no. Instead, Zookeepers decide to play a bit more passive, and I can only see this going Jolly Roger's way in this game if they score first. I'm telling you guys, at this level, in this tournament where the nerves are pretty high, scoring first means so much. You can start that confident move toward the opponent's half. You can feel a lot of the energy just after getting that first goal, knowing you can break the defense. That's what Jolly Roger need. They need reassurance. Somebody's got to step up to the plate. It could be any three of these players, but somebody's got to do it.
Nice little extension there. J-Bot had to throw that away. Still barely gets the cut out. We'll slow it down temporarily. Blynxy will get a 50, but J-Bot will be able to set up their dribble. A little bit of deflection, Harkeen into the ceiling. Bambi will get a nice touch, and even there where it feels like Bambi's just desperately trying to get up, it's all planned. It's all pass, and Tool barely misses out on their double tap, and we're going to keep on playing. But Zookeepers, what a quick counter. Just 2 or 3 passes, and it's a scoring threat.
A close opportunity from Tool there, but the crossbar down bounce wasn't in his favor. He barely missed out, but they're still moving out on offense, trying to get a better 50-50. There is Tool, but Blynxy is in position. Nice little clear, and maybe a solo dribble, but he's taken out by Tool. And you can just tell that Zookeepers on their rotations, they're coming back on defense. They are doing everything in their power to make it easier for their teammates. Tool getting a demo there. Now another 50-50. Bambi gets the pre-jump save, and there's space galore for Tool to move this ball down the field.
Blynxy with a decent attempt on the aerial, and it's so heartbreaking. They actually had that nice offense. TKD shot it on target. Zookeepers didn't deal with it. And then there's just no one on the follow. That third man rotation really lacking for Jolly Roger, and I think that is one of their biggest issues on offense. They don't have that many opportunities when they do pop up, but when they do appear, you need to be able to at least get something on them. So they still have 3 minutes to go, and they've kept the score level. Zookeeper still looking for a way to pickpocket through the defense. A little bit of demo might help. Harkeen slowing that one down. Pass one. Tool chooses not to challenge. A high lob will leave it for Blynxy. Extension through. Weak clear. TKD right into the defender. And Tool will be able to clear that one out, and Harkeen will be able to gather it temporarily into the corner. A little bit of a giveaway, but no danger. Blynxy gathers it again, and down the sideline we go. Keep on playing as we reach halftime. Still no goals. Tool will try one more, but it will be turned away.
We've seen some lovely defense out of all 3 members from Zookeepers, but in particular, Tool the past minute or so has been pretty much a brick wall that Jolly Roger cannot get through. He has been fake challenging constantly in the midfield, and then whenever he's left in a 1v1 situation, he's super patient, allows his teammates to get back on defense, and then he goes for the challenge. But maybe here's a chance for Jolly Roger. There's a double commit, and Tool's a little bit far out, but Harkeen doesn't find the touch or the shot on net, and he's left to go back looking for a boost and possibly wanting a second chance.
TKD tries a pinch, but doesn't quite get it. Another long clear out. Blynxy. A little bit of combination, but ultimately just a throwaway to that backboard. J-Bot with the extension, gets past one, pays it their life. TKD right on target. It's another sitter. Harkeen, they're racing for it, but Bambi just a little closer yet again. Zookeepers was edging out on this challenge game, but they're in a need of a goal themselves. Maybe with a little touch like that could open it up. Tool, a rare miss. Harkeen, that's a roller on target. Bambi has to race all the way back, and we'll get that long clear, and this is the closest game we've seen. Jolly Roger still needs that final touch to be able to extend the series.
Oh, maybe here we see something out of Harkeen as he gets past one defender. Nice little flick to Dominus. So good at getting those strong monstrosities of flicks. But J-Bot now moving forward can't get the touch. The midfield game has been stepped up from Jolly Roger. Maybe this is their game, the one where we see a comeback. Unless Bambi has something to say about it. Went for the flip reset fake, landed under it. Couldn't find the shot. Defense looking solid on both sides. I'm not sure who's going to break first.
Might just come down to one moment of brilliance. Tool trying to provide it. J-Bot open shot on target, and that's top shelf. And what a surprise. Wow. Passing play from Zookeepers will open us up here.
And a lot of these goals from Zookeepers have been because somebody is so far downfield and can get in front of that clear right away. A lot of times in Rocket League, you'll see a team find very stale rotations where everybody's just focused on getting back, but instead Zookeepers always have a player forward waiting to intercept and find a touch on a clear. We just saw Tool do exactly that. Get the pass out to J-Bot, and of course J-Bot doesn't miss, finds the upper right corner.
And that's exactly what you want to see from a team competing for a prize like a team contract. When you get that open net, when you have the opportunity to bury it, the series, the game, everything, you got to take it. Blynxy trying to provide the same. DKD, another extension. Harkey, that's a heck of a read, and they are not able to make it. So now J-Bot burning down time. Final 10 seconds. Zookeepers putting a bow on it. What a save. And now a full court carry required. Harkeen on the sideline. Tips it up. They're not able to get it. It's still in the air. But Tool will flick it on, and Bambi will send it home. Zookeepers able to put the cherry on top. That's the game. 2-0 on the game, 4-0 on the series. Zookeepers moving on to face off against Square One.
Man, just adding insult to injury right there. You could have let it drop, but instead you keep it up just to flex the possession game that you have. Zookeepers looking on fire. I'm so impressed. You know, I've always been a solid fan of Zookeepers, but I've never paid too close attention to them because it's been a bit difficult to see them pop off, obviously, with the competition we have in RLCS. But Zookeepers in this series alone, they've got my attention. I'm excited to see how they perform against Square One. That's going to be one heck of a match, and nobody's going to want to miss that. But my goodness, just taking a look at the replays, it has been a very dynamic approach on offense. We either see solo plays from J-Bot, Tool with the air dribbles. We saw Bambi with incredible saves. Somebody was always downfield. There was a wide range of attacks that Zookeepers could throw at Jolly Roger Taco, and it was so fun to watch.
And I think the thing that really speaks to me about this game is that even when Jolly Roger started to counter and adapt, Zookeepers have to do that. Anytime you have one team start to change up their approach, play a little bit slower, maybe look for more infield passes, or just try to play off the ceiling, just cause some chaos, you also have to take that and figure out some way to counter it. And every time Zookeepers were met with adversity, they were able to find the solution and then slowly craft a way to get out of those situations. I think that's exactly what you want out of a champion in really any tournament, but especially in a competition like this, where you got to bring it for a whole best of 7. And boy, did they. Another sweep under the belt, but those are the two favorites delivering on the promise that they laid down in just their reputation in the scene. Very well done by the Zookeepers. And so we will be able to move on here, and it's just lovely to see. And I think hats off to Jolly Roger, but ultimately sometimes when you're faced off against a team this promising, it's tough to live up to their billing.
I'm actually nervous because this Square One Zookeepers matchup is going to be crazy. I didn't know we'd be getting these close of matchups right away, but this is going to be one that you're not going to want to miss, folks. Please tune in for that one, and also obviously the next few series, but we're just getting down to the wire. This has been a fantastic day, and we're only 2 series in.
Yeah, I'm going to need a Nerd Focus or just some water, and I'm sure all of you guys need some hydration as well. These series are only going to get better, as Turtle said, so we'll be right back after a brief break with more of The Search.
When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution. HEB. HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. I am joined automatically here with Bambi from the Zookeepers. Can you hear me out there, my friend?
Yes, I could.
All right, nice talking to you once more, back in it again for this weekend. From the previous weekend to this weekend, the competition is surely to get a little bit better here. Although I think you guys were playing pretty squarely against the team that you just beat, Jolly Roger. The next matchup, I think I want to talk about a little bit more. Square One, and you guys are going to be going up against it to qualify for a spot in the finals tomorrow. How do you feel about your odds in that matchup going against a more evenly matched team?
I mean, I got to be confident here. I feel like we're going to do good. I know recently Square One has actually been doing really good. And our roster has never actually played against theirs. I know that they added like Zanil. It used to be Heck Karma and someone else, but they added Zanil. And I think that was a good pickup. So they're definitely going to be challenging. But I have confidence in the boys, and I feel like we're going to pull through. So.
Well, when I spoke to Zanil, they said almost the exact thing. They're like, well, we never played them before, but we know it's going to be a tough matchup coming into it. Now, I already got your past, present, and future Rocket League experience, right? So let's stick mostly to this tournament and, you know, the major players coming into it. Who are you most worried about coming into this potential matchup here? We have you playing Square One, but there's still Team.exe, there's still Board, there's still Nefarious. So who potentially could give Zookeepers the best run for their money?
Vibrance is still in it too, right?
Yes, they haven't played yet, so they're in it, but they haven't been confirmed the next round. Although,
so I would definitely
probably it'll be safe.
Yeah, I would definitely be saying either Nefarious or Vibrance are probably like the top challenges for us. Mainly because Vibrance has been doing like really good recently too. They just had a good showing yesterday for a tournament that I was watching, and Nefarious has also been really good. I feel like us and Nefarious have always been in like the same kind of boat. But yeah, those are the two teams I'm looking for to beat.
And speaking of being in the same, boat, right? You guys are both bubble teams. You know, you've been on a roster before that has a salaried position, but are no longer with that org, etc., etc. Coming into this, you know, what would it mean for you guys again to restate to win this solidified contract to compete in the RLCS next season? Do you think it would help you go to the next level, or do you think it's just business as usual?
Oh yeah, it would definitely help us get to the next level. When our team was actually with Down to Earth, our previous org, I felt like there was like just a lot of motivation to become better. So I feel like when there's an org backing you up, you just have all that more that you just want to get better, and you just want to impress them because you don't want to fail them, since they're going to be paying you a lot of money, and you want to compete with the best. So that's it.
Well, I think having the backing of the organization as well as a monetary stability really helps, because you have an objective, right? You have something that you are contracted to complete, and I think that chip on your shoulder, although it might be a deterrent for some, is really a motivator for others. And I think that's where you guys are finding yourself. Last question going forward. Who in this particular field of players have you been the most impressed with? I'm talking about an individual performance here. You know, is it going to be Zanil from Zookeepers, or are we talking Stealth over on the side of Team.exe? Like, who is your player that you most look to in this bracket?
I would have to probably say Oath. Oath he's a really good player, really mechanical, and he's smart too. So when you get a smart and mechanical player together, it's when it becomes dangerous. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking out for Oath and his team too, because the rest of his team is also very mechanical and smart. But yeah.
Well, that is your vote of confidence going for the side of Vibrance. And so that's not a player that I would particularly look for, but hey, you know more than me. So potentially we'll be seeing Oath coming up here in 2 matches. But I'm going to say farewell on the broadcast for you. So this is going to be the second to last game you'll be playing. You got one more matchup versus Square One, and that will be going on later on the broadcast. So thanks for coming on the stream once again.
Appreciate you having me.
All right, everybody. Yeah, that was been Bambi, everybody. Thanks for joining us one more time. We want to give a shout out to HEB and their future pro cam. Make sure to go to heb.com to not waste any time. Get back in the game, fuel up and grind so you can get into your next session. I know when I lived in Texas, HEB was my major grocer. I think it's grocer. And they were the best people to help get me past the crazy times we live in, because they had contactless pickup. Every curbside order was free over $30, which is like pretty much an entire grocery order. So it was very phenomenal to have that kind of experience. So we have another planned program here with Lordenzo, who is a content creator with the Houston Outlaws, and they're interviewing a member of the team that's going to be playing next, Frequence, and he has Flitz on the line. Let's check that out.
What is up, Beasley Esports fans? It is your boy Lord Enzo. I am back here again with some more interviews with our upcoming Rocket League talent search. I am with my boy Flitz. How's it going, my man?
It's going good. It's going good.
Awesome, dude. So I know you're with Team Frequence. How are the guys feeling right now? What should the fans expect moving into the round of 16?
I'd say we're feeling good. I think we're practicing a lot more than some of these other teams out here, and we're definitely going to give it our all. We're scrimming twice a day, minimum 5 times a week, so at least 10 scrims a week. We're putting in the work. We're going to be ready for this.
Awesome, man. Awesome. And I can tell from like everything, you guys are super excited based off your socials. So yeah, man. So with Kiri and Shia on your team, how does that look? I know you guys have a lot of firepower on your team. What are you guys doing differently than other teams out there right now that Beasley and the fans should be really, really excited about come the round of 16?
I think one thing especially is with Kiri. I think he's very mechanical. Like, he used to be a freestyler before he was a competitor. And so him bringing those mechanics and putting it into the competitive play is something that I think a lot of players aren't able to replicate. And I think his mechanical ability and some of the shots that he's able to pull off, especially under pressure, is something that I think a lot of these teams might not be able to handle.
Nice. So you're basically telling me big players make big time plays when it counts.
Of course.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Well, Flitz, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day, man. Thank you guys so much, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Welcome back, everybody. That was Flitz from Team Frequence, and we are joined by another caster. We have Leaf back on the broadcast, as well as Danger Taco. We'll go ahead and throw it over to Leaf for the introduction this morning. How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. Ready to look at some Rocket League and see what these teams got to bring us. Because again, this is the final weekend. A lot of these teams work really hard to get here. You heard it from Flitz himself. They've been working hard in that time for today as well. So honestly, I'm expecting some really clean, crisp Rocket League.
Let's go over this tweet here. It's from Michael White, is Shadow, which I think is one of the operating. I'm gonna get his title wrong, but he's like the administrator for the Rocket League team now over at Beasley. So another dominating performance from the Zookeepers in the second match of today. Super excited to see them play against Square One to see who qualifies for Sunday finals. And I bet you are excited to see, because you are potentially looking at one of your potential teams that you're going to be signing in those 2 rosters. I think they potentially will have a very good chance. So let's talk a little bit about the next matchup coming up with our help from our lovely people here at Nerd Focus. I'm going to try to get this very nice logo on camera right there. And I'm going to do the taco as well with the pinky out, and I can do.
There you go.
I didn't do it right. If you tilt it, the logo turns off sideways.
Gotta get that picturesque.
gotta during break. I gotta like focus on. I gotta get these reps in, right? I gotta get this motion going forward, right? Okay, so the next matchup will be Frequence going up against Catch-22, and here's the bracket to look at. Square One Zookeepers is our first decided quarterfinal matchup, and we have Team.exe that played Odyssey off stream, and they 4-0'd him in a convincing fashion. Nothing but sweeps thus far on the bracket on the left side. Taking a look on the right side, it's going to be a similar situation. Dream beats Lights Out 4-0. Nefarious beats Beppis 4-0 as well, and Board takes on the Blues. So we have 6 teams into the quarterfinals thus far. We are waiting on our final 2 teams, which will be either Frequent and Catch-22, or will be Vibrance and Isolated. I already have my bet on which 2 teams those will be, but we still have to get into it and decide it in the game. Frequence and Catch-22. I feel this will be our closest match yet, personally, from what I see. Flitz gets my recommendation for best well-spoken player. I think his interviews are really, really good, and he's like, "Yeah, we've been putting in the work," and you know, he gives a very good response that's more eloquent than the typical player response that's just like, "Yeah, we did good," and
more eloquent than half the casters too.
We're gonna get out there and play the game, and we're gonna do it very John Madden style. Right? Play the game, score the goals. That's what they'll do. Anyway, Catch-22 is Jacob, Perma, and Riker. Frequence is Flitz, Shay, and Kiri. Danger Taco. Again, I lean on you heavily here. Welcome back. Which of these names jumps out to you here?
Well, Frequence is a team of people who have either been in RLCS or are in that bubble scene, but Catch-22 are actually all good buddies of mine, actually. We all are coaches within Forge Coaching, so we help out other people, but these guys basically out the womb been playing with each other, plus or minus like 12 years. But basically, a lot of chemistry involved in this team. They've been running tournaments for a long time. They've been waiting for opportunities like this, and they love entering tournaments. And then once they actually got into it and they got qualified, they realized, oh, wait, this is actually real now. Okay, well, time to turn it up to 11. So I think these guys are super motivated, and knowing them, they've definitely been prepping for a long time for this. Granted, first round, of course, always going to be difficult, especially in that final 16. So Frequence coming up with all that experience, with all that mechanical skill to be able to reach out as we see Flitz flex in the RLCSX contender tag. It'll be a stiff matchup. I would like to think that Catch-22 can hang in this, but it really comes down to this is a team, just like the prior series, where one team has a lot of skill, a lot of experience, playing fast, playing at that consistent pro level. It's just whether or not the non-pros, the up-and-coming players, can actually reach that level and keep it consistent across a whole best of 7.
Well, they're going to have to play against Team.exe even if they win this matchup, which I feel like is that's one of those teams that are in the league of their own. But before we jump to that gun, Leaf, thoughts on these 2 teams, Frequence and Catch-22?
Yeah.
I mean, personally, like, I'm not super familiar, even though we do have some RLCS level players. Like, this is like a, 32 to 62, or 64 to 32 type of team placing. And what are your thoughts on this?
Well, again, I think Taco said it well. You know, you have a team like Catch-22 that works well together. They got that synergy. I think you may have the possibility of underestimating that solo power. We've seen Flitz pop off before. Just go out on his own. He's cleaning up goal after goal. He also talked about how the team's been working together, scrimming a lot, like 10 scrims a week. That is a lot of opportunity to get your team in sync, to work on things, to make sure you're smooth. So I feel like you said it before, Fickle, that you think this is going to be one of those closest matchups, and I'm going to agree with you on this one because all these players have been putting in the work, and they know how each other play. But I do expect Flitz to show us what he's got yet again.
Well, as a fellow host, sure you can appreciate this segue. Talking about the predictions coming into it, I'll go back to you. If you think it's going to be close, then what do you think the matchup will be?
You know what? It's so tough because it is going to be close. I'm going to say it's going to be we'll just go 4-3 for Frequence.
Okay, you got the Frequence on the bid. Now, Danger Taco, all bias aside,
he's not putting it aside.
Taking away from your notoriety of these other players on Catch-22, unbiased opinion, who will take this in this best of 7?
It's tough because even without bias, I know how good these players can be when I play with them or against them, or really just watch them play or see the fruits of their labor within tournaments. And I don't know if they've been really putting in 10 scrims a week as Frequence has, but I know that they've been playing forever together. And I think that chemistry shows through. I think one of the biggest issues that I was looking at in some of the former teams when they're playing against the Frequence level, the Zookeepers, the Square One levels, is that they just didn't seem in sync. I do not think that's an issue with Catch-22. It's only a matter of speed. I think it might be shaky at the gates, but I think they will stabilize, and it will be a close matchup. I will also go 7 series, but I'm going to give it to my boys on Catch-22. I think they have the fire within them. I would love to see them go forward, and I think if they bring their A game, it's going to be a tight series.
Well, speaking of NSYNC, we're going to have to say bye to one of these teams as the match is underway. I'll give my prediction. I think Frequence is going to take this, and I think it's going to be a 4-2. I don't think it's going to go the distance. I think Frequence knows what this means, and they're going to put in the work to show up today. So, bad puns aside, let's throw it into the match with Leaf and Danger Taco in this best of 7 between Frequence and Catch-22. Take it away.
I don't know why he has to set us off on that foot. That's we have to try to recover that. Okay. But, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about my pick now, mostly because Fickle agreed with me. But because you went against it, and with your ear to the ground a little bit more here, obviously you got a bit more insight into a lot of the outcomes from these teams, these players, and how they play. You know, what is going to be that edge coming into this best of 7 here for Catch-22?
I think for me, it's really just about minimizing mistakes. I think any team at the level of Frequence, of Zookeepers, of Square One are just eating up mistakes. Even if it just seems like, oh, we don't have a player on the ball for a split second, that's all they need to strike. For example, Jakob caught in no man's land, and that was just going to get lobbed right over.
Hey, yeah, I mean, my call off the bat was watch out for Flitz. He's going to clean up goals. If you give him those mistakes, those opportunities like you're just talking about, Flitz is going to be that guy to pounce on them. He knows how to move.
And we get a little call out here. So we will go to a brief pause here as we do have a pause request coming in. So a little bit of lag. So I think we're just trying to figure that out in the meantime. But of course, it's a good thing to call it out earlier rather than later as we see that one goal. And I was mentioned Jakob in no man's land, so it might have been a little bit of disconnect. But either way, it just still shows that when that opportunity comes up, at least on the side of Frequence, they're going to be able to strike quickly. And again, it just shows that minimal margin for error at this level. You feel like, I think when you're playing ranked, sometimes you can let some weirdness go and you kind of just move around. That does not exist in a private match where everyone's in comms, everyone's in tune with each other. And I think this is really what I'm waiting for this series. Who can capitalize on those more?
Yeah, again, I've said it a few times now, but my eye is still on Flitz, and he showed right there. So even if it was, something that usually wouldn't happen, he jumped on that opportunity. I've seen it many times before him pop off with solo plays. You saw a little bit of confusion at the beginning. If one team capitalizes, that's a game one already out of the way for the team. But it is a best of 7, and changes can come down the line here. But I don't expect it to be goals that frequency. I tried to say their name. I tried to work it in. It didn't work. So I'm off to a bad start here. But with a full best of 7 ahead, that's I feel like that goal and that start is completely wash it aside, and we're going to start fresh here again.
And so we will be able to restart there. We'll kick back off right after that goal in, so that will indeed count. We have to see if we do see a little bit brighter side of Catch-22 off the bat. Sperma will try the attack there. Riker will continue off the ceiling, a little bit of a 50. So Riker now from the corner will leave it to Jakob. Tucked over one with an extension in hand. Good touch 4, but Kiri equal to it. Right now it seems like the long ball somewhat being resigned to by Catch-22. Not too much really teamwork going on. Not too many passes coming through from either player, as I think they're getting warm into the series. So maybe the teamwork will come in time.
Yeah, again, I said, reset momentum. That first goal in a best of 7 doesn't necessarily mean a lot. It's not super indicative of what is going to happen for the rest of the series. And that's been very true. The rest of that first minute has been a lot more open in the field. It hasn't been cramped up on the side of Catch-22. So hopefully they're looking to gather themselves some space and some passing plays as well. They are going for a lot of the solos at the moment.
And they got to keep those comms clear, though. Riker double tap, but Jakob also up for it. So now they'll have to regain from their own backline. Kiri jumps right on top of that one. Flitz on top of the follow-up off the corner. Shay quickly up, but doesn't have the read. In fact, hits it backwards. Perma tries to pass out to Riker, but a bit too far. So another tap forward with these short passes starting to come out for Catch-22. The extension play from Perma just out of reach from Riker. The idea is there, but these hits just a little bit too far sometimes, just out of the reach of the teammates, and they can't get those extensions.
Flitz looking for a passing play upfield. Kiri tries to get that one centered, but Jakob will take that ball away. It's Kiri again just to intercept. What a touch to try to get that one to the net. It does go wide and rolls wide as well. Flitz couldn't get a finish on that. Riker looking for that backboard play. Double commit there doesn't really matter too much because they got it clear to the other end, and that's a little bit of confusion on the goal line. Shay's like, yeah, can I have it? Thank you.
That's brutal from Jakob. And I almost feel for exactly that situation where ball's going that quickly off the pinch down the line. You can take it up and over. You can maybe try to dribble it across. You can maybe try to cut it out. And then there's so many options. You think, okay, well, all I got to do is get a pinch. It'll go up the corner. And then unfortunately, all Jakob did was just kick that one right into the dirt. And it's going to be a sitter for Frequence. Now 2-0, almost 3-0. That nice save from Jakob, but they're starting to heat up a little bit and starting to cruise into a nice position. You can sit on a 2-goal lead. Can't do that as much when you just only have one on the board.
Kiri feeling it right now, attempting a double flip reset and actually threw his teammate off. That'll give a chance for Catch-22 to attack. It's a push from Perma. Jakob's up just to keep the pressure in, but without boost, they've fallen back just a little bit. Give it a little bit of space here to the Frequence half. They still can't get out. Maybe a 50. Nope, that's still pressure at midfield. And there, chance for Riker. Shot! And that will make it to the back of the net.
That's great positioning from Riker right there. And credit to Jakob throwing it high, just high enough that Shay can't get a clean contact, but can't say the same about that shot. Good putback, especially on the open net. And it's chances like that Catch-22 have not taken advantage of down the stretch, but maybe this is the start of something new here in game number 1. We're back to a 1-goal margin. They might have a little bit of momentum to carry, though. Right as I say that, Kiri gets set up for an open shot. 2 on the backboard will get a brief deflection. Shay will extend it again, and Catch-22 will put that one across into their corner.
And with 1:30 left, there are a goal up. They just have to hold on to that, but they've been starting to feel a bit of the pressure. Hard clear there buys them a little bit of relief. But it doesn't last for long. They end up back in their own end. Demo's starting to come out now as well. Kiri, I think getting bullied there in the net, does manage to get a touch. That's still going to be dangerous in the net. Kiri will have to get a second, push it out. But look at the pressure now starting up. Catch-22, they know they need a goal in 60 seconds. Otherwise, game 1 will go to Catch-22. And with a third goal on the board, it looks like it just might.
2 people on the near post, but only 1 striking that shot. Flitz completely unimpeded from the defense. We'll be able to get that one, slide it in between the defender and the near post. And again, that's what I'm talking about. Frequence just tucking into those gaps in the defense, putting hard shots on, and more importantly, putting them on target and with pace. So difficult to save. And now back to that 2-goal margin. Catch-22 going to have to dig themselves out yet again, and it's only going to get worse if you can't get those clears. Shay for number 4.
Yeah, this one's in. Look at Flitz. What a touch. And Shay with the trust that that's coming straight down. I told you, keep an eye on Flitz because there's a lot of times he likes to flex that creative mind, and there he is on the way back getting involved. Great drop pass. 40 seconds left. Taco, I'm going to have to say I think game 1 is going over to Frequence here.
I'd have to agree with you. I think Catch-22 had their hand in it. They've had some good passes. They've had really good extension plays, but ultimately it's stuff like that where they get near the ball, not quite touch it, or challenge the ball around where they need to, get a pinch that goes errant, just get the clear just slightly out of their bumper's reach. And it's moments like that that you have to shake off, especially going into game number 2. Frequence certainly not infallible, though. A little bit of an awkward giveaway, and Catch-22 is at least there to punish those mistakes.
Hey, I mean, it feels good at least to grab a couple goals. You don't want to feel like it's blowout in game number 1. Just mentally that can start to wear on you. So grabbing another goal here while 17 seconds left. I don't know if they'll get 2. Possible. I don't know if they'll be able to do it. At least feels good to get yourselves on the board a little bit closer coming into that second match.
A little bit of deflection. Actually, Riker may be able to get one on the far post. Not able to tuck that one in. If that one went in, would have been a deceptively close scoreline here, but ultimately this game will go down maybe with one more, but even that one can't go in, and this is a warm-up game. I think Frequence will hope for that. They get a win, but down the stretch, got a little antsy, but game one does ultimately belong to them.
And now Catch-22 is going to need this moment coming up, so let's take our Nerd Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
There it is, game one. Taco going to Frequence. You had your eye on Catch-22. Do you feel like any of the problems that they had in this first game are overwhelming to the point that this series will be out of reach, or do you feel like everything that they had to deal with is stuff that they're fully capable of dealing with?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, this is encouraging. You do take a loss, yes, but I'm not wringing my hands and saying, oh, here we go. It's really all fixable. It's just brief lack of polish in moments, just don't get the pinch or just slightly misread a bounce or maybe get too eager trying to get up on attack and predict a play and it goes in a different way, and that kind of errant move is what you get punished on. Stuff like that is fixable as you go on to the next game. And I think Catch-22, if they can be able to advance cleanly and be able to get those nice touches down the line and not give up those kind of freebie goals, they're right back in it. I think Frequence is playing well, and if they continue on this path, they just have to rely on mistakes. But once Catch-22 catches up, then it'll start to be a little bit more of a game of adaptations.
I wanted you to be overly dramatic and wring your hands on it and say that, no, it is done. There's no way they're coming back. Because if they do, it's just even more intense, you know?
Throwing down the headset.
Yeah, it's gone. It's done.
I missed that note on the script. Sorry.
Yeah. No, they still do have, bit of a hill to climb. They're down a game now, and it did seem to be that whatever Frequence was doing was just a little bit out front of what Catch-22 was managing here. And look at these plays from Frequence right now. What do you do when they're touching the ball like this? It is just straight down into teammates every 2 seconds.
That's how you creatively use rotation. Shea pressures the first ball, and they land on the backboard. Instead of rotating out, what do? They use that positioning. And I always say you got to manage the backboard. Usually it's for the redirect off of the actual wall, but very rarely is it an actual teammate. And that's a couple times now that Frequence has posted player up there instead of rotating back, finding them, and they get a dividend. I think they're 2 for 2 on that. Catch-22 tried to find their first one off the double tap, but they will not find it, and they're going to have to deal with another counterattack. Good stop by Perma to cut that first attack out.
At the same time, they were struggling to get out there. A miss, though, is going to open up an opportunity for Jakob, and he'll put one away early on the board this game.
Nice touch by Jakob, and it's a very deep clear that Shea is just too far away from. You got to wonder, maybe they played that passive. That would be a little bit easier for them to touch, but ultimately just out of their reach. And so we will be pausing briefly, so we're back to our lovely faces, or at least I'd hope they're lovely, because we had a player get kicked back to the main menu, so they're going to join back real quick. But at least it's a little bit of a breather, though. It's very rare that you get a mid-game timeout.
Yeah, that's true. It is something that I think a lot of people have theory crafted. What happens if we're able to, after a goal, pause, use a timeout, right? Like a tactical timeout. This is a technical timeout, but imagine if you could, how much that would change. Like if you're they just score 3 goals in a row, you want to disrupt that momentum. Being able to put it in there, I don't know if it'd work, but it's always fun to theory craft.
I'm waiting for a tournament to make a terrible admin decision to allow 3 in-game timeouts per team in a 5-minute match. That's exactly what I want, but we'll have to wait to see it. And we'll have to wait to see how this series turns out as well, as we'll see a restart of game number 2. And Catch-22 is fully on the field yet again, and they're looking to extend that 1 goal they get. I think it's really going to be down to these midfield challenges. As I say that, Shea with an open shot, but it's off the bar. Kiri's trying to get that again off the woodwork again. Flitz on the follow, and third time, not the charm. Catch-22 defense will hold temporarily. The miss, though, and all of that for naught, just simply due to the lack of contact.
Yeah, that first shot from Kiri looked like... Kiri's like, do I pass this off the sideboard? Do I shoot it? Ultimately, it didn't work out, but turns around, and Kiri had enough boost just to stay in the play, stays on it, recognizes that Catch-22 is not in a good position defensively right now. And the second goal comes out for Frequence. 3:30 left on the clock, plenty of time for an answer here for Catch-22 as they are down 1-0 in this best of 7. I will say, at least in my eyes, a lot of this control still feels, Taco, to be in the hands of Frequence.
I think they're the ones that have been dictating the flow of this game. They have been getting more consistent follow-up shots. I think that's one thing that I always am so amazed by at this highest level of play is a team's ability to seemingly rotate back, but almost it seems like they're never off the ball. They're just constantly getting touches on to keep pressure, keep the ball on the backboard, hammer shots on the back line, and I think that's what Frequence is doing with greater success than Catch-22. Catch-22 has their moments, but that's really all they are. It's just brief moments that they need to find into a way to have sustainable offense, not just these little glimmers of a shot.
Curie up now. Flip reset under 1 over the second, but no follow-up off that corner, and that will fly back down into the orange half. Perma, touch out. Riker tries to get that bottom right corner. There's the follow-up from Jakob. You said it. It's just few brief moments, and they capitalize on this one.
Well, it takes all 3 on this one. Perma sets it up, and it doesn't need to be a perfect pass, just in the path of Riker, and Riker does their job, puts it on target, although a little help from the woodwork will keep that one out for Frequence. And that's that third man. Sometimes that's what it takes. To break down a good defense, you need all 3 pitching in. Jakob's positioning will pay the bills on that one. Back to a tie game right at midway through game number 2, and a lot cleaner looking from Catch-22, and they need to carry this through in the final half of game number 2 to be able to actually get their win here.
Boost still there. Coming out from, I believe it was Shea on the rotate back. Just having to force that Catch-22 defense to scramble for something here. Flitz, you talked about always being on the ball, makes a cut into the box. And Riker had no idea where that attacker was coming from. Third goal for Frequence now.
It's such a brutal thing. Flitz is doing so many tiny touches. Same with Riker, and Jakob almost tucking it through on the immediate answer. So Catch-22 is not getting down in the dumps about giving up these goals. They almost struck right back, but ultimately Frequence gets that save. And honestly, as close as this game has been, this 1-goal margin might be all it takes.
Oh, good attempt there from Catch-22. They almost worked together for a shot. Look at all the flip resets coming out here. Flitz the third man. Trusting his teammates' recovery, just pushes themselves in. Doomsies that one away, and a 4th goal on the board.
I mean, Flitz right here, as he touches that, I'm like, oh, that's a good pass. I completely didn't notice that they landed flawlessly and gets the dish. And he said Flitz was the player that was in the interview. They're well-spoken, they're prepared, and they are showing up right now. He is getting these tight goals. He is making the offense happen. And same with Frequence. They now have that 2-goal lead, and they're looking confident yet again.
Well, confidence is key there. I mean, Flitz goes up for that. 2 of his teammates are still kind of recovering in that half. You make a mistake there, that could be a hard clear or breakaway chance for Catch-22. So Flitz having the confidence in his teammates' recovery and his own ability to score that ball solo. Confidence is absolutely key.
We'll see off a ceiling hit here. Jakob can't reach around to tap that one on target, so instead, Frequence will get their clear. Kiri, a little bit of an extension. Perma fakes inside. Look over 2. Jakob can't get that touch. Perma will follow it themselves. They're just briefly off. Another pass in the middle. Perma too quick to it, but Flitz fakes him out. I think was trying on Catch-22 to play the dunk, but none came in. So a missed opportunity, which could be crucial, especially as we enter the final 30 seconds here.
Yeah, 2 goals down. They need one on this play, on this drive, to give themselves a chance for a tie game. May bring it to overtime, but they're just not finding that opening. Feels like some of their touches are just, you know, they have options, but they're just choosing the wrong option a lot of times. And Frequence is taking advantage of those calls and those touches to keep them at bay and push them back into their own half. 5 seconds left. Taco, this is going to be a game 2 to Frequence as well.
Unfortunate for Catch-22. Even though I think they improved in this game, it's still ultimately that same scoreline from game number 1. And sometimes that's just what happens when you start to make progress, but you're still giving up goals off of similar plays, just these lovely solo plays from Frequence. If you can't stop them, that's going to be your downfall.
2 games down now, so it's time for our HEB game break.
For the next Rocket League team is presented by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at HEB.com and download the HEB app today.
Up 2 in a best of 7. It's not all over for Catch-22, but there's definitely a missing component here, Taco, for Catch-22. Frequence has controlled the flow for about 2 games in a row now. Catch-22 isn't going to want to sit there just looking for, these small opportunities here and there. They're going to want more control on that field.
I think the main issue that I'm seeing here is almost they're trying to play too predictive. It's good to be able to play reactively at times, but also get ahead of the play. But a couple times we saw them actually advance up with a lot of conviction, and it was almost like they had a plan in place, and then they just falter, they backflip, or they panic a little bit. We saw Perma actually have an open shot. I think they had the beat on Flitz, but then they thought Flitz would have the read, so they backed to try to get a 50, and none came in. So just tiny things like that. If you have a play, if you commit 100%, you can't have any hesitation, because I think that derails the plan. But I am enthusiastic about the improvements I did see. They held that even for a long stretch of time. Now it's just about building on that as we kick into game number 3.
Up 2 games in this best of 7. Frequence is looking to make it a third. Catch-22 slowly but surely trying to solve the problem, solve the puzzle, and find some answers here against Frequence, but Kiri somehow manages to break through with a double tap, even with a defender in the way.
Riker trying to get up, and even with the bump, Kiri. Guys, that's why you get the protein shakes in the morning, so you can bulk up and just roid rage right through some challenge. My goodness. Catch-22 try to get in the way, but really that was all they could do is just try. Great way to open up the scoring. Less than 30 seconds in, so now got Catch-22 in the position trying to answer back. Perma with a great setup. Riker from an angle. Jakob open net again. And they've been eating those up all day long.
Hey, that's all you need sometime. A little bit of pressure. You saw Flitz go flying. You saw 2 other defenders go flying. As that third man, you got to make sure that touch is solid. And it wasn't. There's the punish there. Even game, 30 seconds in. Each game we go, they bring it back to a tie game. They keep it closer earlier in the match here. So good signs for them. But now they need to gather themselves a lead. That's been the hard thing for them to do. Mid-air passing play. And Frequence will take the lead quickly again.
We're talking about chemistry, and we're talking about confidence. How about both of them on display? That's what we're looking at right now. Shea with the pre-jump. A flawless pass from Kiri, and they're just trying to add to the highlight reel here. What an important goal to get yet another lead here.
What does Jakob doesn't even, you can't even blame him. There's nothing you can do at that point. They have so many options to shoot at. It's just a guessing game. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. They will sit behind again. We'll see if they can find a quick answer like they did for that first goal here in game 3. Struggling a bit, but they are at least keeping some of that pressure on in the orange half. Second touch there over to Riker. He can't find the angle. Jakob there for the follow-up. Fakes it for Perma, who sends that one flying high. I think the rotation might give a bit of relief here for the orange team in Frequence, and they will be able to break that out. Kiri with a shot on. Look at that cheat up there from Kiri. And Catch-22 will have to regain, try to get themselves back into that orange half.
It's like you can all see the pieces falling into place, and at the last second, someone shakes the table, and just something goes wrong for Catch-22. It seems like they have the passes, the ideas are there. They almost even have the contact, just they get a little bit too far forward, or they don't trust the read, and they backflip, they bail out of it, and it's so brutal to see because they've kept the game so close. They're finding these passes, they're generating awkward touches, and they're almost getting that payoff, but that third man not always there as Perma gonna have to wait for Riker to come up here. Jakob. Another touch forward, but it'll be right to Flitz. We'll tap it past one. Kiri gets the pinch off of their teammate. Not on target, though, so now Perma open stage to dribble. Gets an air dribble to go underneath one, and Jakob, unfortunately, going to have to play cleanup on that one. Another tack goes awry as we're approaching halftime.
We're seeing another attack here. Frequence. Shea can't get follow-up. He'll get beat out, but that ball does stay in from mid. 2.5 minutes left. Frequence up 2-1. They're looking for a third goal here as they continue the pressure in the blue half. And they are not allowing Catch-22 many chances to break past mid. There's another chance, but it falls right into the hands of Kiri. He's up, so is Riker. Dropped straight back down, and just no one from Catch-22 with enough boost or anything to push out, get themselves back to that orange half.
And this is so incredibly well done by Frequence, understanding that they have a boost starve. So no need to hit the ball super low or try a direct shot. Just keep air dribbling, and eventually you're going to starve out that other team. Problem is every attack has to come to an end eventually, so now Catch-22 will be able to break out. Whether or not they can get anything of it, we'll have to see. Into Jakub with a good pass, though a bit too direct to get a run up. This Perma will have another setup, a little bit of space to go. Flitz will cut that one out, and confidence challenges from Frequence still keeping in the lead, but even with the amount of confidence and the amount of control that Frequence is showing, this is still very much in reach for either team. One goal to go with 80 seconds on the clock.
Riker with a touch up stops Flitz, but Flitz with another touch tries to set up. I think that was Fury on the attack. Shea with good control. What a touch here from Kiri. As long as they just keep getting touches, you know, they're pulling out the defenders from Catch-22, and a 50-50 for Flitz is going to go right in that bottom left corner.
It shows the value of just being annoying and in the rotation. Kiri starts that play, not with a pass to specifically anyone, but really just waiting on that ball. They know it's going to come down the sideline, so they just put their car in the way, single jump, get a little bit of a tuck pass inside, and that causes enough havoc for their teammates to crash the boards, get that goal, and potentially secure this game with under a minute to go.
Yeah, 50 seconds left. 2 games up in this best of 7. They're looking for a third point. That's going to be a hard task to ask from Catch-22 to try to climb back from. Reverse sweeps in a best of 7 are one of the hardest things to pull off in competitive Rocket League.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple sweeps today, but I think it's really just the teams that are feeling like they are time. It's their time to rise up and get to that highest level. I think it's just a matter of those teams finally showing up and putting those teams in their place. This is the statement Frequence trying to make. Catch-22 are some upstarts, then we'll show you what it's like to play at this level. 4-1 here, and the efficiency on display, 4 for 7 here in game number 3, and really all throughout the series, they've done a very good job of making all their shots count.
Yeah, so far looking like I may have been right on who's going to win, but absolutely wrong on the series score here. Unless something drastically changes coming into this potentially final game here, game 4, as Frequence set themselves 3-0, and they look like they are still massively in control.
Yeah, just one more for the road for Shea, which will allow them to get their second. And again, it's just, I think, an extension of multiple things. You have Catch-22 with certain shots or certain hesitancies that don't pay off, and Frequence does not have those issues. In fact, Frequence is actually doing something that I think is really admirable. They just keep attacks going. Not every shot is even a shot on target. They're just hitting the ball across the backboard and using that time to rotate back. I think Catch-22 is trying to find that killer pass every single time, or that midfield pass, and after time, I'm not necessarily saying it's predictable, but Frequence isn't sweating it anymore. They know it's coming, so I think a little bit more variety would go a long way for Catch-22.
Well, I got one more little break here, and it's going to be our Nerd Focus game break.
For the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Now, sitting at match point, Frequence holding Catch-22 to an awkward spot here. They got to run a reverse sweep, Taco, in a best of 7. One of the most difficult things to do, as I said, in competitive Rocket League. And I'm not sure they quite have the answer here, because this flow has definitely been dictated by Frequence the entire time.
Yeah, I think Frequence has just been cleaner all around the board. They haven't had the same mistakes come through. I think the defense has been a lot faster to get the ball out of the danger area. I think Catch-22, when they have found success on offense, it's really been because they have one player to force a shot, one player to follow up and take the second defender, and then the third player to go through. Not every attack is going to have that efficiency, so maybe some exit demos being worked in, maybe some more creative plays, get a boost starve going, just anything they need to bust out because they only have 5 minutes until their run in this entire tourney's over.
We'll find out now. Match point here for Frequence to move on in the bracket. Could be Journey's End. As Taco just said, for Catch 22, if they can't find an answer, they'll look for an early attack, but it's quickly shut down by Curie in the corner. Shea calls off that, saying, Jakob, you don't got a touch, and ultimately he did not. And now turnaround Flitz. Shot to the net, but slow follow-up. And they're not going to be able to get a play started themselves. And look how quickly that turns around again.
That's why you always have to be really on your back heel sometimes on defense. The moment you see a player gearing up for a clear, you have to not only understand that this ball is going downfield, but it might actually just go in right to a player lurking. I think Frequence is doing a good job of posting up someone for a pass, and very rarely are they missing their mark. Speaking of, though, Flitz just maybe getting a bit too eager, trying to cram that one in on the near post and not hitting the mark.
Yeah, he did come from another side, and I think he was dealing with a player as well, but you're right. He has been hitting a lot of those, so maybe that was the miracle that Catch 22 was looking for here to topple down the castle of Frequence. Catch 22 looking for that first goal. They haven't had a lead at all in this series yet. With no goal scored, they have a chance to do that right here. That shot's just off the post. Perma not seeing that touch from the defender, and that will give the goal and the lead to Frequence.
And best laid plans getting a bit too eager. If you saw Riker hit that one across the backboard, Shea challenges, so Riker goes for the bump. Jakob with an open shot just a little bit over, and Perma's last defender. Then you're a little bit pinched. You can rotate back and give up in the attack, or you can try to press and have an open shot. They chose the latter. The defense for Frequence was too quick, and it's just as simple as you like. Put it into the open net on the counterattack, and that's always the risk you take when you send the house on these forward movements, is that sometimes you can get paid off with a goal, and other times you can just give an easy goal to your opponents who already are generating good offense on their own.
3 minutes left. Catch 22 is going to look for an answer. They're down a goal, and that goal could be the golden one here for Frequence. Ooh, missed there. Riker couldn't pounce on that quick enough. And that'll shove its way back down into the blue half. Two people committed from Catch 22. Pressure here. Flitz is going to manage to get that one. An awkward offense still pulls through for Frequence.
All three players going there. Riker actually was doing admirably to avoid a demo from Shea, but ultimately that demo, or at least the demo attempt, is doing its job. It's slowing the player down. It's not letting them get a clean run up to the ball, and that's all it takes to put one pass. Just flick it on target, crash the net, and reap your reward. Frequence on a roll yet again.
Yeah, I feel like oftentimes Catch 22 is finding themselves with only one person in net dealing with 2 to potentially 3 players from Frequence. And I'm always left wondering where the other guys are and how they're going to be able to tighten that up a little bit.
I think it'll have to start coming out of the midfield with a bit more passing from Catch 22. I'd like to see a little bit less solo play. I think they're using a lot of boosts to try to extend air dribbles out when they know they really don't have a play to really throw at them. So I think sometimes recognizing when to give up on a play and maybe just go back to the drawing board, not using up that extra 30, 40 boost to desperately try to reach something, I think could go a long way. So I think we're seeing a bit of overextension from Catch 22, but when they do slow down kind of like this, it does seem like things might open up for them. Jakob with a tap down, but will not be able to make contact after the pass. Curie, though, on the other hand, across the board, tries a pass to Flitz, but that one cut out, and on we play. So you go left and right. Perma with an attempt, and they're not going to miss that double tap.
You gotta imagine how long that shot felt in his head, though, right? Like, he's like, yeah, I have so much space. If I miss this, there would have been so much doubt going through my mind if I was up for that. But Perma holds strong, holds confident, says, I know I can make this shot. What's it, right? On that left side, right in the opening. There is a goal. Still one down, though, with 1:30 left. Their hard work has to continue.
Riker moves upfield. Almost went for a bump on Shea. Won't get it, though. A deflection across will lead things to Perma. Straight down. Jakob generates 2 commits, but Flitz just so quick on the ball. Always seems to get that extra touch past the defender. So Riker generates a lob. A little bit of deflection to the corner, no follow-up, and Shea will get another clear. Now Frequence is the one really throwing the ball downfield. Catch-22 has a little bit of a chance to advance forward here, but these tiny touches aren't doing enough. A Perma, another giveaway. 45 seconds remaining. You got to wonder how many more forays forward they're going to get until time is all up here, both on this game and in this series. A lot of commotion in front of net, and that one's just going to roll all the way across.
Commotion maybe in favor of Catch-22. They almost had a chance to convert. They're still on the offense here. 30 seconds left. They need a goal. That's in front of the net. Perma doesn't get to it in time. Flitz is flopping, and it works out for them as they keep the ball away. 15 seconds left now. Ball in control of Frequence. A demo, though, might buy some space. Look at the chase right now. They need everything. One goal just to get them tied up. They'll have to try from their own half. Could this be a chance? Riker can't get to it in time. That ball hits the ground. This will be done, but Frequence keeps it alive. Flitz up again. They're trying for one more finishing goal, and they almost get it. Post and down. That is confidence, and that is scary for anyone that has to face off against Frequence, that they do that in the final moments, Taco.
And for Catch-22, I think they understood what they saw today. They just saw team performing, getting some good wins, and no insta-leaves here from the match. All GGs. I'm wishing them the best of luck, and I think it's because Frequence came to play. Catch-22 made some mistakes. They were punished, and I think plays like that really show is that it's very rare when you have a tournament with stakes like this to see teams keep the ball up in a one-goal game, just trying to get one more goal or get pre-jump passing plays to each other. Like, it's just, when you're playing like this, I would not want to be any team further on in the bracket, as they will get our third sweep in a row here for the search. But this is certainly a team, just like all the other team, that are predicted to win, and they're pulling through on that promise.
At the same time, that overconfidence, once they start facing some of these other teams that have made it through, might come back to bite them sometimes, because, you know, that you're probably not going to have this amount of space. There are teams laying ahead of you in this journey that definitely have experience playing against teams that play like this, and there's a good chance that you're not going to have this much space going forward. But at the same time, you know, this confidence, we talked about it, is super important. The ability to trust that your teammate is going to make that touch, to be in a position where you're just ready for a brilliant pass, like we saw on that one right there. Like, Flitz is just there. He's like, I'm third man, but I know my teammate's going to win this one out. That trust and that confidence is allowing them to have that space. And that still will be deadly against those teams that are going to be waiting for them down the road.
Yeah, I think confidence is something I mentioned with Turtle earlier in the day, was sometimes when you're confident and you're playing really well, you get complacent and you start going for some weird plays. But ultimately, I think confidence can be a nice boon for you in the way of just when you're moving upfield, when you're going for these plays, sometimes you're getting a little hesitant, like, can I make that read? I don't know if I have that. But when you're playing confident and when everyone is clicking together, there's no hesitation. You're just going. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Frequence. There was a lot of times where Catch-22 had this peaky goal, and it's like, oh, they just have to get to it, and then they barely get beaten to a ball by Frequence. And it's because Frequence trusts in that mechanics, they trust in those rotations, and they just plow through all these challenges, and they're winning most of them. And ultimately, even if it just comes down to some 50s in the midfield or just some getting beat by a slight air dribble on the offensive third, those are the touches that I think make a difference. And ultimately, even when you do have two teams that seem like they could go the distance like we were hoping, or at least when you have teams that you think would be very neck and neck, ultimately, if one's a little bit better in those areas, they're just going to slowly chip away, and we see 4-0s.
Catch-22 unfortunately ends their journey here as Frequence continues on. We have a lot more Rocket League coming your way, so do not go anywhere. The search continues after this break.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So let's stop.
think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Welcome back, everybody, to the search for the next Rocket League team. We'd like to shout out HEB. Make sure to go to their website, heb.com, if you're local to Texas, and check out their vast inventory of snacks. I know they have sent me these Carolina Reaper Cheeto Puffs that were good going in, but not so much going out. So you be safe out there eating those hot snacks, because I love them personally, but man, they really do a toll on my GI system. But nonetheless, they're delicious. So enough about that kind of talk. We have Flitz on the microphone, who is going to be joining us for a broadcast today, rejoining us on the stream for what's now the third time, I think. Flitz, can you hear me out there, man?
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear me well?
Yep, I hear you loud and clear. I have to commend you and your squad, because I saw the interview you did with Lord Enzo, and if you guys have been putting in the work like you said you did, it is definitely showing up in droves in this recent game versus Catch-22. I thought this would be a lot closer of a matchup, but the practice you guys have put in the previous 2 weeks seems to be paying off really, really well. You want to kind of elaborate on that process training now that you made it to the next stage for your team?
Yeah, so first I want to say thank you for noticing, because I think we can notice it too. We came in that series very confident, knowing that what we worked on, and that we can, put that not only in scrims, but in the actual tournament. So yeah, pretty much what we've been doing is we've been scrimming 2 times a week, minimum 5 days a week. So 10 scrims total, minimum a week. And, we've been doing tourneys as well, participated in the game time and some other tournaments. We came in prepared, and I think we showed that. So.
And speaking of your preparedness, the next matchup you guys are going to have to play is against a little bit better of a team, Team.exe, which was our front runner in the very first qualifier that we played in. And to refresh your memory, that is going to be Stealth, Monster, and Knight. This is the team that has made a pretty deep RLCS run, not to say that you haven't yourself, but talk a little bit about this matchup coming into it. What are your thoughts coming into it? How much have you prepared for this particular matchup?
So EXE is a very talented team, and obviously we wish them the best of luck in this upcoming match, but I think we're ready. I don't think we should be playing any differently how we should. I think if anything, we should just be prepared for maybe some better shots, some better passes in the midfield and all that, but that's something we're ready for, and that's something we've been practicing for.
Have you done any thinking? I mean, this is putting 5 feet in front of yourself, but doing any thinking about what you could potentially do with this contract salary and the position that you would be in if you were to win this tournament? It seems like you guys are taking this really seriously.
So that's definitely something that's been floating in the back of my mind a little bit, but at least as of right now, we're trying to take this one step at a time. We just passed the hurdle of Catch-22, and next we have EXE. So to answer your question, I'm not 100% sure yet, but whenever we do get there, I'll have an answer for you after we take home the trophy.
Maybe tomorrow, if we get there, we'll have that answer. And final question for you coming into this. We've seen a lot of up-and-coming players, notables coming into this tournament. As a player, is there any other player in this field that you are particularly looking at that has really impressed you on any of the teams so far?
So I remember in my last interview I said Oath, and I'm going to stick with Oath. I think he's a great player. But on top of that, I also want to say Nefarious is hockey. I think he's super underrated, super solid, great teammate. And I want to, either Oath or hockey, I want to play at least one of them, coming up. I mean, obviously we have to get past EXE first, but after that, those are 2 players that I really want to see more of.
You're the second person to say Oath, actually. Bambi actually said Oath as well, looking in the player field. So that's going to be a fantastic matchup coming up. So thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast, and good luck in your match versus EXE coming up later on the day.
Thank you for having me.
And that's Flitz, everybody, from Team Frequence. Excuse me. And they're going to be moving on to play Team.exe in the next round. The next matchup we got coming up is going to be the final one for the first round, which is going to be Vibrance and Isolated. And we have another caster to join us all the way from across the pond. Let's go ahead and bring him in. It's going to be Leaf joined with us, as well as Craftman. So let's go ahead and bring those 2 in. And I'm wondering if we even have them to bring in. So it looks like Craftman is still setting up his stuff. So we're going to have to focus on me for a little bit here. I have a little anecdote. So HEB sent me over a product. They sent me over a candle, which I was like, hello, a candle. And what was even weirder about the candle is that the scent was buttered tortilla. And so I wanted to light it up just to get, I never smelled it before. I smelled it on the actual, like, resin and the wax, and it smelled like kind of a movie theater popcorn sort of situation. And so I set it on the counter and I went to go light it. But then after like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I was smelling like a movie theater in here. But then the candle assassin came over and knocked over the candle. And at the candle assassin, that is my cat, Penelope, which she is currently hiding from me. This happened like a week ago, by the way. But she knocked over the candle and broke it, or else I would show it on broadcast. So I'm very sorry about that, HEB. It seems like Penelope was not a fan of the butter tortilla candle. I liked it personally, but it just wasn't pleasing the aroma of the cat nose. Maybe I'll have the candle assassin show up on broadcast later. Let's check this tweet out down here. It's from Elusive Firefly. Good luck to everybody competing. A pro contract on the table. I believe she's the lady in the advertisement with HEB. She's one of the content creators for the Outlaws. So lots of Outlaw love coming in on the Twitter sphere from the guys. We also had the general manager for the Rocket League team, Shadow, show up as well as Lord Denzo, who was doing our player interviews captured segments. So amazing stuff from them. The Outlaws is a legitimate organization, and this is a legitimate contract on the line. And I'm wondering if we do have Craftman now. Do we? He said into the ethereal. It seems like we don't. 15 more seconds, guys. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to play rock, paper, scissors with the chat, all right? See, chat, everybody put your prediction in and see if you can beat me, all right? I'll give you 5 seconds to put it up. So I'm going to go rock, paper, scissors, shoot, right? So put your prediction up. So here we go. On 5. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I threw scissors. Anybody that threw paper, you lost. Anybody that threw rock, I'll give you some props or something. So they said 15 seconds to fill. So hopefully we have him now. And if I can say, can we bring him into the ethereal? We cannot bring him into the ethereal. So let's bring in Leaf to help me fill a little bit of time here as we're working on our other caster. Thank you, production.
I'm like, let me in here. let me at him. I got to rock, paper, scissors you in real time. Kicked your butt in the chat, by the way.
Did you put paper or did you put rock?
Yeah, I put rock because you had scissors, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I kicked your butt. I'm a genius at record. I'm gonna hold the dub and not lose it now. I'm taking the belt home with me right now. Yeah, no, I figured you might want a buddy here. Talk about some the game coming up here a little bit while we try to get Craftman in because they're warming up right now. This next match, these guys are warming up. They're getting in there, and I'm excited because one of these teams, in all honesty, came in through a DQ to get themselves this point, and that was Isolated. They made their way through into the, I believe, unless I made a mistake, into the bracket. So they've got a lot to prove. This is a golden opportunity for them, and I think that's what's cool about this overall. The story is golden opportunity for a team to win a contract with Beasley. That's huge in itself, but then golden opportunity to sneak your way into this final day. So there's a lot to prove for them, but obviously it's going to be an uphill battle for Isolated. I just thought that was kind of a golden opportunity in a golden opportunity for this team, and it's definitely going to be a lot to prove for them.
And it's how far can Consequence take you, because they're going up against Vibrance. So the next matchup will be Vibrance versus Isolated. And already 2 insane players in Flitz and Bambi have shouted out Oath as the player to watch. And I would really love to hear what our other caster has to say about this matchup. Craftman,
finally,
we got him.
Hey, I'm here. Thanks for bringing me in,
Come on,
man.
Craftman.
I'm excited to be here. I'm all set up. I'm ready to go. How are you guys?
You come in here and you cause so much problems. This is all your fault.
I know. I'm sorry, guys.
He's here to save us, and I'm putting the blame on him.
These damn Europeans ruined this American stream.
Come on, man. Know your place.
I'll get back to Europe.
So I'd like to use that as way That's a way to say. Can we get some Nerd Focus over to the EU distributables so that Craftman can enjoy this wonderful beverage from the Divine?
I would love if you could send me that. I'll send you my address a little bit later on.
We'll get you on the short list, but make sure to go check out Nerd Focus at nerdfocus.com, as well as any other retailer. You can find it on the GoPuff app, Walmart, or Amazon. You can get them in carts, singles, and delivered straight to your doorstep. So make sure to check them out. Okay, Vibrance and Isolated. This will be another. I think this is going to be another sweep, gentlemen. I know we've been sweeps in round one all the way coming forward, but this Isolated team really isn't like to the same caliber, I would say, as Vibrance. And I know that Craftman, you're not really in this region in particular, but you may have heard of Astro and Oath particularly. I mean, it's okay.
I've heard those names.
Yeah, it's okay if you haven't, but I know that Leaf will vouch for them, and let's hear it.
I got to vouch for them. I mean, there's a reason that multiple people have been talking about Oath. I mean, just all three of these players, Astro, Fifi, Oath, they've been around for quite some time. They've been playing at a decently high level for quite some time. And you can tell, especially coming to these tournaments, there's a lot of drive behind these players. Looking back at our matches before with Frequence, how much time and scrim time they're putting in here, right? All these players realize how much of a great opportunity this is for all these teams from Beasley to have a chance to play professionally and have financial backing to it as well. So I guarantee you these players have been putting in that work as well. But Oath is a player to watch out for. This guy, right now, the big thing that's pushing a lot of players forward that you're seeing, or the reason you're seeing older players fall off is those mechanics. It's players that are fundamentally strong in those mechanics. A lot of the other stuff can be taught. You know, any of that positioning, that stuff you could sit down, look at replays, and say, in this scenario, do this instead. But mechanics, in my opinion, as an older guy, are harder and harder to do the crazier these things are getting. You look at freestylers out there, and the stuff they're pulling off, a lot of these players we're looking at now are players that can do a good chunk of those mechanics.
One of my favorite terms from a different esport is boomer brain, zoomer aim. Because I truly feel that what Leaf just said about the strategy involved in Rocket League is really taking a back foot to having mechanics come first. Because if you can't do the mechanics first, then you can't implement the strategy. Now, that's not to say that some players haven't been able to do that. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, a player like Violent Panda, somebody that has never truly been like insane mechanically.
Or Turbo.
Right? Turbo Pulsar, right? You know, people that have been stuck around for a long time, and they've strictly done it on the back of consistency and strategy. But that's like that's the old way to play, right? The new age way to play is having arrow left and arrow right bound to different buttons and being able to flip, reset, stall, musty from the ceiling as well. And you know, there's so many levels, right? Every touch on the ball is multiple touches, multiple flips at this stage of the game. And it truly feels that when a player does it right, it is amazing to watch. So lobby is full ready. Let's just do a quick run around a prediction. Craftman, I know this is going to be like throwing darts at a board here, but give me a pick on Isolated versus Vibrance.
Well, I've been told two things. One, it's been Sweep City today, and two, Vibrance good. So I'm going Vibrance 4-0 in this one. What about you, Leaf?
You're already an amazing analyst. Leaf, what about you?
Hey, we got the best analyst in the house right now. You don't go against European picks here, so I'm going with what he's saying. It's going to be a 4-0 for Vibrance, in my opinion.
Yep, I've got Vibrance as well. I think we're going to see sweeps in every single best of 7 that we've seen in the in the first round of this bracket. Maybe potentially we're going to see some closer matches coming forward, but I don't think it will be here. It's going to be Vibrance all the way personally. And the match is ready, so it's going to be our last match of the first round of the finals here at The Search. And to take it away, it's going to be Craftman and Leaf. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Fickle. And yeah, this is last match. We expected to be one of those longer ones. It was also a sweep. It turns out that half of the teams came here today to really show off what they got. They've been putting in the work. And for Isolated, this is hard. We mentioned too, they got in here through a DQ, so they're a round back essentially in that skill gap potentially. But going up against Vibrance, a team that crushed their way through, I believe, a 4-0 in the upper bracket through those qualifiers. So this is going to be a tough match for Isolated coming up against Fifi, Astro, and Oath.
Yeah, for sure. But you know what they say about sports, Leaf. Any given Sunday, or I suppose any given Saturday in this case, anything can happen. But Vibrance showing why they are the best in the bunch right now. 16 seconds in, and Oath with a relatively easy one.
Yeah, I usually say first goal is generally not indicative of how the rest of the series will go. This is the best of 7. There's plenty of time for Isolated to make adjustments, find out what they can do to keep pace here. But based off of a lot of the space they're having and a second goal to boot, I do think it is indicative of the series.
Yeah, and I mean, when you score 16 seconds in and then score less than 10 seconds after that, this looks like it's going to be a bloodbath here, Leaf. I know we've seen a lot of blowouts today, a lot of sweeps. Get ready for more of the same, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone just misses the kickoff. Oh, dear. Can I get one back for Isolated? This is going to happen. Jinx! Oh, Astro saves.
Yeah, this is going to be
one of
an
those
interesting
games,
series. Yeah, I think we're in for it, Craftsman. You joined us at quite the time here.
Well, it's a big prize on the table as well. So these Isolated guys want to fight for every blade of grass on this field right now and get every opportunity they can. But Vibrance, they're looking decent right now. We'll ignore the kickoff before as Fifi. Oh, and Astro's just going to take it away from him. 3-0 in the blink of an eye.
And this is the thing. One mistake can lead to a goal. We had a couple here. We had 2 players commit in that corner, and then we had a backflip on the goal line here from Isolated. And once you start compounding those, again, as I said, one mistake against teams like this, they're probably going to punish. But you compound them, that's a guaranteed goal.
Absolutely, and I suppose when you start making those mistakes, you get into your head a little bit, and especially up against a team like Vibrance, when Isolated are thinking, right, we're going to be plucky underdogs. We're going to come in here with all this, fire in our bellies, and maybe, just maybe, we could eke a win against this team who's rumored and touted to take it all. With a 3-0 start within the first minute and a half is not the way you wanted to start this best of 7.
I do like what I saw there, though, from Kai on one of those drives. He had a chance for a little dribble play, and he just took his time, tried to get a flick off. Fortunately, the follow-through wasn't there, but I like the idea. Change the pace a bit. Once you do have an opportunity, take a moment, think about it. Not too long, because the speed here from your opponents of Vibrance will punish you, but I like that they're finally getting some drives and trying to take those opportunities when they arrive, even a shot there.
I like what you said as well, Leaf, there about changing up the pace. When you go up against a team who is going to outmatch you, going to outpace you, every opportunity you get, want to slow things down, make Vibrance think a little bit more, because right now they'll just be running on autopilot. They've got those 3 goals in the bag. They'll just be thinking, right, we got this in the bag. We're just going to, style on them as Oath gets a flip reset off the ceiling. Can't get it over to Fifi, however, with halfway through this game. But like we said, just slow things down, make Vibrance work for it.
I think on that play, too, one thing that did show, even though they didn't connect with it, was that they got their communications on point as well on the side of Vibrance, because the fact that Fifi was up for that, and then that pass came through instead of a shot from that ceiling reset, they're communicating that they're there. Hey, I'm up. Get it to me. And the fact that they can adjust on those plays that quickly is really a deadly threat.
It's a mark of a great team when you're communicating with, and you see it there. I know that it was kind of a malfunction at the junction there, and everyone just getting tied up. But they are communicating, especially in the air, and like I said, it's a mark of a great team when they're know where everyone on this pitch is, when they know where every 6 players are, but they can't get the ball into the net this time. Might not need to, although this is a breakaway chance for Isolated. Oh, pass one, can't. I'm Dills can't turn the corner.
Yeah, I just got an extra touch on the front of that Fennec. Oh my God, Fifi's wall dashing now too.
Oh.
This is just almost a free play session, which honestly could turn into a goal here for Isolated, because Isolated, if they just keep their heads in the game, there's going to be an opening with how overconfident Vibrance is playing right now.
You see it a lot in the top, even in the top levels compared to Rocket League. I know you're very, very familiar with all those. When a team is heavy favorites to take a series or take a game or what have you, and then they get in their own heads, they get a little bit too confident. I mean, look at BDS and Vitality. Vitality ended up taking the European Championships as Astro puts their 4th in, but Vibrance need to keep grounded, not literally, in their minds they need to keep grounding.
Yeah.
Don't run ahead of themselves. Don't. You're not at the top of the mountain yet. This is round 1, guys. Come on.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Obviously, you want to like build confidence, and I think that's fine. But you want to make sure that doesn't carry over too much into your next rounds because, I mean, at that point, you're playing teams that have had harder routes to get here. They've already been through that first round. So that's definitely something that they have to keep in mind. And as you said, stay grounded mentally because you're not going to have a run like this. You're not going to have this space to do what you're doing in those future matches.
No. Well, I suppose enjoy it this one while it lasts, Vibrance, because I don't think you're going to get this easy at a game later on in the tournament. Imdils does come away with a consolation, 23 seconds to go.
Nice.
But they got on the board. They didn't get shut out. Well done. A round of applause to Isolated and Imdils. Well done.
And there it is again. Kai, takes it low, breaks that pace up, says, what do we got here? What can I do? Those defenders, all 3 of them, just kind of sitting in the net. What is he going to do? And he gets that pass out. So it's good to at least get one on the board, show that you're not going to get shut out. You're here to at least put up a bit of a fight. And they are fighting. And I like to see that. You made it to this point. There is no reason to just throw in the towel at all.
No, absolutely. And, like I said earlier, big prize on the line. They want to be firing all cylinders. And I mean, obviously, the contracts at the end of this tournament, who knows? There might be other teams watching out there saying, hey, we could pick up this person for future endeavors later down the line. You never know. Gotta impress while you can.
Well, they got a moment here, so let's just take a breather here during our Nerd Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
And there it is. First one, Craftman, to Vibrance. As expected, we expected a 4-0 sweep here. Isolated did nab themselves a goal at the end, amidst a bunch of triple commit freestyles out of Vibrance.
Yeah, that one goal is going to give them confidence going forward. I still think it's going to be a 4-0 Vibrance. I think they have shown enough, and even in the first 90 seconds of that game, they showed enough to me that they are going to be the dominant force here in this tournament today, Leaf. And Isolated, like we said, they're firing all cylinders. They want to keep themselves going as we move on to the second game in this best of 7. It's like you said, it's an uphill battle for them, but I love how they're just not sitting down and taking it. They're fighting with everything they've got and putting Vibrance under a little bit of pressure. And like we said, if Vibrance get in their own heads and say, "Oh, we got this in the bag," don't worry, guys, we're going to go through to the next round. Yeah, you know the script here. They could fall. So Isolated, take every opportunity you can. That's my words of wisdom.
I think the biggest thing for this Isolated squad, and they know it as well, they have to, is that this is just a great opportunity for them to grab a lot of experience. Again, they're playing some really good teams in this tournament. Well, one, I suppose, but Vibrance is a very solid team that they can get a lot of great experience from. If this squad of Isolated sticks together after, they absolutely should be saving these replays, sitting down later and saying, what was going on? How were they getting space? When you look at it from that third-person perspective, a lot of times you get a lot more insight as to what was going on, and honestly make some pretty fast changes to up your game. So they got to know that that's really their goal coming into this, is to do the best they can and then find out what they can do later.
Yeah, definitely in defeat you can learn a lot from playing a higher level team like Vibrance. And like I said, sitting back, watching the replays, watching the VOD, hearing our voices over this. Is Kai going to get a goal? Oh, it's bouncing on the goal line. Tells West. Can Jinx slow it down? No. Oath just holds his own and pings it back to midfield. And all of a sudden, Vibrance, after looking like they were going to go down for the first time, they clear their lines and we're still 0-0, although they are pushing again.
That was tough. Jinx was stuck in a spot where he almost could have scored.
Woo!
Didn't make the right call, and this will be a turnaround here. Astro with a banger.
Oh, Dell's just bad decision, punting that one into the wall. And Fifi and Astro are going to hunt that one down every single time, saying, "Thank you very much, sir. Free ball for me, free goal for Vibrance."
Yeah, great passing play, and that shows you, again, why Vibrance is the favorites into this, why we expect them to take the sweep on the series. Great connects like that. Great pass from Fifi to the slot, and the finish from Astro. Placement was on point. Again, I would like to see another goal here from Isolated, but plays like that going to make it super tough for them to break through.
Absolutely. It's like we said, just take every opportunity you can, but if Vibrance are not giving you an inch, I should say, as Fifi again goes for net. First shot of the game for Fifi. Isolated been held back a little bit, but now it being able to break out. I think they got a few more chances when they were 3-0 down in that last game, Leaf. But here, Vibrance just controlling the midfield, controlling the pace, making Isolated play their game.
And I think that's what it is right now is, like, okay, we had our fun game one. Let's see if we can pace this down a little
Jinx.
bit.
Oh, what a save. Oh, Jinx. You talked about changing the pace of the game, Leaf. Who's that? Jinx just completely slowed things down, made Fifi work for it at the back line. Awesome save, and like you said, this one being a little bit closer, going to give Isolated a few more chances. If they can grind out this, 1-0, 2-0 win, it'll show their resilience, Will Vibrance, as they get the second off the boot of Oath.
Yeah, there it is. Again, I do feel like control very heavily in favor of Vibrance. This close game very well could be Vibrance saying, "Hey, we don't need to score a million goals. We need to get our goals, get through, get to the next round, save our energy." But it is giving opportunities, as you saw before, like from Jinx, for them to have those chances.
That's a mistake.
That's awkward.
Oh no! Oh dear! Oh dear! You can't write this. You can't plan that.
That is the most perfect 50, most straight down the line 50-50 I've ever seen.
That was a ball-assisted rule 2, where they just locked horns with the ball right in the middle.
That was a true 50-50.
It's like, no, you have it. No, you have. I insist. No, you have it. Oh, they've just scored again to make it a 2-goal lead once more. Making up for that mistake is Oath and Fifi, and like you said, the communication just a little bit jarred at the on that last goal that they conceded, but they're right back on top of things.
Yeah, I figured most of this is going to be their control again, not to down talk their opponents in Isolated at all, but I think in a situation like this, all players have to be very realistic that this is very much still a controlled game from Vibrance. It's a great punish on that mistake, the odd mistake that came out. So we give credit to Isolated, but overall, I do think pacing is still dictated here by the Vibrance squad.
Certainly so. Is
double flip reset.
Oh, is he going to get this?
Reset?
Get it! Oh, I wanted to see it. I really wanted to see it, and I mean, like we said, they feel so confident in themselves that they'll go for those double and triple flip resets and they're just showing off at this. But it's game 2. You got 3 more at minimum to play, lads. Hold off on some stuff. Give us some stuff for game 4. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. I guess it's kind of just the mechanics warm up for them. I'm sure Isolated was even sitting on the goal line saying, I kind of want them to hit this.
I mean, like you said, if they're saving the replays after, they'll go back and say, "Oh, that was pretty cool. I'm glad I was in the replay for that."
Sometimes it is fun to get clipped on, as long as the clip is worthy.
I mean, like if you run into, say, I don't know, Turbopod, so just because he came up early, if you run into him in ranked or something, of course you're going to save that replay. You're going to get dumped on, but you're gonna end up saying, "Oh, I got to play against the 4-time world champion." I had to remember how many championships
At the same time, I don't see any real chance of me getting into a lobby with Turbopulso, but
that's true. Yeah, I yes. Oath was shot his own goal at the end there. That's how confident they are. But if Vibrance, as expected, take game 2.
Well, again, I think the GG's coming out showing Isolated knows their position here. They're going to continue to try going forward, but we're going to take another break, and this time it's the HEB game break.
Thank you for tuning in to the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by HEB. We're down to the final teams and excited to see who your next Rocket League team will be.
There it is, isolated through into the final weekend on a technicality here, trying to just have fun, do their best to prove, but they are up against Vibrance Craftman, and this has been proven to be. I love the slow-mo on that 52. Thanks for rubbing it in their faces, but Vibrance is coming out strong.
They most certainly are, Leaf, and Vibrance. You could say they're vibing right now. They're loving life. I mean, Oath tried to own goal at the end of that last game for crying out loud. So again, I think we're going to see more of the same here, just flat out dominance. But for me, let's look at Isolated a little bit, because we're expecting Vibrance to go through. We're not going to see much of Isolated going forward once this series is through. How do you rate them as an overall team right now, Leaf? Because there have been some miscommunications here and there, but most of the time they are holding off a fair bit of the Vibrance offense.
Sorry, for Isolated.
For Isolated, yes.
Yeah, I think Isolated's biggest thing is just, I was about to say it and they did it too, is there a lack of, I think, trust in each other right now. I mean, there were 3 players on that ball. They did not need to be there. And sometimes it is scary. You're like, hey, we have Vibrance barreling down on us right now. We need to just make sure this gets stopped. But there's no backup plan, and a lot of their touches feel very short-sighted. There isn't much plan beyond get a touch on the ball. They've had a couple dribbles that have been all right that we've pointed out. But beyond that, again, those touches just, they need to look past their first touches and their teammates' first touches as well.
Oh. Yeah, think of it a game of chess. Think 2, 3, 4 moves ahead of your opponent, which is exactly what Vibrance is doing. I mean, Oath's own saved that. He stole the assist from Astro there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Or the other way around.
What's Kai gonna do though? I mean, like, you think you're saving it, and then your opponent saves it, and then you're out of play.
The fake save, the fake shot, fake save. Oh, is Astro dunking that down just a little bit wide, but. Yeah, when you're in defense like that, you just see the ball barreling towards you, and you think, all right, got to go up for this. Oh no, he's touched it. Okay, it's in the back of the net.
So they almost had a play there. Kai did leave that ball for his teammate. That was trust. But then Kai left the play again. He rotated back. I think they got to commit to those plays. And if they could do that, they're just so close. And Fifi, the second he gets an opportunity, though, was that it was a ceiling double, back double. Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is a thing of beauty, using all the boost available to him in the tank, and there's just nothing to defend. You just have, like we said, the triple flip reset in the last game. You just have to kind of watch that one go in, and just appreciate for a little bit. Got clipped on Isolated, but you made him look good doing it by doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Made the clip look good. But no, this is still, again, Vibrance on point, looking confident. I think, again, for Isolated, it's the key of trying to say, hey, can maybe we make some adjustments mid-series? Likely not, but at least do our best.
Yeah,
Come back you could stronger in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you could try and work a couple of different things in, but I think the way Vibrance are playing, every adjustment that Isolated may or may not be making, they're adjusting quicker. They're in their heads. They see exactly what's going to be coming every step of the way. Don't see that one coming as just ping pongs and pinballs around on the goal line there. No third goal for Vibrance as of yet. I think one might be coming right now as Astro. Is he going to turn this one in? Jinx misses. Kai does get it. Like I said, every adjustment that Isolated is making, Vibrance is just one step ahead of them.
Well, yeah, I mean, the big thing is I bet you that Isolated didn't even realize that there was a boost starvation starting to happen a few moments ago until it was too late. And then all of a sudden they're like, what do we do? You had one guy going out for mid boost, another guy leaving the net for back boost.
Oh!
Was that Jinx?
That was an own goal.
No, that was an own goal. Okay, I'm like, that looked
Jinx
that looked like
credit.
one of the players from Vibrance.
I think that, well, at least that's the second own goal I've seen him try to score. Yeah, that was one of the best own goals I've ever seen. Well done, Oath. Congratulations.
That was, yeah, that confused me for a moment when I saw Jinx name pop up. Now Jinx
I bet it confused Jinx as well. It's like, oh wait, I scored? How? Okay, I'll take the 50 points.
Yeah, I'm great. Jedi mastery over here.
Well, this is not the net you're looking for. That was a terrible impression. I'm never doing that again. That was meant to be Obi-Wan.
It kind of sounded like Yogi.
These are the droids you're looking for. No? I'll stop, okay? I'll stop.
Oh, you can keep going if you want.
No, please continue talking, Leaf, while I think of something else to say. Get out of this.
Get
out of my own Jedi mind trick. Myself.
He's got himself in a hole there. That's going to be another goal. Jinx getting an actual goal this time. That's a tied game.
Yeah, I mean, 51 seconds left. You never know what's going to happen here. Not quite sure what's going on with the Vibrance defense. Just no one was around. And I think that was Fifi right at the end there. Just watched it go in. It's like, okay, cool. 2-2. They've scored quicker than 50 seconds already in this series. Let's see if they can do it again. Unless Isolated might get one to bounce in off the kickoff. Defense is there to scoop it away and into the corner. Astro try to get back out of his own half. But now, the mistake from Vibrance, yes, they might have been messing around, you could say. But they have cost themselves this tie game, and now Oath has to work really, really hard to get this one into the blue half, and he hands it off to Astro. 3-2.
And again, a lot of this from not commits or too hard of a commit. That third man pushed in. They could have had pressure in that with a 50, but the read was off in the other corner. And I had, every kind of confidence in my mind that they would quickly pull out a goal whenever they needed to here. And Vibrance would make sure that this would still be a win in their favor.
Certainly so, and just to hold on, maybe another 10 seconds of Isolated. Yes, they had an opportunity maybe to send this into overtime and maybe even get a goal here at the end, but thinking when it all comes down to it, Vibrance are going to just slap that into the ground and take a 3-0 lead in the series. One game to go, and they'll be in the next round.
Well, one more moment to think about what's coming as our potential final game approaches us, so let's take one more Nerd Focus game break.
Presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Vibrance playing with their food, it almost feels like right now. Craftman is Isolated, finds themselves in a spot maybe they never would have thought they'd find themselves in. Great experience, but for now, it definitely is a little painful.
Yeah, growing pains throughout this tournament for Isolated, and they have played relatively well, you would say. I think if you throw them in with some of the other teams that we've seen today, they could end up taking the win, but it just so happened that they went against the top team in this bracket, I should say, and yeah, it was an unlucky draw for them. They're one game away from elimination. Let's send them out with a bang, Leaf.
Yeah. This will be a chance for them to just full send one more time. I have a feeling Vibrance is going to do likely the same thing right back here, as it is match point qualification into the next round of matches. Isolation facing a package home, or them packing home, and first goal here for Fifi.
Yeah, they'll leave with nothing but their what an old British game show used to call their BFH, their bus fare home. We don't give them their bus fare. Their bus fare home,
bus fare.
BFH.
They said bus fare home, which I guess same thing. Sending your butts home.
You I mean, that could be the Canadian version if you want. Got the. Let's move on from that.
Yeah, I'm not clever enough to come up with a retort.
Let's not.
Right
No.
Yeah. Not right now.
Right now, Leaf, they've got their tails between their legs, so to Isolated, and they might be running home instead of getting the bus. Is less than a minute in, Vibrance again just taking command of this fourth game right now as Astro goes for another, looking for a double touch off the backboard, does miss it. Who's going there to follow up? It's absolutely nobody.
Hey, Kai's on the ground again. We've seen him like taking that ball low and dribble. Fortunately, couldn't keep control of it for long enough. And they'll have to maybe hope to get possession again at some point in this match.
It feels like a game of keep away right now. Piggy in the middle for Vibrance, and they're just keeping this ball far, far away. Many of the blue players, and especially far, far away from this orange net as well. And you mentioned it earlier during the game break. One of the game breaks. I can't remember exactly which. They were playing with their food, but they might have something to think about themselves as it's an early tie from Jinx.
It's another own goal.
Or was it an own goal? Oh, it was.
The gnarliest shot.
Oh. There's been a couple of banging own goals in this one so far.
Oh, they really have. That was nuts. I didn't even catch how fast that one was, but it was insane, and they get it right back very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quick booming shot last one. That's quick off the kickoff. Astro just doing it all himself. All three of these players for Vibrance, I know they've been working well as a team, but individually they're just so on the ball. And I know you were talking with Platypus before I crashed the party about mechanics versus tactics. These all three players of this team are very mechanically sound, and their positioning and team tactics have just been off the charts, and that's why they've been able to run away with this as dominantly as they have.
Yeah, oh yeah. When you have confidence in mechanics, you don't have to think about it. You just go. You can think a few steps ahead about what's happening. And you still have to worry about, okay, how do I air roll to get this flip reset? You're not thinking about where you're putting that ball in a follow-up, right? You're just worried about at least just getting the first two steps to that process. So having that set in muscle memory gives you that opportunity to think multiple steps ahead. And the mechanics just give you so many more options.
Yeah, it becomes second nature, just being able to to flip reset, just like Fifi is here, or being able to air dribble or air roll, or whatever you want to do in this grand game. Once you get that down to a second nature, and you're not even thinking about it, like you said, you can think 2, 3, 4, 5 steps ahead of your opponent, and you got them in the palm of your hands, and you can do whatever you damn well please. That's exactly what Vibrance are doing. As another shot comes in, Fifi just a little bit wide.
Yeah, just wide. I like the idea on the placement, though. Try to sink that one bottom corner. Oh, that'll be a straight down. Fifi backs off. He's like, yeah, okay, yeah, we're not making a play here.
Don't think he had much boost either. Although he does turn on this. Oh, is that going in? Jinx does make the save.
Minute 30 left. You know, I don't know. I don't know if it's possible here to.
I mean, we've seen late goals from Isolated. Yes, some of them have been own goals, but no own goal this time for Vibrance. Fifi makes it a 2-goal advantage.
Yeah, I don't even know why I said that. I don't know if it's possible. It's not possible. I mean, Vibrance is winning this confidently.
Just say no.
Yeah,
no comeback for you.
You look at that too. Those plays, the fact that they have the chance to pull those plays out when they want. The pace has been 100% dictated at all times by Vibrance.
And that's the thing. If you control the pace of the game, you can control your opponents to your will. Make them play the way you want to play. And that's the thing. Whenever I see a team that's a team that's going to be heavy underdog like Isolated is right here, I always say try and keep it close. Maybe try and keep it a 1-goal difference, a 2-goal difference perhaps at the very most. That's now a 3-goal difference, and Isolated, they've just been allowing Vibrance to play their own game, giving them so much space in the middle of the field. And they've been running amok. It's just like you mentioned earlier. It just seems like a free play session with bots for Vibrance. Not that I'm calling Isolated bots. That's in the eyes of Vibrance.
Yeah, no, and this is the thing I think they're very well aware of. For Isolated is that this is not because they're not good. It's because Vibrance is so good, and there is a bit of a different. Class of Rocket League being shown here, and that happens. You come across opponents eventually that you have to say, okay, we are just outclassed, but what can we learn from this? And that again, as we said, should have been the main goal for this squad coming in today.
Yeah, it's always a teaching experience,
Hey.
even in defeat. Hey, they'll get one, or a second. 16 seconds to go. Do you think Vibrance will be that cocky that they'll let a kickoff goal in to make it 4-3?
Oh, I could absolutely. I don't think they're going to, but I could absolutely see them. I would not
I
be
could see it.
surprised.
I don't think it's going to happen either.
Oh.
Okay, it may happen. Okay, it's not happening.
They tried
was
to
it
let it
Oath on the
happen.
kick? It must have been Oath on the kickoff because he's been putting the own
Trolling
goals
a
in all
lot,
day.
yeah.
But, just like Thanos, they are inevitable. Vibrance, a big 4-0 sweep, and Sweep City continues here in the search.
They're just everywhere, too. Again, remember, though, they will not have this kind of space as they continue their journey in the search bracket, as they get harder and harder teams coming their way down the road. They're going to be facing off against Board coming up next at Soul Flares, Nitrous, and Prime Thunder, which
Ooh,
is,
Prime
again,
Thunder.
quite a different class of Rocket League than what we've seen here.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be like we said earlier, their opener to get them on the board, get them into the groove of things, get them back into the groove of a tournament bracket. But Isolated, they played well, but it was not well enough. Vibrance will be heading into that next round game, as you said, against Board.
Yeah, as everyone had predicted, 4-0 there for Vibrance Isolated, coming with a couple goals. Feels good, man, to at least get a couple in the back of the net. At the end of the day, Rocket League's just fun when you can hit the ball. So as long as they get to hit the ball a couple times, sure, they had a blast. Again, this is, through on a technicality. They came here to try. They had a golden opportunity, nested in a golden opportunity. They did their best, but of course, at the end of the day, they were facing some top-tier talent in this tournament.
Yeah.
And it only, even if they had taken it, only would have gotten harder down the road. But this shows you that gap. This shows you how good teams can be. The fact that Vibrance was so confident that they could take some own goals. They could, Oath was in there trolling a little bit. A lot of players talking about how he's definitely a player to watch out for. Well, he proved that right here, that he could control that pace of a match when an opponent's even slightly below their class. For Isolated, though, walk away heads high, save those replays, and definitely come back stronger. That's the true sign of a competitor and someone that gets better and better over time.
And that's exactly the thing. There'll be more tournaments down the line, a little bit more tournaments sort of down towards the Isolated level that they can, like you said, go back, watch the replays against Vibrance, see what they're doing as well, because they sort of passively impart knowledge in those replays. They can look at what Vibrance are doing and say, all right, why don't we try and do that against teams? And they'll just get better and better and better as time goes on. And I think this Isolated team, they'll be back bigger and stronger than ever the next time we see them down the line.
Oh, absolutely. But Vibrance, again, one of those teams a lot of people have been saying to watch out for throughout this whole tournament now, as we start to settle ourselves down into those top teams that everyone's had their eye on throughout the qualifiers, multiple weekends, and now through this final weekend here. Square One, Zookeepers, EXC Frequence, Vibrance now in there as well, Board, Nefarious, and Dream. All teams with rosters to keep an eye out. Vibrance just pushing their way through now is one of those top 5 teams people always had their eye on, potentially top 3. But of course, they got the really hard matchup coming their way next. Craftman in Board, as we said, with Prime Thunder. Prime Thunder, a player that's been around for a while. Soul Flares and Nitrous, both players that we know can pop off as well. That's going to be an interesting matchup. We also, again, still have multiple rosters here, like Square One that have, and Zookeepers even, that have RLCS level players on this too. So, Craftman, you came in and watched a bit of a free play, but there are so many other matches that are coming ahead of us here.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that Vibrance versus Board game. That looks like a spicy meatball. I can't wait to see that one. There's a lot of good teams, and like we said, we've had Sweep City so far, but as we enter round 2, Leaf, everything's going to start be getting a little bit more pressurized and a little bit closer together. I think we're going to see some Game 7s coming up.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here. You guys better not go anywhere. More Rocket League coming your way as we continue the search for the next Rocket League team.
Gotta keep the flame on.
Sheesh, this grind is making me hungry. Yo, guys, give me a sec. I'm gonna order some food real quick.
Oh, jeez, this is gonna take forever.
All right, I'm back.
Whoa, you back already?
Yeah, man, quick and easy on the HEB app. Let's get it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle once again. The search today is sponsored by HEB. Make sure to go to heb.com and pick up or carry out in store. They have contactless delivery and curbside pickup for any orders over $30 or more. Makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind for your next ranked session. Speaking of ranked warriors, let's go ahead and bring in Oath from Team Vibrance, who's on the line with us for the first time on this broadcast. Oath, can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
All right, perfect, man. The man, the myth, the legend. Everybody's been talking about you today. You've had recommendations from 2 different players about potentially being one of the best players in the tournament. Now, I want to hype you up with that, but then I want to also give you a chance to talk a little bit about your performance in that last match. How do you think you did versus Isolated?
I mean, we were pretty confident going into it, mainly because we haven't had a chance to play the players, but just from previous results. And we had some driving motivation, at least I did, behind it.
Oh, okay. You want to speak more about that driving motivation?
Yeah, for sure. So apparently our coach has never had mashed potatoes and corn like mixed together. And I mean, I've always thought it was like a normal thing to have. I guess some people don't have that. So because we won the series and I got 5 assists in it, he's going to try it.
Well, you know where you can get your mashed potatoes and corn. You can get it at heb.com. I'm just kidding. But you can actually get it at heb.com. But that's pretty normal to me. You know, sometimes you're eating a nice little turkey dinner and your corn gets mixed in with your mashed potatoes there. I mean, it's pretty normal, I would say. I think it's abnormal if you haven't had that. But we'll talk a little bit about our food fantasies if you make it further in the bracket. And speaking about that, your next matchup is going to be against Board, which is a really OG roster. And this is kind of like a clash of the old school versus the new school. How much do you know about this team and have you prepared for them?
I've been playing this specific roster. They've been together for a long time. They've definitely built up that chemistry, and teams like that, like they resemble another team, Nefarious. They've just mainly Adam and Buddy have been together forever, and that's why they're good. Same with this team. This team's very talented because of the chemistry they've built up.
And I've been asking, everybody about this, and since we haven't spoken to you yet on the broadcast, let's go over a little bit about your history with Rocket League. Everybody's saying that you're such a good up and coming player. I want to know, when did you start? What console? What platform? Was there a motivating factor or person that got you interested in the game?
I started in 2016 back on Xbox. I only had a couple hundred hours there though, and I started freestyling. That's the main reason why I started getting really into it. I started freestyling with a couple of friends, and I got introduced to competitive mainly by one of my friends named TNT Pranks and another one named Luck. But I don't know. I just, ever since I started seeing pro players and seeing people could actually make a living off of this, make a living doing what they love, actual sports.
You're just making these segues really easy for me, man. About the making a living off of it, right? You guys are in a pretty prime position to get a contract 1 year minimum from Beasley going into this. What would this mean for you and the team going forward with the stability and the financial salary that they would be able to provide?
Like I said last time, obviously we're pushing for that contract, and one of the good reasons is for the money. But also just this org we already have a good amount of exposure in the Rocket League scene, but that expands to all different kind of medias. Just gets us a whole bunch of different recognition.
And final question I've been asking everybody this today as well. Several people have said your name as the player to watch in this tournament, but obviously I don't think you would want to say that. But who else in this bracket remaining so far of the 8 teams, the player individually that you're most impressed with and are scared of the most?
Honestly, I'd have to, from what I've seen today at least, I'd have to say either Adam or Kiri. Because Kiri's one of those players that has just insane mechanics and can do almost anything with the ball. Oh god. He can do almost anything with the ball. And Adam is just, if Adam's playing well, then that team is just really, really good. Adam's just a turn-on player.
Yeah, we haven't seen Nefarious today. They played off stream and won their matchup, but we will see them at the end of the broadcast. So we haven't put Nefarious's name in the runnings yet, but we can't count them out. So thanks so much for joining us on the broadcast, Oath, and good luck in your next matchup versus Board. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And that was Oath, everybody. He has a match coming up in about 3 matches or so, but we're going to have another round of best of 7s to go through. And this is going to be the final matches of today before we go into tomorrow's format, which will be that best of X of 5 of 7. It's a little bit of a confusing format for a traditional setting, but we'll explain it to you when we get there. And to help me explain it, let's go ahead and bring back in our lovely casters from this morning. It is going to be Danger Taco and Turtle to join us once again in the broadcast. So let's go ahead and bring him in. Welcome, Turtle and Danger Taco. And I'm sure you guys can now hear me, right? You're not...
Oh, no, I can hear you. I don't know about Taco. I think Taco's in no man's land right now, panicking. You can see the face he's making. Look at him. I don't know what's going on.
That's the face of, oh my God, I forgot to unmute.
I still can't hear him. Can you hear him?
I cannot, but
he's gone.
We'll make sure.
We'll
make sure.
Okay, I felt left out. We should be fine now. Something was going on.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back, pranksters. All right. So you know that meme with Gordon Ramsay where he's like, "Finally, some delicious food." Right.
Yes.
I feel like that's what we're getting to here. Of the,
I love that meme.
Of the 2 qualifiers that we've done, and today's broadcast, I think we finally narrowed it down to the 8 teams that are really a cut above the rest, and this is going to be our first matchup in that round of 8, where we will be able to see perhaps a little bit more competition. It's going to be Square One going up against Zookeepers. But before we do that, let's look at the tweet from the bottom. Actually, we're going to look at the bracket. I got ahead of myself. We'll take that back in a second.
Yeah, calm down, Fickle, okay? Relax.
I'm missing my reads left and right.
Hey. Yourself.
Square One and Zookeepers is the matchup we're about to see here. And then we have Team.exe and Frequence is going to be the next one after that. And on the other side of the bracket, Vibrance and Board and Nefarious and Dream. We actually haven't even seen Nefarious nor Dream, so I'm interested in seeing that one. But of the next 3 matches we're going to play, we're going to have some return players and rosters coming into this. Square One and Zookeepers. This might be the marquee matchup of the day for me personally. Looking at the seeding coming into this, I think Zookeepers was a little bit underseeded because of their performance in the qualifier. That's not to say like on any given Sunday, right? You know, they played worse on that qualifier day, but I feel like they are a better team than what they were seeded as, and they're going to have to play up against an equally a good team and Square One. So let's look at this tweet down here. Sick plays on display. Tune in to hashtag the search to catch all the aspiring pros putting it on the line for the opportunity to join the RLCS. Hashtag Rocket League. Make sure to use the hashtag the search to be featured in the little ticker below. And shout out to our Turtle, you're doing it for me right there. Shout out to our sponsor Nerd Focus. I was just gonna make let me see if I can get the actual.
I knew you were gonna come in with the sponsor read, so
you see,
I had to hit you with it.
You see how hard it is to like drink this and show the logo at the same time.
See, you just need to have the can turned towards the camera at all times, bro. You gotta get your placement game on your desk better, okay?
I liked Taco's solution was to actually do the side profile. That was pretty nice.
You just got to pivot, or I mean, you could. This is risky. This is a high-level maneuver, I think, for production. Balance it on your mic, or build like a little like mount, like a clip-on stand you would see, and just like that. Yeah, I'm sure that won't affect anything. I'm sure there's no way this could potentially backfire. See,
I'm gonna keep my hand. I'm gonna keep my hand here just in case. But this is.
Come on, bro, get on my level. You are
okay. Turtle is out. He has outshined us all.
So you're Zen Master. I have no idea how you did that quickly.
I don't even know how this is standing here. Dude. I'm kind of terrified, dude. If this thing drops, I think I can catch it, but I'm gonna risk it.
All right. Well, speaking of dropping, one of these teams is going to drop out of the tournament. Square One and Zookeepers. Remember, this is a best of 7 single elimination. So we've made up to this point. It would be such a shame for these two teams to go out. Let's look at these two rosters. Square One. So it's going to be Karma, Zanil, and Heck, going up against Zookeepers, which is going to be Bambi, Tool, and J-Bot. This is an RLCS caliber matchup, in my opinion. Turtle, thoughts on these two clashing rosters, players to look for?
I'm so excited. This is the matchup that after we got finished casting both of the previous series where these two teams showed their skill and their potential, as soon as we got done with that Zookeepers Jolly matchup and I knew they were going to face each other, I was so ecstatic because this is going to be an incredible matchup. First of all, we got Square One that came out against a large chicken, and they looked so consistent on the defensive line. They weren't overextending. They weren't pushing up too far forward. And then it was very just clean Rocket League from Square One. But then on the flip side, Zookeepers come out, and they're pre-jumping. They're going for flip resets. They're trying to be as creative as possible. So we've got a consistent rock versus just the most random pre-jumping mechanics that you could ever expect. J-Bot was popping off with the solo plays. And if you're going to look in particular to answer your question, Fickle, you said players to watch out for. I'm going to say you watch out for, I'm going to say Zanil, and then I'm going to go for J-Bot. I think Zanil and J-Bot will be the difference makers on either side, and it's going to be one heck of a matchup.
When we interviewed Zanil, he was actually saying that Heck was performing very, very well. And I think that's just him being modest. Danger Taco, what do you think about these two rosters coming into it?
I think this is you said the marquee matchup, and it's exactly what we would hope for. It's a shame that, of course, this is what happens when you only have 16 teams, and of course the teams get into the final 8. You have to see some sent home, but this feels like these are two teams that are in the running to take it all, so it's unfortunate that we got to eliminate one of them, but ultimately that's just how it works out. And for me, Zookeepers looked phenomenal. I think the team that they played in the first round in Jolly Roger was a little bit better than a large chicken, so they got to show a little bit more potential. But with Turtle, I agree, it's just high flying, constant pressure, super fast, pressure in the ball, crashing the net, and it was working out really well. But Square One also looked very sharp in that even if they had a lighter competition, or at least in my opinion, they still were getting it done, and it looked easy breezy for them. And so I think it comes down to now that they're playing against each other, it has to be fully on, 100%, no fooling around. And even though we saw really high confident plays and maybe some showing off mechanics from Zookeepers, I don't think we'll see that. I think we're going to be seeing more efficient, more direct plays. And I think this is, as you said, an RLCS level matchup, because potentially one of these teams could go on and be one of those contenders at that level. So I'm looking forward to some really quick team play, and whoever can bring it together a little bit cleaner across this best of 7 is really the only one that's going to be able to edge it out.
High stakes and intense action coming into this best of 7. The match is full ready, so I'm going to give my quick prediction and then send it to you guys. I think it'll be I think it's going to be Zookeepers, man. I really think they're looking a little more clean. This roster is more established. Karma's playing on some unusual circumstances. So I got Zookeepers in 6 here. I think it's going to be 4-2. So before you guys give your predictions, I'm just going to send it to you. You guys can do it when you're by yourself here. So it's going to be Zookeepers in Square One in a best of 7 to determine who will qualify into tomorrow's broadcast to be the next Rocket League team. It's going to be Turtle and Danger Taco. Take it away.
Thanks, Fickle. And Turtle, just real quick, though, either team could definitely take this, and I'm excited for the outcome, but I think I give it to Zookeepers only because they have looked really clean. I was very worried about them in Qualifier 2, thinking, wow, they're really going to have to bring it together. They've done that and then some. They look incredibly polished, and if you're going to play lights out all weekend long, that's the way you start it in round 1, and now in round 2, it's just about continuing that, but I think Square One in the running for it. I think it might go to 6 games, but we have game 1 at least underway, so I'm sure you might have some opinions on that as well, but yeah, 5 minutes here to make their statement on the game and throw what I said out. The defense was great last series, but this is a new one. Karma right off the bat.
This is great. Karma is literally on EU ping. She is not in the States, I believe. And she hits that shot on 130 ping. Karma is just on another level. I don't know how that doesn't affect her, but she's here to perform. She's here to fight for that prize, that contract, and my goodness, we've already got an incredible matchup on our hands.
So Zookeeper's already fallen behind, but fortunately, if you're going to give up a goal, it better be right off the bat as J-Bot tries something acrobatic. Won't find its mark, so Heck will gather. Tool, another send across. Zanil will be able to slowly touch that one to the sideline and get a demo to boot. So Bambi, the slow build-up. Underneath one, they can't get the extension, and Zanil will race to it. Zookeeper starting to build some things, but not quite being able to combine in the right ways.
Oh, and you can see Bambi's looking for some demos as well, trying to add that little extra detail of aggression. Some solid performance so far from, I'd say, both teams, even though Karma just came out with a firecracker to start out with. But so far, things have kind of leveled out, but I expect this one to be very mechanical. Probably one of the closest series we can get, or even have seen, I'd say, all tournament long, not only just this weekend, but every single weekend we've been out here. This is going to be one of the best matchups, and I'm super excited for it. Karma now in the corner trying to look for something on this transition out, but met in the air with a really strong tackle, from J-Bot. So you can see they're moving down the field, and then another shot opportunity. Zookeepers starting to pick up a little bit of energy.
And they missed that one, but sure enough, they'll have another one right off the bat. J-Bot trying to get a demo. They will get it. Bambi can't make the contact. Just doesn't read the bounce correctly. And again, Bambi set up with a sitter, and they just can't not get it to go.
That one hurts. You had the demo. The timing was perfect. The shot was coming through. But like you said, Bambi just couldn't get a touch on that ball. He just needed to find any form of contact, at least keep the ball in play. But the whiff came out. Zookeeper still down by 1 goal, and Square One escape with murder.
They're still getting away with it on defense. Zanil is left alone for a little bit. Karma last back. We'll be able to get that clear. Bambi, another touch forward. Just left and right it goes in this back corner. They will eventually get a clear out with Heck. Now down to Zanil on the 50. Tool slowing down, trying to change up the pace a little bit. Try to shake off some of these defenders, and now we'll lob it into J-Bot, but another cut out. And more so, Square One, they got that goal right off the bat, and right now they're just sitting on that lead. They're playing good enough defense. The Zookeepers haven't been able to break through, and up until right there, it's going to go through. Passes doesn't work. How about just the solo play? J-Bot through the middle.
We saw this so much in their previous series where J-Bot was taking the ball by himself and outmaneuvered 1, maybe 2 players, sometimes even 3, but this time it's 2 players. He gets the final shot on net, slides that one past the goal line, and that is very expected from the man J-Bot, who I'd say definitely brings that 1v1 ability to this roster and creates a lot of space and opportunity, even for himself.
I've seen J-Bot in Salt Mine, high-level 1v1, and been around the pro scene for a long time. So, of course, they're always a player to watch. Everyone on this field really is, but, of course, the one player you don't want to see in the open field is J-Bot. How about lurking above your goal? Dunks one down off the bar and in.
James Bot would be so proud right now seeing this man not only come out with the 1v1 skill, but then the aerial ability, the strike from above the ball, getting the angle, and still finding a way to get it behind the net. That was fantastic work. J-Bot has been a beast. 2 goals. That quickly, things have changed.
And that's how quickly a game can get away from you. Take your eye off the ball, and J-Bot just strikes quick as lightning, looking for a hat trick. But at least they'll take just holding this lead in the final 100 seconds. With a longer ball down, Zeniel are going to have to just ditch that to the corner. Tool goes for a demo, gets one. Heck has to jump over it. J-Bot, a lot of time, tries to 50 through Heck, but a bit too strong. So Bambi will retreat. Lob across to the back post, and Tool will just chase that one around. And Zookeepers playing passive at times. They don't need to rush anything, but of course, an insurance goal would do a lot to stave off these nerves. They've done a good job to get this comeback, just about trying to complete that. It's going to be the tough thing. And outside of that first goal from Square One, they've been fairly quiet, only 2 shots across this game.
A lot of reliance on their offense to get in front of the clears, but you can see how strong the defense of Zookeepers is. They always have somebody meeting a Square One offender in the air, and a lot of times they will outpace them and get in front of those clears, denying any possession to start or even form for Square One. You can see they're stuck on defense. Bambi now moving forward. J-Bot's getting a cut on the offensive side and getting in front of that clear, winning the speed game. Zookeepers look to be on another level in that department, and it's what's allowed them to keep so much pressure moving forward.
So Karma will throw one more forward. Zeniel will cut that one out. Final 30 seconds. Don't have too much time to mount an attack. The giveaways are at a premium right now. Karma gonna have to throw that into her own corner. We'll extend it again off Zeniel and into Heck. A predicted pass potentially. The double attempt. He's bumped out of the way. Tool gets it out into the corner just in case. Another one across the field. J-Bot is desperately trying to get this one out.
Here's Karma.
Extends it one more
Heck.
time. It's down to Heck. It's to the back post. It's right into Bambi. It is still in the air, but eventually it's going to have to come down. Zookeepers taking game number 1.
And you can see what Heck was going for. He wanted to keep the accuracy on that final shot, but it was way too weak. He gave Zookeepers all the time in the world to get a recovery, find a save, and keep that one out. That was a game 1 that we expected. It's going to be a close series.
Certainly will, and same with the game. It's only a 1-goal margin, so we're going to have to take a little bit of a break with our nerd-focused game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
Oh my turtle. And this is exactly what we were looking for. It's not a game 1 where one team starts off well and then they just start blowing each other out. That came down to the wire. 0-second time. Ball was fluttering back and forth in front of the goal, and good defense was able to deliver Zookeepers on that comeback potential. J-Bot popping off, certainly the player to watch, and what you usually say, everything they're touching turned to gold. That was exactly the case for J-Bot in that last game.
100%. And J-Bot, it wasn't just 2 goals spread across the entire game. It was back-to-back hype for J-Bot, giving his team a boost of energy. And then even coming through here in game number 2, starting things out with a save and keeping the team on his back. He's going for so many 1v1 plays. There was another flick into the offensive half of Square One. J-Bot has done a lot of work to facilitate this offense from Zookeepers.
So now as we get into game number 2, I'm looking forward to this first goal because it was Karma right off the bat, but then really ever since it was a little bit of a lull. So Karma trying to make their statement again. They get a flick over Zeniel, open net, and it's a beautiful pass and an equal to it finish.
And Karma's taken a couple of notes from J-Bot's gameplay. This is all a solo play, and you can notice that Karma let that ball bounce right an extra time to get under it, get a backflip, go off the backboard, and force, I believe that was Tool, to panic a bit. He himself backflipped, couldn't get up in the air, and you've got a cleanup then coming through from Zeniel. So another strong start from Square One. This time they're going to need to hold on.
But team bumps there as Heck is flying off the backboard. Tool gathered right in front. They're trying to crash it in front. Can't pound it through. So Bambi will keep it alive in the corner, but Heck will send it downfield. And again, I think it's another quick start for Square One, but I think they're going to be a bit more cautious as we go into the mid-game. They don't want to give up another lead, especially with J-Bot in open space. Great hook shot, but a nice save onto the backboard. And Square One will survive another foray into their attack.
That's just a deadly duo. J-Bot and some space to dribble. I mean, that is one of the best on the field right now. And it's not even another player. J-Bot all himself. Now Tool coming in for a clear. He's downfield. Finds a nice little touch into the corner. Zanil's looking to get a carry out. Tool comes out for the demo. Solid plays overall. Zookeepers, again, look to be dominant in terms of offensive power. But Square One, that early start helps them out every time.
And now it seems like Zookeeper is just trying to break through this midfield. Square One doing a fairly good job being able to cut a lot of these out and getting that quick challenges like that from Heck. Zanil forces Tool up into a quick aerial. Karma now a little bit of space. Bambi closes it down. Another regather off the ceiling she goes, but will get another clear. Zanil locks it down again. Tool has tapped that across. J-Bot left alone. Zanil a light touch.
Nice.
Karma gets a piece of the clear. Heck will keep it alive again. Low boost for the Zookeepers, but just enough to be able to consolidate that back line. Look from Bambi will be able to get it out, and Tool therefore be able to turn into a counter. Up to Bambi, into the ceiling, and Zanil will be able to get that touch. Back and forth we go. Still a 1-goal game as we reach halftime.
Some really big clears coming out from Square One. These touches are going the distance for sure. They're not keeping it too close in the way that J-Bot does moving down the field. But Square One, they are just trying to hit this ball to open space and relieve as much pressure as possible. We've got about 2 minutes left. Still haven't seen a pop-off from J-Bot. A lot of responsibility was on his shoulders in game one, but maybe another teammate, supposedly Tool or Bambi, will come through with some plays of their own. Otherwise, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
And I think these aerials are really wearing out the Zookeepers' defense. And Neil generates an open shot for Karma. J-Bot just gets in the way. Bambi on the second follow-through. And the Zookeepers' defense will continue to hold. But they need offense. They can't just keep getting pressed back. It's so difficult. Square One swarming the ball and all these quality shots onto that backboard, really pushing them back. It seems like it might have to come out of a counter or maybe an uncontested air dribble. Bambi up for it, gets the flip reset. But Karma equal to it, and unfortunately Zookeepers just do not have that second man to pound that last shot through.
Square One does seem to be doing a better job of recognizing when J-Bot's going to go for a dribble and just making him do an early flick. A lot of times when a player is that good at dribbling, you have to send two defenders at him. One makes them flick early and get a nice little toss out as on the goal line. The saves come out from Zookeepers. Heck went for a little bit of a mind game, but it didn't work out. And they are still within one. This has been a close game number 2. Still waiting for that J-Bot pop-off.
I mean, if they're looking for another goal, they certainly earned it on the defensive half. At least they think they might have, but the final result is still not there. Karma has been causing so much havoc in front of the net, doing a very good job of extending plays on offense. Now in the final 40 seconds, Zookeepers trying to shake their heads here, wondering what they have to do to score. Passes like that are not going to be it. Karma will send another one deep down. Heck in the corner generates a flick, but not past Bambi. Just going to go straight down into Tool. Up the line, Bambi will try to extend past one. Zanil gets a 50 though, and that touch might be burning off a lot of valuable time. They'll get a demo, but ultimately the damage might be done with 15 seconds. Zookeepers basically have to carry this the whole field.
Oh man, a little bit of panic too coming out from Zookeepers. J-Bot and Tool in the same position. And then Tool is also jumping a little bit prematurely. Can't find a touch. 3 seconds left. This ball has got to stay in the air. Otherwise, Square One get a game back and tie up the series.
And that's a great response by Square One. Again, a 1-goal margin. And almost it comes from just making sure they remain composed. I love the mix-up of high speed and then those slow moments like that Karma setup. So again, these players are just going by inches. So they're going to have to take a deep breath, and they will have an HEB game break to do so.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at HEB.com and download the HEB app today.
So, Turtle, I think one thing I'm looking for from Zookeepers, they lost that game. They had to come back last one. What was the improvements you were seeing from Square One here in this game number 2?
For me, it was the way they were challenging those dribbles from J-Bot and also his teammates. It seemed like they were patient, and they also knew when J-Bot would lose control or that ball would just be slightly out of reach. So what I was trying to allude to earlier on before I got interrupted by the crazy defensive plays from Zookeepers was that you send one player forward just to flop at the ball, make that dribbler do something, whether it's a flick or maybe a touch to the side, and there's a second shadow defender ready and quick to get back into that challenge and find the opening touch, and that way they can cut off any momentum from starting. So Zookeepers, they can't rely on the dribbles anymore, but they certainly have the mechanics to pursue other options at generating opportunities. It's just a question of who will step up. J-Bot can do that because he's always downfield. Tool and Bambi, we've seen some flip reset attempts from them, but it hasn't been enough. Something has got to click as a team. I would love to see more midfield passing, similar to how Square One like to do things.
I think Demo Play has also reared their head a lot in game number 1 to good success. Ooh. Maybe just dazzling solo plays there.
What is going on?
Can't get that one. Panic in front of the net, but Square One will survive and get that one to go. Last game, we saw Zookeepers really struggle to get that one off their goal line. Then this one, right off the bat, Square One was in a lot of danger, but they get away with it. The composure from these teams to remain calm under all of that pressure is so impressive.
I just want everybody to know that Karma is also making these incredible goal line saves on 130 ping, which is just another level. And right now she's going for some solo plays, maybe a ground pitch. Zanil was waiting for the follow-up. A booming clear. Feels behind it, but Heck had all the time in the world. It's a bit surprising to see a clear go unanswered from Zookeepers, but maybe that's a sign that they're trying to fix things or change their play style, and it seems to be working.
Love it from Bambi. Zanil doesn't get the best touch. J-Bot puts it into the ceiling, and all Bambi knows they have to do, they don't have to crack that one perfectly placed. They just have to get it over the defender. They do exactly that into the open net. Now Zookeepers striking first just after a minute gone, and they can start to build off of that. But we've already seen that that might already be enough. Both game 1 and 2 were decided by just a 1-goal margin. And my goodness, is it going to continue to be close? That one ricocheting off the bar from Square One.
That's the first time we've seen Zookeepers score first. Maybe that'll add to increased amount of momentum here moving forward for the offensive side of Zookeepers. But we do still have Square One alongside Heck and Zanil putting in some challenges forward, trying to make some moves and maybe open up an opportunity for Karma. But it seemed to have stabled out a little bit. Tool with a demo, that's what you wanted to see a little bit more, Taco, and I think they're implementing that pretty well.
I think it's a good thing to shake off the rotations and really put Square One at a disadvantage. It's always so tough when you're playing this fast. When you lose someone, even for those 2-3 seconds, it can cause so much chaos in the back. Zanil's trying to extend some chaos for Square One, but no go. Bambi send up a double tap. It's off the bar. J-Bot off the bar as well, and Heck will get a clear.
The counterattack. That's
Bambi
it.
racing back. Heck can't get around it. Zanil on the follow with the light touch, and that's going to be denied. A breakneck pace breaking out here in game number 3.
If Heck had literally one more pad of boost, he probably would have been able to find that angle, wrap around the ball, and put that counterattack in the back of the net. So an opportunity wasted on both sides, because that one shot, I believe it was J-Bot who missed that open net off the crossbar. Couldn't find it. Still, Zookeepers winning and in the lead by 1 goal. But Square One, they've had a couple of opportunities. You can't count them out yet.
Certainly not. Always a threat to score. Both teams are. The very back and forth game really just dictated by who can, it seems to remain clean and composed on that goal line. Not too many demos coming up from Square One, but they're certainly trying to rely on those slow plays, trying to disrupt some of these Zookeepers plays by drawing them into challenges. Now there's no one to challenge Zanil except for Tool. A little bit late on that one, but a perfect read off the ceiling. Now trying to get in the corner, but Heck,
oh, beautiful.
A little bit of a cutout. Nice air dribble past one. Zanil gets a deflection. Karma, tough read, so they'll extend it up into the corner. Unfortunately, we'll be hit again, and Zanil will just give it away to Bambi in a long clear now as we enter in the final 2 minutes.
That was some incredible work, though, done by Heck to get that ball out of his defensive side. The first touch was flawless. He remained in control with the ball and then just maneuvered out past 2 defenders. So maybe the slower, clear approach from Square One, you can see they're going for passes like this one from Heck to Karma that sets up Karma with the shot off the backboard, and then a follow-up attempt from Heck. That is what's generating a lot of opportunities. We haven't seen it lead to 1 goal, but the chances are certainly there for Square One.
Zookeepers continue to try to bring it to the ceiling and knock it down into an awkward position. Square One has not given up another goal yet, but they only have a minute to be able to get a goal of their own. They would very much like to avoid the shutout in any scenario. But as we see them pass across, they do get occasional space, and Heck might have a tap, but it's a great read by Tool right there. And again, the Zookeepers defense standing up strong. It looks dire, but then they were able to just dig their way out of it.
It does look relatively threatening, but the good thing is Zookeepers are not panicking on the goal line. They stay calm, composed, and collected. That's what you want to see from a team that's as experienced as Zookeepers. They've been playing together for quite some time. Heck does get the demo on Tool, which relieves a little bit of pressure on the counterattack, but then Karma now will take out J-Bot, so physical plays coming out from these teams. It is leading to a couple of chances, but with 10 seconds left, you haven't been able to put one away. If you are square one, now is your chance. Otherwise, game number 3 is going to go in favor of Zookeepers.
Now full court carry required. Bambi gets a dunk down, and that's all they need. It goes into the midfield, hits that ground. Zookeepers will be able to take a lead in this series yet again. A good response to them, and it just keeps on going. The shots almost seem to be going lower and lower as more of this game is played in the midfield, so we're going to have to go to yet another break, and a nerd-focused game break might be what these teams need.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Another game down, and yet again, another one-goal game. And Square One had shot opportunities. We got really hyped. We thought it might have been the moment, and then it was just not quite the angle they needed, and they couldn't put it away. Not necessarily a failure on their part, but it shows that how rare some shot opportunities actually come across when they're playing against the Zookeepers, when they're playing that lights-out defense.
Oh, yeah, and it wasn't the most convincing win from Zookeepers. Not to say that they weren't playing well. It's just the fact that Square One had so many chances, so many opportunities where if one 50-50 or maybe one read didn't go in favor of Zookeepers, we certainly would have seen it at least get tied up with a minute or two left. They'd look deadly. So if Square One could keep up that momentum, keep up that play style, I wouldn't change too much because of how solid they do look on the field, but we're going to have to figure out what they do and if they can actually start out with that same pace that they did the first 2 games. Here comes Square One on offense.
We'll try again. It's Neil from a tough angle. That's a tough save. Karma might be able to wrap around that one. All 3 of the Zookeepers up to be able to clear that one to the corner. J-Bot still in trouble. It does their job well enough. They'll be able to have a little bit of a breathing room, but Square One doesn't want to go anywhere. They're still swarming the ball. Karma will send another one. This time Tool equal to it. So back out to mid we go, and Square One can refuel for another attack forward.
And while it does look pretty promising for Square One, I do panic a little bit as J-Bot gets a backflip goal line save. That's, maybe the 4th or 5th one we've seen the past 2 games alone. Zookeeper's goal line defense has been phenomenal. And this is where I get scared for Square One, because whenever you come this close and you're this desperate to get a goal, sometimes you get a little bit tilted. You start making errors like that from Karma where she doesn't find the read and things start collapsing. So the mental game for Square One, they have to stay resilient and determined to get that goal and break through this, I'd say, offensive curse.
And I can definitely feel the tilt, especially when you're so close and it almost feels like so far. You just can't quite get that final shot. So they can't get disparaged or really discouraged from at all attacking forward at all. They're finding some success at times. They were able to generate a couple double and triple commits from the Zookeepers, so at least this game number 4 kicking off well for them, but we're still in that stalemate stage of the game. We're still waiting for that first strike to go through. Might be Heck in a lot of open space. Long shot. J-Bot always competent in the back, getting that good save. Bambi with the extension, and now Tool trying to put that one into the corner. Gets a decent 50, but Karma will send another one long down, and J-Bot will try to tap it down to Bambi for some control.
I think that for Square One, if they want to break through this defense of Zookeepers, they're going to have to rely on that danger taco strategy that we mentioned earlier with the physical plays. We need something to break that rotation, because Zookeepers, so long as they have somebody rotating, they'll find the save, and Zanil finds that save on the goal line, giving Zookeepers a taste of their own medicine.
My goodness, the moment that ball came in front and I saw Bambi, I just thought, uh-oh, in my head. But Zanil, not panicked at all. Backflip into the boost, into the save. Great play to keep him level right at the stroke of halftime now. Still looking for that first goal. At this rate, the series is going the winner. But still have a lot of time and a lot of opportunities still to go. Karma with a sitter, puts it across, and the angle being cut out by the defense forced that shot to go wide. And that time, it was just a bit too far for the post.
Square One, they're so close to finding that opportunity. I mean, just looking at shots alone, we've got 6 shots from Square One. There it is, though, finally. And it is the aggression, the demo plays. We were talking about it earlier. You have to throw off that rotation, and Square One finally managed to do so.
Why go around the team when you can go through the team? Zanil with the 1v1. You could go for the flick, you go for the air dribble, you go for the reset, but sometimes the best solutions are the simplest, and they will find their goal after a nice air dribble, really, an air dribble bump coming out from Square One, and a great way to open up their scoring and be able to really keep on going. 2-0 now after a fantastic dunk. Zanil getting it done.
Look at how Zanil saves his flip and then pre-flips into that dunk. He knew 100% where Bambi was trying to go with the ball, got above that challenge, and found the dunk. This has been a huge step up, and they're adding that extra flair that was necessary to break through the defense. J-Bot with a shot on net. Saved then from Zanil. Zanil is popping off right now. I don't know what else to say, but he's on fire.
What an individual effort. Hex trying to get involved as well with the extension. Dribble past one, the bounce touch past a second. 3-0 now to Square One, and we still got 96 seconds to play.
And he follows it up. We've got such great plays coming out from the left side wall. Square One seem to live, on that side wall. And they're making some incredible plays off of it. Able to follow it up, get some follow-up touches, some second or third touches, in fact. And it looks so good. Square One, we didn't see this type of offense in the previous game. It was a little bit flat, but now they're coming out with the mechanic.
It's nice to see. And especially for the confidence is not only getting multiple goals, but getting them in quick succession. It's showing that you able to really roll with that snowball effect of getting your foot forward and then not slowing down. Zookeeper's not necessarily getting torn apart here, but they're just getting beat on these slight touches. And now it's just a free-for-all. What a pass by Zanil. They're going to add another stat, and Heck is going to add another goal.
I just can't get over this control from Zanil. The first touch, then he goes into the mind game, then the follow-up from Bambi. And it's like if you're a defender from Bambi, you see Zanil going for the mind game. You see Zanil being patient. So you just say, okay, I'm going to try challenge as fast as possible, regardless of a mind game. But then it ends up basically being the reason why you can't get to the challenge. Square One, they've got every single aspect of this pitch covered.
And this has been very interesting development, especially since this game was very even pretty much all throughout. And then suddenly one goal goes in, and you just see this watershed moment for Square One, able to get all these goals, and now at least Zookeepers have one to write home about, but unfortunately only 38 seconds left, not much they can do about the rest of them.
We've seen crazier things happen in Rocket League, but I don't think we're going to see too many mistakes like that from Square One, where they're just on top of each other's toes and stepping basically on top of each other's toes, which I believe is what I meant to say. But it's going to be interesting. I think with 35 seconds left, there's not too much of a chance here for Zookeepers, but if you can start building something here in this game that can help you on in the next game, that's what you aim to do. And Square One, they're just on top of their game right now. They look so warmed up, so polished. Zanil then getting the save. And speaking of Zanil, he has been the reason why Square One won this game. It's those extra touches, Taco, that he's finding that creates such a threatening opportunity on offense.
I mean, Zanil, if you're talking about looking for an MVP, look no further right now. 2 goals, 50% shooting, 6 saves for Square One, and it's going to deliver them another win. And it's 2-2 now in the series. And I think if you are tired of seeing sweeps on the stream, then I can't say that you're disappointed with this series so far. My goodness, it's going back and forth.
I mean, we knew this was going to happen, okay? I don't want to be that guy, but I said this was going to happen, okay? I knew this was going to be a crazy matchup. How could you not? With the series that we saw from both teams prior to coming into this matchup, you knew this was going to be one for the books. And we have gotten crazy mechanical plays. We've gotten dribbles from J-Bot. We've gotten mind games from Zanil. The left sidewall play as well from Square One was outstanding. A lot of these goals were coming from the sidewall. Heck, managing to find another touch. And then I believe this next goal will be another play where you're getting multiple touches in a row. Zanil, the mind game, to a follow-up touch, drop down pass, then to Heck. They are unstoppable at this moment. And Taco, what are we going to need to see from Zookeepers if they want to keep up?
The one thing I'm seeing from Zookeepers that they're doing very well is in previous games, they were able to play in the midfield well. They were able to extend plays out. And the difficulty is that it almost seems like in this moment, they were not quite finding those touches. And then you started to see these midfield plays start to develop from square one. And that usually results in a bounce down and they'll get open shots. If not for Karma putting it a little bit wide on some shots, could have been even worse. Not really a dig on Karma as much as just sometimes you just have to get to a shot quickly, and they're doing that. And ultimately, it builds pressure, it wears down the defense, and it was working. I think that midfield touches that they keep getting, they're just beating out Zookeepers that are being a little bit late on some of these challenges. And I think it's that change up of pace that Square One is bringing that I think actually helped to open up the game. And then over time, as the anxiety started to build for Zookeepers, they were able just to keep capitalizing on it. But certainly, solo plays from Zanil. I mean, when the skill level is this high, it's hard to have one player peak even above that. But I don't know how consistent Zanil could do that. But as long as they're playing like last game, Square One has to be feeling pretty confident as we go through the rest of these series.
And I think it really bodes well for Square One that you're seeing some step-up performances from every single individual member. It hasn't just been one player like Zanil alone stepping up. We saw moments that were great from Heck. We saw Karma, of course, getting the first and few early goals off the backboard in the first two games. And then on top of that, we are seeing Zanil go crazy with the follow-up touches, with the control he's putting on display. It has been, dare I say, one of the best series that we've seen all tournament long, if not the best series. And I expect this to go all the way. Game 7. If we don't get Game 7, Taco, I might cry in front of you. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, not only in front of me, but plenty of people. But they're all going to be with you because we're all hoping for some great Rocket League. But ultimately, we want the best team to go through. Whether that takes 6 games or 7, whatever, what have you. It's going to be a heck of a series, especially as we're trying to make sure all the players are able to play at their peak right now as we're taking this brief break just to figure out some connections as people are just getting a little bit of latency on their connections. So
Karma's on high ping.
Karma's
like literally she's overseas and she's out here competing. I don't even know what time it is for her where she is currently living at. So it's crazy to see not only the dedication, but also just the performance that she's having in these games alone have been outstanding. So we've got a lot of news to explain because Karma's overseas. Zanil's popping off. Then J-Bot with the dribbles, bro. What else can we expect from this matchup?
I mean, we're starting to see a lot of different highlights here. Karma actually, I love how actually in that last game, they're playing overseas. They have like triple the ping of everyone else. And yet, is that their teammate is the one that is DCing and needs a new server. So while we figure that out, we're going to throw you guys to a brief break, but hopefully we'll be back very briefly with Game 5 of this really good series between Zookeepers and Square One. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that brief break, but we wanted to make sure connections are top-notch, and they are, so we can get back into game number 5. And Turtle, after seeing what we've been seeing, close games, trading back and forth, and then Square One gets a win, but it's not a small margin. It is a 4-1. What do you think that has to do to the mental of the Zookeepers going in here into game number 5?
Well, it's tough because not only did Square One take the win 4-1, and they did it in style, but also they were the ones having the connectivity issues. So it's like, you take a big L, you take a loss in-game, and then on top of that, they remind you that they're lagging and they're having some connection issues. That also would get in my head, and I'd be like, oh, we still lost, even after Karma has horrible ping, and she wasn't even the one who was disconnecting. It's 2 of these players now on Square One, but hopefully that has been all taken care of. The pings look solid, the connection has been found, and we'll see if Zookeepers can find that same connection, but in the passing game, because I'd like to see some more midfield passes from them. Just some unique, creative ways that they can move down the field that we saw in the series previously with them. They were going for pre-jump plays. They were having some crazy backboard reads. Even off the backboard, they were taking flight. So we need more of that if we want to see them bring it to Square One. Otherwise, you get somebody like Zanil taking advantage of you.
And Heck again, just baiting in a challenge, gets 1 extra touch. Karma waiting for it. Zanil with the cleanup crew. 1, 2, and 3 for our first goal of the game. 31 seconds in, and this is not a new game. This is just a continuation of the last one. Square One still rolling.
Maybe off the backboard, though, Bambi. This is what they need. Something to energize them, but then the follow-up from Heck. Every time you think Zookeepers have an opportunity or somebody's going to go for a crazy mechanical play, you get hit with a goal line save from Square One.
And then J-Bot with a little bit of a musty pass forward. And we have a little bit of a DC there, so I think we're going to have to pause yet again to try to gather everyone together. And honestly, the only thing that is slowing these players down is the occasional connection mishap. So we're trying to get, cast out a lasso, bring, I believe, Zanil back into the game.
Even this game can't handle the firepower from both teams. It's crazy. It's like, you guys got to calm down, okay? It's like that one friend in the middle of 2 other friends fighting who's trying to calm things down. That's what's happening right now with the connection issues. But it does look like we do have Zanil back in the server. He was the one having the connection issue. He's back in, and I do believe we'll continue into the game shortly. This has been one heck of a matchup, and we're only a minute in, and we've already got a goal from Square One. It's been crazy. Been crazy, Taco.
I mean, sometimes, Zanil, the only way to slow them down is to just nerf them with their connection and kick them out of the lobby. So it's the only thing they can do right now if you're Zookeepers. And it's just going to keep continuing. A rare miss, though, from Zanil. Maybe jumping a little bit too early on that one. And that will be a missed opportunity. Karma trying to get another one. J-Bot with a good save. Tool is needed to get in the way. Heck will continue again. Square One looking revitalized. They're looking clean on a lot of these transitions and on defense as well, with Karma getting another save.
The thing I want to see from Zookeepers is the follow-up game get picked up a little bit. You got Zookeepers coming in with a lot of crazy shots, but Square One are constantly in rotation. So either you go for a demo and just take out that initial defender, or goalkeeper, you take him out, or you can have a nice little follow-up. But I guess it's not going to happen because Square One just keep getting these goals to run away with.
And I was looking around the field, J-Bot and Bambi maybe not communicating with each other, both in the way, and Tool nowhere close to being back. I don't think they expect that ball just to push out right into the middle, but that is as easy as you'd like for a second goal for Square One. Zookeepers have to be composed here. Game's starting to get away from them a little bit.
Yeah, maybe there's a little tilt factor coming in because double commits aren't something we see often with Zookeepers. And then an uncharacteristic, whiff from J-Bot from the corner, but nobody's in position to challenge for Square One. Then the pass came out, and Zanil predicted it. Zookeepers are struggling to connect things and find a little bit of chemistry between each other.
Zanil will get another tap to the side. Tool not find the demo on Karma, but at least get another touch into the corner. Heck, long clear to buy some time for their squad. Bambi slowing it down with an air dribble. Karma will get another piece of it, but that will only unleash Tool on the air dribble. A lot of time going for a reset. Zanil says no. A good shutdown into the ceiling. Bambi goes with their hit. Karma straight down to J-Bot as Zookeepers trying to mount an offensive attack here, but they just can't quite push past that final breadth of the defense. And you had mentioned Square One reading some of the passes. Their defense has been really locked down, and I think we're going to need a return to something with a bit more trickery. How about that from Zanil? The flip reset, but it's only going to find the post.
And it feels like it might be a boost issue, but as I rotate through every player on Zookeepers, they all got a relatively high amount of boost. The corners aren't getting nabbed too quickly, but there's a lot of weird whiffs coming out. We just saw one there from Bambi. I don't know if he got mind game, but either way, you want to make some kind of contact. Then about 30 seconds ago, we saw another whiff. I believe it was from Bambi as well. So weird plays here for Zookeepers as they try to find any ounce of momentum or just clarity on the field. They seem to be a bit clouded with their attempts.
And even those passes are only going to find Heck. Karma will extend it again into the corner. J-Bot, not the ideal flick. Heck is quickly up for it. Will dunk Bambi straight down. Tool will try to extend it over to J-Bot, but a bit out of their reach. A little bit of a double commit. Tool tucks it over one, not past Zanil. Another great 50. Tough angle from Bambi, and they can't get it to go. Nothing the Zookeepers has tried to throw at Square One has broken through. We're going to keep on playing. Still a 2-goal game.
That hurts. Bambi had the follow-up. We needed the touch to come through. Even if Bambi didn't find the angle, maybe somebody would have been in the midfield on the rotation to find the final execution. But a whiff from Bambi. We've seen it all game long, but J-Bot finally connects, and it is off the pass from Bambi. If he's not behind the ball shooting, maybe he can make a little bit of an impact with those passes.
Round of 16, we saw the bread and butter of Zookeeper's attack was those infield passes. And even in this series, they've had really good contact. They've just been a little off target or only found a defender. That time, they had a wide open range to Grayson, and they were able to put that one away. So, journey not done. At least 1 goal down. They need a second, remaining 45. With a touch like that, it might set up J-Bot. They go for a demo. They get one. Bambi is in front of net. It's a bit of a deflection. Can Tool race to it? Heck is there as well. A little bit of a whiff. J-Bot with the solo play into the corner. Off the ceiling. It's going to pinch all the way back for Tool. Long clear. J-Bot's up for it. And it's going to be cleared away from Heck. 15 seconds remaining. And Zookeeper's still looking, but at least they have a little bit of momentum. The 50 will buy a little bit of time for Square One to recover. What a pinch by Karma. And now we're into the territory of a full court carry. J-Bot.
Oh, they've got it.
Straight down to Bambi. Off the corner. It's off the ceiling. It's there for Tool, but Heck is there first, and it will hit the ground. Square One is 5 minutes away from going on to day number 2.
But they have to be cautious because we were seeing some creativity come out from Zookeepers in their offense. I believe we saw J-Bot staying and hovering on the backboard with a pinch pass all the way to his own back end for another pass to go off the backboard where he stayed. We're getting that type of creativity. This is what I wanted from Zookeepers. So while they lost this game, the final 2 minutes looked flawless for them. This is the type of play style that they thrive in, and you can tell Square One we're feeling that pressure.
And I think this is... The next game is an incredibly important game, obviously, because it is match point for Square One, but also for Zookeepers. It's almost like they figured it out right at the end of that game. So if they can continue that, talk with their coach and comms, what have you, I think it's very interesting to see if they can pull it through in this next match, be able to implement that strategy, because it did seem like Square One was on the back foot for a fair amount of that time, though Square One's still playing at that high level. It's going to take that last-ditch effort there from Zookeepers at the end of that last game. It's going to take that for all 5 minutes to beat this team. They're looking so strong, and they know they're that close to getting on to day number 2.
Yeah, but we're also going to need to see if, the match point is going to infiltrate the minds of Zookeepers, because a lot of times these teams will look solid going into match point, but then because of what's on the line, the pressure here, you lose this game. Like you said, 5 minutes away for Square One to move on into the next part of this bracket. A lot of pressure here for Zookeepers, but we'll see if that affects their play style or if they can continue off of that previous energy and that momentum they built with those final 2 minutes.
On to New Tokyo we go for game number 6. We're looking to see potentially an end to it right here, and there was almost
what a 50.
The deadlock here. Tool with a good 50, but they're out of boost. Karma doesn't need to save it. It's going to go to the corner instead. J-Bot setting up Zanil with a dribble. Another 50 into open space. Heck will get dunked down by Tool on the pre-flip, trying to extend it. Goes for a demo on Karma, and the break check will save the day. So physical play coming back for Zookeepers as they're looking for that one. and a very nice quick opening minute to game number 6, but we're still looking for that first goal, and it's going to take something a little bit more creative to break the deadlock here.
And the positioning from Zookeepers is a little bit linear. I'm seeing them kind of stack up behind each other instead of space out and go a bit wider on the pitch. So I think if they start to maneuver and fill out the whole area, they could find better opportunities, or you could just rely on J-Bot to do a lot of the dirty work with this control.
Zanil kind of tied their axles behind their back there as they tried to defend, get back, and then realize they're on the goal line. They have to sit still, and they just do not have the speed to wrap around that clear. It was right at him, but ultimately Jamesbot. Jamesbot's favorite player, J-Bot, is doing what they do best, scoring the goals in crucial moments.
I've never seen Jamesbot and J-Bot in the same room, so you never know. This could be Jamesbot's secret identity. He could even be casting himself. Okay.
Just super self-centered, just a huge fan of themselves.
Yeah,
like, yo, you guys hear about the J-Bot?
Crazy stuff, man.
Buy their merch, probably.
Yeah, dude.
But regardless of whatever conspiracies we've just opened up, it is J-Bot that makes the difference here. Now Zookeepers have that momentum. They're trying to extend, take this series the distance. And again, with single Elim on the back of their mind, that goal couldn't have come at a better time.
But it's always been J-Bot, at least in this series, who has been stepping up to the plate. So I can only imagine what happens if Tool and Bambi find a way to match that pace. Because if we start seeing some better plays from Bambi and Tool, Bambi in particular, we saw the whiff come out in the previous game. If he picks it up, and he could with this shot off the crossbar. And it wasn't even Bambi. I thought this was Bambi. It was actually Bambi on the pass. But still, this is more than enough of what I was asking for.
A great read, and it's just a simplistic play, but it works so well. 2 players on the ground for Square One, put it off the corner and almost on the pre-jump tool with that good of a read. Able to tuck that one in. All they have to do is put it just under the bar, and they all count the same. 2-0 for Zookeepers, and this is the response you're looking for if you're trying to extend this series out. Square One, only 1 shot on the board halfway through this one. And they're very much struggling to get back into this one. But it can be quick as that. Pass on the near post, almost tucked in by Karma, but will only find a defender. J-Bot on the far side. Tool with another touch onto the backboard. And Zookeepers, I don't know what that was said to them between these games or what they were talking about, but it is certainly working.
I thought the pressure might force them to cascade on each other, but instead it's just amped up the energy. And it's J-Bot yet again. A lot of times we'll see this dude just go up in the air. He's by himself. He doesn't need his teammates. He doesn't need anybody. As long as he's got boost and some space, he can make it work.
That's the terrifying part of playing at this level, I'm sure, is you have all the passes covered, you got the backboard covered, and then you're like, wait, who's covering the actual player air dribbling? And J-Bot does it themselves, baits it a defender, and a flawless flip reset in for 3-0. And that's something that Zookeepers have not really experienced in this series. It's been a while since they've had a really multi-goal lead or lead at all within this series, so certainly it's a great thing to give that a little spark going forward. And I think there might be more to come unless Square One can find a way to break back into this game. Even that one going to get cut out on the midfield pass. Heck, trying again, but Tool level to it. And another clear downfield, maybe for J-Bot again, but that one just a little bit too far.
The passes are connecting more, but maybe Zanil, you can put this one in. They're so close. Square One, they've had a look and opportunities just like that one that we saw there from Zanil, where they have a clear shot at the net, but there's one player from Zookeepers rotating in just in time. So maybe go for the demo plays. That's what kind of changed the tides of battle before, were those demo plays from Square One, where you're interrupting that rotation. Karma, now this is where you get the demo play. Go for it against J-Bot. Make him hesitate a little bit. And you can see the effect of the physical plays. Even if you don't find contact, you're forcing J-Bot to make a decision right then and there.
What a big brain play by Heck there. They had a lead blocker coming through, and yet they put it almost right at J-Bot, just thinking maybe that's the least likely position that they're going to have to save it. Puts it behind the defender, and it pays off.
Oh my goodness.
They do have a little bit of a chance there off the kickoff, as you said, almost getting that second goal. So we will play on. And with 1 goal at least under the belt, Square One can have a little bit of momentum, but it's going to take quite a lot to break through the Zookeepers defense. Maybe a slow play, Karma gets denied, and Zanil are going to have to gather in their own half again.
And there's some hope here for Square One. 47 seconds left. They need to make something happen right now, or at least within the next 2, I'd say, drives moving forward. Otherwise, you're going to have to try and rethink your strategy going into match point for both teams. And it's going to be difficult. Now a clear from Heck all the way downfield. Let's see how they can recover. Something has got to work and connect for them. Otherwise, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. And you don't want to do that against a Zookeeper team that has got some fire under their striking ability.
Certainly not. It's a tall task for anyone. But we're not talking about anything too ambitious. It might just come down to the next 5 minutes, especially as the clock is ticking down here. Zookeepers do not want to give anything to Square One here at the end. They don't want them having any confidence going into game number 7, because that is exactly where we were headed. We said this series is one that is likely to go the distance, and it has lived up to that billing. Square One and Zookeepers going to game number 7 to see who's going to be eliminated from the search.
I just love how this tournament has unfolded. We got so many sweeps every single weekend. It seems like the games are just going by in an instant. Everybody's been bringing out that sweep play style where you just start destroying teams, then go for those pre-jumps, but not until we got to this series. This has changed everything, and I expect this to be a new trend so far in the search for the next Rocket League team. This is going to be one heck of a game number 7. These teams evenly matched. Square One was even picking up a little bit of speed and pace at the end of this game. I can only imagine what type of strategy they try to implement going into the next one and the final one.
And I know sometimes when you play on stream or you know that you're being watched, hands get a little shaky, a little sweaty, and you're trying to not to panic. I cannot imagine the pressure on these teams right now.
They're used to this, Taco. These teams, they've got a lot of history. Every single player. They've been in positions like this, especially Karma. Maybe the new pickup, Zanil. This could be some great experience for him. But regardless, Zanil, if this is a new experience for him, he has been popping off. So we'll see if it's J-Bot, Zanil, or maybe somebody new who makes a difference.
So as we kick off this game number 7, it's really all about whether or not one of these teams can show up in the next 5 minutes or maybe more. Wouldn't be surprised if we see an overtime, but we can only hope for that for all the drama involved. We're going to see a lot of nice demo attempts coming through from Square One. Karma the extension through. Zanil will tap it slightly and get a deflection. So now Heck with a attempt at the ball. Bambi from a hard angle. Nice lob up. J-Bot, they're up for it. It's off the ceiling. Karma barely gets the read. Tool with the shot. And Zanil was not able to read that one. And that's the opening goal to Zookeepers.
This is such a creative touch from J-Bot. He hits it purposely off the ceiling. Karma couldn't find that read early enough. While she did get a touch, she came in way too late, didn't find a solid clear, and 2 players from Square One end up committing on that awkward touch from J-Bot.
I'm trying to answer back is Heck, but J-Bot will cut this out. Karma, high lob across, trying to get on the end of it, but only Tool able to reach it. Another pinch. They'll be able to continue their run forward. Heck, the tap down. J-Bot always trying to flex that control, trying to bring it all the way across, and what a pinch that drew all the defenders. Bambi with an open net. Where is the defense? They're not home. Zookeepers 2-0.
If you have one guess as to who's making an impact on the field for Zookeepers and who's behind that pinch, of course, it's J-Bot. The pinch all the way to the midfield. And the crazy thing is that both players were in position for the shot. That's how much they trust J-Bot to get that pinch, that monster of a pinch, dare I say, all the way to the midfield and get the setup 2-0. Zookeepers look to be absolutely on fire.
I'll try and see if they can keep it going. As we've seen, it's very rare that teams get this much ahead of a steam and then get slowed down. But if there's ever a time to peak, it's right now for Square One, and it doesn't seem to be happening. Almost a third. Zanil, who else? With the crucial save on the goal line. They're going to have to keep it going, though. Tap down from Tool, right into J-Bot. The slowdown, and Heck is not fooled. Gets the 50 to go, but Tool keeps it going again. Zookeepers, like you said, they're on fire. They are looking so good right now in this game number 7.
And they're just so incredibly aware of how Square One are positioning themselves. A lot of times we will see a touch from Zookeepers where you assume they're just going to smack the ball and go for a power hit, but they'll go for an awkward touch instead to throw off the defense. That happened with J-Bot's ceiling touch. We just saw another one there, of course, from J-Bot where he got a backflip, and his teammates have done a great job of supporting him. They were in position for the pinch, then they were in position there for the fake, and now the back-to-back midfield passing tool for the follow-up. It's saved from Zanil, but of course the pressure is still going to be put on from Zookeepers.
Oh my gosh. The Zookeeper's passing right now so deadly in front of net. So many incredible saves being made by Square One just to keep them at the point where they are right now. The demo play is also rearing its head. That's a defender lost. Heck, be able to throw themselves just in time in front of that one to commit on that challenge. And now Zanil with a bit of time off the sidewall. Trying to slow play down with a nice extension, gets a flick over, and even then, J-Bot equal to it. Another clear down. We're approaching 2 minutes remaining, and 2-0 down from Square One still as they're trying to find their footing in game number 7.
And I can't imagine the tilt that Square One are feeling. I mean, Karma just went up so early for the aerial because she has to respect Zookeeper. She has no choice, but then a whiff comes out, and she just flies past the ball, wastes all her boost, then comes in for the shot. Is Zanil. Maybe this could lead to something. Tool with a touch. Gets it out of the defensive area, but there's nobody to follow it up. Heck was so far back and wasn't prepared for that second touch.
A little bit of a flick over. Heck might be able to cut this out, but really that's all they're doing. Puts it to the sideline, and J-Bot got a nice tap down from Bambi. It's now Zanil in the corner. Good extension, but only as far as the second man. Bambi will not be able to get that touch, so J-Bot yet again, setting up a solo play. Good first touch.
Good
gets
reset.
the reset past another one. The double tap and denied by Heck. The long counter to Karma. And there's one.
This is the one opportunity they needed to stop J-Bot hard in his tracks and get a huge clear. Karma is cherry picking all the way downfield, waiting for one chance. One booming clear. It finally comes through, and they're within one.
It's a brilliant way to answer back, but they need to keep it going. Tool with a lot of space. Zanil last defender, and they deal with it well. But J-Bot is not content with a 1-goal lead. They want to get that insurance. The 60 seconds remaining. It's going to require quite a lot out of Square One. That saved its side. Zanil with time on the backboard. Goes for a dish.
50.
It's still sitting
There's
in
a
front.
demo.
Heck demos one. Karma,
shot.
tough angle over the bar. Zanil is there.
The ball.
It's to the back post, and it's in. Square One has tied it.
48 seconds left. You didn't think it was possible with all the plays we were seeing from J-Bot, Tool, and Bambi. But of course, Square One, they fight back. They counter the play style, get some demos in, start getting physical, and create their own opportunities. We're all tied up here. Nobody knows now who's going to take this one. It is neck and neck with skill.
And it's a beautiful thing to see. 40 seconds remaining. It's anybody's game. I wanted it overtime. We might just see it. But still plenty of twists and turns, I'm sure, ahead. Karma to the roof. Bambi will try to extend it, but ultimately Zanil gets on this one. J-Bot
good dunk.
Gets dunked by Heck. Zanil is waiting for this hit. They tap it in the middle for Karma, but J-Bot is there. Tool. Long hit. Heck is there with a touch onto the backboard. Bambi straight down. J-Bot on the target. Double commit and a double save. Another one onto the backboard, but Heck is there for the long clear. Now in the final seconds, it's coming down to clutch moments. One more flick on the board for Zookeepers. It's into the roof, it's into the corner, and it is on the ground. We have gone the distance, and we're going to have to go a little bit more. Overtime in game number 7.
At this point, it just seems like a battle between Heck and J-Bot. Who can make the biggest impact on the field? Heck has done it, but in a very sneaky way. He's taking the boost, he's finding demos, and now he's the one behind the shot. Maybe he could get the 1v1 play. Karma going for the backboard read. The defense rotating in. We need the follow-up from Zanil, but we don't get it. And again, we are just battling it out between both of these teams. It is getting dirty on the field.
Straight down by Tool. Creative touch will be denied. Karma will lob it high for Bambi now. So Tool with a shot. Double commit. Heck, nice touch to buy some time for the defense. But that second one gets away from them. Into the ceiling now. Karma needs a touch onto their own backboard. Good control. That's almost past one. Zanil, with time, will try and keep possession, but it's only going to open up for a 50. Tool left alone. Opts for the long clear, and Heck will go back into the sidewall. Nice deflection near goal. Bambi settles it. Gonna have to get a 50. And Karma and Tool both staring at that one, but we're back out to midfield. My goodness, Square One looks resurgent. They're trying to bury it, but they got to play defense too. Zanil just back in time for a save.
And imagine the emotions, the nerves that these teams are feeling. Bambi going for the slow play. Maybe this is it, the final nail in the coffin, but he doesn't find the shot on net. Both teams now getting a look at a couple of different opportunities, but it's been big defensive stops on both sides to get this ball out, find a clear, and deny anything from forming.
So Karma left alone for a little bit. Zeniel racing back. A temporary touch past another one. Bambi onto that backboard, but Zeniel will have it. We've almost played 2 minutes here in this game number 7 in this overtime. And with all these plays ramping up, they're still allowing some solo plays as J-Bot was trying to go off the ceiling for the reset, will not find it. Karma will tap that one for Tool to deal with. Longer clear now, Zeniel.
Nice demo.
And that will look for Heck, but that was a demo as being called out. J-Bot now with another attempt to call attention to themselves. Bambi with a 50 and the slow play from Zookeepers. I think they're trying to break down this defense.
No
it's
way.
working at times, but there's always that third defender back, and on we play. Almost a full half of another game being played here. Zeniel trying to end it here with an air
No
dribble. That's
way.
almost past Bambi, but just in time gets that touch.
It's quite literally a battle between J-Bot and Heck. I'll say it again, the demos. J-Bot is getting demos left and right coming back in field. Now Heck is on the other side, but a double commit. This could open up something for Zeniel if he gets there. He doesn't find a solid shot, but there's Heck off the post and out. This game, this OT continues on.
Zeniel's keeping it alive. Karma got a demo. It's a tight shot. It's on target, but Tool is there. Bambi will have some time off the wall. They're opt for the long clear. Karma with another clear to return it back. Tool will just try to slow things down. We're starting to get into a little bit of ping pong as teams start to panic with these longer clears, but J-Bot in space. Can they end it? The flick is too high. Bambi on the follow. Zeniel with the save. And Square One will survive. Another throw forward, but Karma gets another clear, and Heck with another 50. My goodness, this is coming down to the wire. Both teams hanging on by a fingernail.
Zookeepers right now sitting on 15 shots compared to Square One's 10. However, we have seen a lot of great opportunities. That 50-50 is one of the best you could ask for. The follow-up from Tool, and he ends it in this OT. 3:31 on the clock, and the series is over.
He's not the goal scorer, but he is the one who galvanizes the offense. J-Bot recognizing the flick on, gets a perfect dunk, and Tool has the sweatiest open net of their life. Zookeepers in overtime of Game 7 will be moving on, and my goodness, can you believe this is only the quarterfinals of this competition, Turtle?
I am so happy because I got everything I wanted out of that matchup. We got the J-Bot air dribbles, we got the J-Bot solo plays, and also the support from both teams. Good follow-ups, supporting J-Bot in the midfield, and then Heck was a very, very big pain in the butt to deal with because he's taking your boost, he's going for demos. We get the OT, the comeback from Square One. Everything was there for both teams. And you can tell just in not only how close this series was, but also the mechanics that we saw on display from both teams, how close they are in skill. What a performance. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to that clutch 50-50 that allowed for Zookeepers to get the follow-up.
And it really is one of those series. You just feel it in the air as you're watching it, as you're casting it, as really just experiencing it. You see these teams play, they're so even, and it just feels like you're going to Game 7. But then even within then, it feels like that overtime, and we got gifted with one of the most entertaining series we've seen throughout this entire tournament, but really in quite some time. Very well done by Zookeepers. They'll be marching on. Square One, unfortunately, going to have to go home. But really, that's what hopefully all of our series are going to be. All of these teams are elite. And unfortunately, one team has to go home. But my goodness, if they're all as exciting as this, I think I'm going to need a respirator.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was crazy. I was holding my breath that entire OT. I was getting a little lightheaded as well because there were opportunities on both sides in the overtime. It wasn't just a dominant performance because I'd say throughout the series, each game, you could kind of tell which team was really feeling the momentum. But then as we wound down into the final game, it was so close. And this is what Rocket League's all about, getting into that Game 7 OT, back and forth, constant opportunities. This is what we wanted to see. We finally got it. We went from sweeps to Game 7s, and I'm here for it.
I think the one thing that I really want to shout out, and of course, we had been talking about J-Bot this whole series and how much they were doing for Zookeepers, but even just the tiny things, they were getting those goals, they were getting those tiny touches, and they were getting those passes, but then just getting that crucial dunk of all the ways to open it up. It almost feels fitting that it's not a perfect moment of brilliance. It's not some crazy four-person passing play. It's just brute force, going for the ball, getting solid contact, and setting up your teammate with a golden opportunity. It's very well worked, and I think it's leadership like that and the experience, not getting nervous, not throwing the ball away, that got Zookeepers to where they were. They had some clutch saves, they had some clutch goals, but ultimately had resilience, as you mentioned. Square One came back in the series, and it takes a lot to overcome that, and it's a good thing that they did. And that's the type of pedigree you want to lay down, especially in a tournament like this where that grand prize is getting signed to that team.
And that would have been a heartbreaker if Zookeepers were to lose that final game, because for the first 4 minutes, they were on top of Square One, winning the challenges. But then as soon as Square One hit you with those heck demo plays and heck physical plays, the tide shifted. But then you get into OT, and it's just bloody, because J-Bot was going for those opportunities too, where he was looking for demos. And my goodness, now that I'm reflecting on it, J-Bot was doing a lot of the work, but Bambi also stepped things up, because he was having a couple of rough touches, a couple of rough whiffs early on, but he got himself out of that mental hole and figured out where he belonged on this team, and it was with that cleanup, and we could see how impactful he was on the pitch.
Yeah, with that, I think we really all need a breather. Yeah. I think after a series like that going the distance in quarterfinals, that means Zookeepers are moving on to day number 2. We will be seeing them tomorrow for an even longer format to determine the absolute best. But fortunately, we have plenty of games still to go, so we'll be throwing you to a brief break. But we'll be back to hear from a member of the Zookeepers to talk about their experience so far, but more importantly, about that series we all just watched. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more The Search.
When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution. HEB. HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and we just saw a barn burner of a match between these two Titans, Square One, as well as Zookeepers. Joined today by the god himself, J-Bot. Let's go ahead and bring him in from the Zookeeper side. That was a heck of a series, my man. Hearts are racing. I want you to take us through that last 3 minutes of overtime. There's so little you can say to experiencing this type of feeling unless you're actually there, but try your best to talk us through how it went.
Yeah, I mean, that was the first time in the entire series that I could feel my heart actually coming out of my chest, and that really makes you play different. You could kind of tell that everyone on the field was playing a bit different. Everyone's really doesn't want to be that one person that makes the key mistake. So we had our chances in overtime. I think the first couple minutes or a minute and a half we were being pressured, but after that, we kind of got our own space and we were starting to get attacking chances, but we really just could not finish them until, Tool finally in the end put it in the top corner.
Describe that feeling whenever Tool goes up for that final aerial and he hits it 70 degrees down straight on the net. There's this heart that just sinks, right? And he goes up and you're just holding your breath, right? And It's just an amazing feeling once it finally drops.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I like let go of my controller. Like I don't even know what happened. I completely forget. All I know is I saw Tool come from the side of my screen, and I was just like, "Please, Tool, like pop off!" And then he just slotted
Please
it in
end
the top
this.
corner. Yeah, and it's misery. Please.
I have been in that situation as a coach, and it's that overtime, and you're just looking at every single shot on target. I mean, even Square One had some shots on target that probably could have gone in if they were a little bit better, and it's just the better team wins. An amazing performance from the Zookeeper squad. They're gonna be, you all will be moving on to the next round, where the format will change now. It'll be best of 5 and best of 3s. It's kind of like the RLCS X format. And going into that, into a longer set, I don't know who your opponent is going to be just yet, but you still have some pretty good ones in the bracket. Who are you most afraid of now that you've qualified?
Yeah, I know Bambi had talked about it, but for us, we scrim against Vibrance a lot, and you know, although we're used to their play, they always are very much an explosive team, and you know, they don't really give you many chances. They don't give you much space, so it's hard to like find your place on the field, and it can be kind of awkward, especially when you're already nervous about playing in front of a crowd or playing for something. So definitely them, just because of the sheer pressure they're able to put on the team.
Yeah, I think Vibrance and Zookeepers could potentially be a final here. How did you feel that you played? Your personal performance going into this, was it up to your expectations, or were you still slacking behind?
I was really happy with how I played. At least in the last qualifier before this, I felt as though I really wasn't playing up to my game, and so really my goal here was to like play in the way I knew that I could, like I play in scrims or just in ranked. And I'm really happy that I was able to sort of put the nerves aside and show that today.
You guys pulled it out at the end. Phenomenal. I was at the edge of my seat. I was just, I think I literally said, ooh, when a shot went off the post there for Square One at the end. And it's just visceral feeling that overtime Game 7 performance. But you're done for the day. Congratulations. You can go take a shower now after that sweat fest. But thanks for joining us on the broadcast, and best of luck tomorrow.
Yep, thanks for having me.
That was JBot, everybody. Make sure to go to HEB.com for all of your clutch needs. If you want to be like JBot, make sure to get that clutch factor. You're going to need your macros, and where to get those, go to HEB.com. $30 or more on a purchase. They will do free curbside delivery free curbside pickup and or delivery. So make sure to check that out if you're in the Texas area, because I miss it very much now that I don't live in Texas, but it is what it is. I wish I could go there, but make sure you take that luxury while you can have it. Let's go ahead and bring back in our casters. It's going to be Turtle and Danger Taco one more time after that crazy series. We got a tweet to read here. That was one of the most intense matches of Rocket League I have ever watched. I was on the edge of my seat during that entire overtime. Congratulations to Zookeepers for pulling it off the victory and qualifying into the finals. And an amazing performance it was. And that's Shadow one more time, the general manager of Rocket League at Beasley Esports. And thank you, Danger Taco, for showing. Did you put your can on the microphone the entire time there, Turtle? Was it just resting there?
No, I
for
just
the
put it
entire
back.
series.
I just put it back.
Oh, okay.
I've gotten good at this thing. I don't know how, but like I think this is like is there like a profession? Like what would you call this? Like can stacking? I don't know.
Did I do a better job that time?
That was
I
like
wasn't
a
sure if I
solid
did.
like 7 out of 10. I would.
Yeah, I don't think the logo was as turned to the
I'd
front
like
as
to
it
get
could have
more
been.
of like a like ASMR from like you whenever you sip on it. You know what I'm saying?
You're gonna have to. Well, I'm not even gonna go there. But let's get into the next matchup. So, the next matchup, gentlemen, and I hope this one is as good as the last one because I feel like that was our marquee matchup. But this one has potential to be even as good. Team.exe and Frequence. This is going to be another close one. We haven't seen Team.exe in about 3 weeks now. They qualified as our top seed in the first qualifier, but ever since then, we haven't seen them as much as we've seen Frequence. We've already seen Frequence on the day. They're looking pretty strong. But Team.exe, you remember, this is a team that was sneaking its way into the RLCS. And they have played games in the RLCS. So that's Knight, Monster, and Stealth. And on the side of Frequence, we already talked to them before, but it's going to be Flitz, Shay, and Kiri. I don't know, man. Potentially another 7 games here, Taco. What do you think?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, at this stage of the bracket, we are looking at the teams that are really the top contenders. And so if we do see another 7-game series, I wouldn't be surprised, though. It's been a while since we've seen Team EXE. And I think in the first round of their qualifier, they were able to play another high-level team within Joshua Squasher and a couple pretty high-level bubble players, and it just seemed like they were fine. They just kind of cruised through. They got a clean sweep. It wasn't the easiest series in the world, but they played incredibly well. This is a dangerous team, and although it's been a while, they've been somewhat removed from our memory, people still recognize these names. Stealth was a one-man show. We applauded J-Bot in the previous series for Zookeepers for getting all these plays down. If we're looking for a player to really take up that helm for Team.exe, I think it's Stealth. Their amount of pressure they can put on, the magic they can pull off just with air dribbling and baiting in defenders is immaculate. So Frequence had a good start to this day. They come in a little bit warmed up, having played on stream earlier. And although they got that 4-0, they're certainly going to have to ramp it up because it's one thing to play in a warm-up match. It's a whole other thing to play against Team.exe.
Yeah, this is the big leagues, and I don't think I'm wrong when I say that this caliber of play, even from one round ago, is 5 times higher than what you were seeing in the previous round, especially with that Zookeepers Square 1 matchup, best of 7, all the way to 7 games and an overtime. I don't know, Turtle. What are your thoughts on this? This is another close one.
Ooh, this is one of those matchups where it's like similar to that of Zookeepers, I'd say, in the previous series, where I didn't really know how they would pair up against them because I have a lot of confidence from Team.exe, but Frequence, they're coming out here, and I haven't seen too much of them, but I have heard a lot about them, and I'm excited to see if they can come up and match that pace, because hopefully we get another Game 7. That's all I really care about. We got Game 7 overtime in the previous series. If we can just get to Game 7, I'm happy, and that's really all that I'm asking for in this series, because I know it's going to be some high-flying mechanics, some crazy, I want to say, mind games, and if we get to Game 7, then it's a GG for me.
Well, let's talk about the Game 7 potentially we're going to see here and get into predictions. Danger Taco, best of 7. Loser goes home. Winner goes on into the semifinals tomorrow into our new format. What do you think?
I think it's so tough to really call anything. I predicted Zookeepers last year. Thought they might just be able to get that if they play the way that they were playing earlier in the day, and I think they did. Pulled through. Team EXE is a team I haven't seen in a while, but I'm just so impressed by how composed they look, and I think Stealth is one of, if not the best player in this bracket in total. So I love how he plays. I love how good he is on the air dribble. And I think that individual solo magic is sometimes what you need to break those tight deadlocks, those back and forth. So I'm going to give it to Team EXE. I do think we do go very far down. I'm going to be bold and say it's only going to go to 6. And I'm going to say Team EXE takes it forward too. But Frequence, they're high flying. They're incredibly fast. It's very easy for me to get toppled on that prediction.
I was bold, and I chose 6 games in the last series, and we all saw how that turned out. Turtle, what do you think?
I'm feeling a 4-0 from Team EXE. I'm saying it. I'm throwing everything else I wanted out the window. I don't even want a Game 7. This is going to be a sweep. Absolute destruction. I think that Frequence, they panic. The pressure gets to them. They panic. I'm looking at Taco, this beautiful face, and I read through the lines on his forehead that says, Team EXE get the sweep. That's what I'm feeling.
Are you calling Taco old that he has wrinkles in his forehead?
No,
I'm more concerned that your fortune telling using my forehead when I'm not even playing in the game. I'm just I don't. There's a process here, and I'd love to understand it one day.
I don't understand
myself. I've known Turtle for 5 years now, and I still don't understand the man. But I'm learning every day. I've got Team.exe here. I don't think it's going to be as convincing as Turtle says. I got like a 4-2 as well from Taco. I think they're just a little bit better than Frequence. Frequence has been putting in the hours during training and scrims. We'll see how they have to compare up against Team.exe, the more proven team. And on the call, it'll be Danger Taco and Turtle in this best of 7 between these two teams. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Fickle and Turtle, as we go into yet another best of 7. I can see a lot of things happen in this series, and honestly, I'm ready for it all. I love to be right on predictions, but I just want to see something surprising. I want to see something back and forth, and I think these players, they're all entertainers. I think they're going to give us just that.
Yeah, and we actually heard in the interview from Team EXE that they were scrimming, like, I believe it was 5 days out of the week, 2 times at least each day. So 10 scrims for the whole week. I mean, that kind of preparation is going to give you a boatload of confidence going into this matchup, regardless of who you're up against. You know you've put in the work. You know you've put in the hours. Now it's time to prove it. Team EXE, or no, I believe it was Frequence, sorry, who said that they were scrimming that much. So we'll see if Team EXE have those same level of hours, or if they can just rely on sheer skill, regardless of the practice.
And they're certainly getting some very interesting choices here as Monster is going with the non-meta pick of the Aston Martin for their opening car here in game number 1, and it's not going to be enough there. Right over the top, Kiri gets a beautiful pass, and they're going to open the scoring.
And you think that the 007 car will help you out a little bit on the defensive side, but no, it doesn't. Monster was basically in no man's land, couldn't get a touch on the ball, and because of that, Frequence were able to move through the corner, get a nice little pass out into the midfield, and strike first.
So we will see a nice little opener, and again, it's that man Flitz in the middle of everything, causing that commotion, getting that play started, tucking it past the defender, and setting up a beautiful pass. And that's always the player to watch here on the squad, trying to get their own goal, and they will. The bounce shot change up for number 2.
Now, this is just a feels bad man from Monster. He actually had this save in the pre-jump with the pre-flip, actually, but his teammate landed on him. Knight came from the sky and just smacked him back into the ground. The panic play comes out from the defense from Team EXE, and that is not the way you want to start out. Okay, I thought it was going to be a 4-0 sweep. What is happening? I think I cursed them.
Well, it is game 1, and is also the first minute of the first game, and Stealth will have a chance to make a mark, but a good save coming through from the side of Frequence, and so Stealth will try again to force something out. Nice bounce down. Flitz, though, no hesitation, hits that Knight trying to get back in time. The fake attempt by Flitz will generate a flick up, but it will only go into the ceiling. The Team AXE will be able to build out again. Stealth fades past 1, but Kiri there on the settle, and we'll be able to extend that out with an air dribble.
My question to you is, since I'm not too familiar with Stealth, is he normally a Dominus player, or is he just all over the place?
I'd say he's a Dominus main for as long as I've known them.
Main, okay. So
that extra reach, that extra flat car there.
I was just wondering because, you know, maybe it's like one of those tilt things where you see them swap cars. Maybe we'll see Monster swap cars because he is rocking the 007 car. What is it called again? I don't even know. I feel like I should know, but I don't.
It's an Aston Martin, but I'm very curious because I believe the same thing is sometimes people come in and they're confident and they're like, I can play in any car, and then you struggle a little bit and you're like, just kidding, I'm going to go back to the Octane. You just switch right back immediately.
I love when
very
that happens,
curious.
though, because it's almost like you can see physically that they're tilted. You know, there's like no better indicator than like a car swap or even a decal swap. If you get into a decal swap, that's peak level tilt right there. If you're like swapping up your wheels because you're that upset, that's a sign.
The game is half mental, and right now, at least the mental is getting worn down a little bit from Team EXE. Not too many passes coming through. Maybe some demos, and who else? Stealth on the redirect for one back.
So not only does this man get the demo, but he's going to come through and then follow it up. He instantly went on to ball cam after he got the demo. That is some fantastic work. Stealth doing the job of 2 players all in one.
That's a crazy goal, also because it's not even the cleanest pass, just a ball that went toward him, and he was able to just immediately react.
It was intentional.
Yeah, tap one in. Now Knight trying to get involved with a dunk down, but it's going to go off the post instead. Shea, far side, they're uncontested, trying to set one down for Kiri, and that is a beauty of a pass.
It has been Knight and Monster tangled up on the defensive side, and this is them again. Knight goes up for the aerial or maybe a possible dunk, but doesn't even get a touch. The double tap from Shea comes in, and then the pass in the midfield. So I don't know. I mean, you see Knight and Monster, on the same side, the same part of the pitch. I would be a little bit concerned here if I'm Stealth.
Trying to get a read, but can't quite do it. Now Monster, uncontested, will still get it, and Jay coming from nowhere, the pre-jump on that, and they're able to save it off their own frame and out. Right now, Frequence, they're playing like a team possessed, getting a lot of clutch plays, but they got to get back on defense. Where was the final player? Nowhere to be found, and Knight tucks in from a tight angle.
You're looking at Shea right now in the midfield as he goes for that ball so early, and I don't think he realized that his 2 teammates were so pushed up, because otherwise you would have taken a little bit of a slower approach, or at least made sure you could find contact instead of going for the risky dunk that could have set up a better play, but they're doing that knowing full well, or at least you would assume he knows that his teammates are that far pushed up. But regardless, I like the aggression. It's just a bit risky here for my taste.
And it's at least now a 1-goal game, so Team EXE slowly fighting back. But it's a whole other thing to get yet another one on this Frequence squad, especially with Kiri playing like this, going off the ceiling, almost off the backboard. Now we go into the midfield with Stealth. High flick will at least for Shay to respect that touch into the middle. Monster, bit too far away, so Knight will take it off their hands. Kiri already pre-jumping. Look at the confidence from Kiri cutting that one out. Do not get the benefit, but at least they'll stay on offense. Shay off the corner. Kiri, they're there, but they can't get around it and will opt for another hit into the corner.
I'm telling you, man, you come in here knowing that you put in the hours, the practices. We heard them talking about scrimming a lot. Frequence was really on point with that before coming in here, and they even had the warm-up series as they get the goal line save. Still in the lead, 45 seconds left. Team.exe are on the move, though. They're hunting for the third goal, and it looks like they are getting closer and closer. We'll see if they find it.
Jay is turning around on that one. Pickpockets Knight. Stealth. Not the cleanest clear, though Kiri will only take it into the corner. Off ceiling with a pinch. It will stay in the orange half. Flitz on it, but ultimately this is all about clock management. 20 seconds remaining. They still got 1 goal lead. They don't need another. They just need to keep Team.exe in their half. They're doing a very good job about it. Another backboard play for Knight to clean up. A 50 straight down. Kiri around 1, past a second, and right to Flitz. Another air dribble being set up. It's a great management here from Frequence, but they got to withstand one more shot. Monster deflected and right past a member of Team.exe. It came down to the final touch, but Frequence taking game number 1.
If there was literally 1 extra second that would allow that ball to bounce, Team.exe would have tied it up. We had Knight in the perfect position as that third man to come in, clean up, but they're going to have to look to game number 2, as I do believe we have a nerd-focused break to throw you with.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
Pain. Pain. Nothing
It
but
is pain. It really is pain. As Team.exe, they start off kind of slow, and then they got one back, and then they kind of dance back and forth. And ultimately, they even had one chance that came down to Pixels, a goal line save by Kiri.
Oh, yeah.
And we talked about Flitz, they were the player to watch, but Kiri was the one that stepped up in that game number 1. They were a constant threat. And more importantly, they were the one not only setting up plays or making plays on defense, but they were there as the only player remaining to be able to tap in those goals. And sometimes it's that really that predator instinct you really need in front of net.
Yeah, and I was quite literally proven wrong as quickly as possible. It took 1 game for Team Frequence to get a win and deny a sweep from even being possible, as Team.exe looked to recuperate and make up a little bit for their lack of defense in the previous game. And again, I will say it felt like it was between Monster and Knight who were stepping on each other's toes and couldn't get organized. The communication has got to be a little bit better, because you're leaving Stealth alone trying to pick up the pieces, and while he's a fantastic player, I don't think he has what it takes to fill that role so impactfully. So they need to pick it up, organize themselves, and I think they have what it takes. That previous game, the first one, looked solid, and towards the end, that opportunity, especially as it just hit the floor and ended, you know dang well that Team.exe were going to put that one away. So they have got a lot of energy and a lot of confidence coming into game 2.
And Monster will indeed be sticking with their DLC car, as we are in Forbidden Temple for game number 2. Frequence taking that first game by 1 goal, but they had a strong run of form for most of that. It's just about trying to shut off those shots from Team.exe. And I'm looking forward to that change and adjustments from Team.exe. I did look a little bit sloppy sometimes, so now with game number 1, maybe the jitters out of their system with their first time being on stream tonight, then we can see a little bit of change in pace, but certainly the pace is just the same from Frequence. Good save, and now on the immediate counter, the long ball from Knight for 1-0.
This is one of the fastest counterattacks you can even get. The instant save, and Knight rotating through with full momentum to hit that ball in the middle of his stride and find power. That was fantastic work, and you don't even want to blame Frequence for that, because how can you expect a counterattack to be that quick?
And there's really nothing you can do except for seeing it coming, or even just being extra cautious and tucking back.
Somehow predict the 50, like, what are you going to do? That's
more or
crazy.
less. And ultimately, that's always the craziness of Rocket League. You could be aware of the most intricate, most complicated plays that your opponent can draw, but sometimes large ball hit downfield is really all you need to get a goal. Unfortunately, that is the way that Team.exe gets their lead. So now Frequence is on the hunt for another goal, and they're getting little bit impulsive. That's a lot of space here for Stealth. Trying to bait one person in. The fake under one. The shot passed, or so he thought. Stealth denied by Shay, so now Knight picks it up. Immediate challenge by Flitz, and Stealth will try again off the ceiling. Monster, tough angle, and that's a miss. So now the counterattack. Knight one-on-one with Kiri. They deal with it well. It's off the sidewall. Flitz will keep it alive, but ultimately we're settling into a bit of a calmer stage as both teams is trying to find that next breakthrough.
Yeah, there's a lot of midfield space, though, I'm noticing, that's given up from Team Frequence. And Team .exe, have a lot of room to work with. They've got full boost a lot of times. And you can even see Stealth right now picking up the midfield boost. And look at this space. Now, Shay does come through, but it was a little bit delayed and doesn't have the best touch. Seems like Team.exe have figured out that rotation. They're not stepping over each other. And things look to be cleaned up. But as I say that, maybe a double tap off the ceiling, a double commit is forced out from EXE. And maybe the follow-up, but it's saved again. Another double commit, but it works out.
Frequent's putting a lot of dangerous balls around the goal, but they can't put one in the goal. And after all of that, the attack will fizzle a little bit. Shay with the infield pass receipt. They will not be able to put it in. Kiri with a flip reset, and that will be denied as well. Frequent's really throwing everything in the kitchen sink at the goal of Team.exe, and they are still not able to break through.
Oh, no way. He finds a touch. Oh, he does. Shay off the backboard, but not close enough into the midfield. They are looking really creative, but what a read from Stealth to understand that Kiri was trying to go off the ceiling and then into the midfield. Maybe Knight if he has a better shot, but it's saved out. Both teams exchanging blows. Stealth now. More boost to work with, and here comes in maybe that third defender as Knight looks to have that cleanup shot.
There's now a lot of space again for Flitz. Tries to set up the hook shot. Knight will get in the way and tap into the corner. Shay, another extension. Can they get one more? Stealth is there to cut it out. Kiri, another tap out for Flitz. But everything that Frequency is trying, it will keep getting thrown through. Knight gets kicked a little bit. We might have had a brief disconnection, so we're going to get a little bit of game pause here. But Team IXE, they're holding on. They're under a lot of pressure, but ultimately it feels like Frequency is just throwing people around. They're really trying to get back into it, and then it just slightly off. Or Team.exe just has just enough of a 50 to get on it, and it's really impressive performance so far.
And I just want to give a shout out to Furtive because he is on this admin game. He is pausing this as soon as one player gets bugged out or kicked. So much respect to Furtive now, making sure that there's no errors or unfair advantages given to one specific team. So we will restart from the kickoff. Again, Team.exe are in the lead with that early goal that we did see from Knight. They are transitioning a little bit better, but Frequency are able to hold on to a lot more possession. So I'm not really sure which one I would prefer, but it is definitely one close match.
One thing I'm loving from Frequency is just the speed at which they're hitting the ball into the ceiling, and it's boost starving the heck out of Team.exe. And I think that might be the determining factor. If they 50s can't hold up, it might just be an element of boost starvation or losing a crucial 50. But at least for right now, the defense is holding another one-goal game.
They do have to
yet
be
another
careful,
series.
Though. They have to be a little bit cautious because you think back to that first goal, the counterattack, as that one slides across. Monster tried to set up Stealth. But I was just going to say and reiterate that it came down to one really fast counterattack from Team.exe. So while Frequency looks solid, you never know when one quick 1-2 pass could come through from Team.exe and you already get a 2-0 lead.
A little bit of double commit. Monster will cut that one out. Too harsh of an angle for a double
open.
tap,
That's
but
it.
not for a pass. What communication. Knight with a second, and that has to seal the game.
And I just got to give a lot of credit to Monster and Knight for picking it up on the defensive side. They were making a lot of errors. Communication wasn't looking solid in Game 1, but so far, Monster in Game 2 has been quite literally a monster to deal with, and Knight has, of course, been filling in the roles whenever he needs to. He was the guy who found the counterattack, and now he's here to get the cleanup, and they are going to take game number 2. They're warmed up, they're ready to go, and now we've got a close tied-up series.
And they got kicked around a little bit, Team.exe, but then in game number 2, they were able to really consolidate themselves. It felt a lot calmer. Even though they were under a lot of pressure, it never felt like, I felt like they were panicking. They had some double commits only when they absolutely needed to. But other than that, dealt with pressure well, and Frequency still on offense, but not able to break through. So it's on them to adjust, and they'll have at least one more break to do so with an HEB game break.
Search for the next Rocket League team is presented by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at HEB.com and download the HEB app today.
So, Turtle, when you're looking at this, now we've seen both teams fire back. Where are you feeling like the crux of the issues are coming through? Where do you think this series is going to be won from either of these teams?
Ooh, I do think that Frequents hold the advantage just in the fact that they have the most possession, or at least from what I've seen, they have the most possession. And that means that it's just going to come down to the shots. I think they're pretty creative with getting their pass into the midfield a lot of the times, but that final execution just seems to be a little bit weak. So if they can pick it up on, in that shooting department, I think we'll see a much better team Frequence and maybe one that does take the series advantage. But we just got news that the server did go down for maintenance, so we have a little bit of a remake, but it shouldn't take too long, and we'll get everybody back and ready to go.
And I think that's, in a way, it's kind of nice to have these server breaks, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes I feel like as the winning team, you want to just get back in the game. But sometimes when you get a loss like that, it can be somewhat reassuring to not just say, nah, let's go immediately again. And then you have to really get forced to take it a little easy for a second and get remade, although it's under some inopportune situations. But I think the implementation, at least within the highest level within RLCS, have shown that those tactical timeouts can help. And I'm sure as players, it might be helpful just to be able to calm themselves down and realize that Team Frequence, even after taking that loss, they're still playing a good game plan. I felt like they were still hammering away at shots. It was just a little bit off. And I think it's not necessarily that they need to fix anything. It's just slight improvements maybe down the stretch.
Exactly. Just a couple of weak shots here and there, but the chances were, in fact, coming through for them, and they were finding ways to, especially off the backboard. I noticed a lot of times Frequence would like to have somebody stay on the backboard and wait a little bit for maybe a big clear to go off of the backboard, which is great. So if we continue up with that style and they keep the possession, it's only a matter of time before they start finding the shots that actually end up connecting, or they just get super tilted off the face of the earth and things start crashing down, which we've also seen happen plenty of times before.
And I think the thing that usually when I see teams get into a rhythm like this and they start getting a W, it's very curious to see when we do see Team Frequence get frustrated, whether or not that affects their play. And sometimes I think teams realize that, oh, we're doing fine. We just need to keep playing the way we're playing and it'll work out. And then if something changes, then we adjust. Because ultimately, that goal number one, as you mentioned, how do you defend just an immediate pinch to the side and a long clear? You can't. That's just a freak goal. Almost nothing you can do to stop that. So you can't get discouraged, can't say, we're losing by 2 goals. You just know you're that close. And I think the mental game is really what speaks volumes about a lot of players at this stage. And I think even in a way, as much as we like to laud all the skill, it's just as important to be able to have that mental strength as it is to have those mechanics.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I mean, you look at the mental strength coming into this game and into a bracket where it's a single elimination bracket. You're fighting to get into the part where you can prove a little bit more of your consistency, because we all know that once a team will move on from here and we get into the next part of the bracket, it goes into that RLCS X championship style where it's a set of best of 5s, and that's going to be a whole different ball game because you've got consistency on the line. You've got so much more time in these games individually, but here is where you prove that you can come out and just throw everything you have at this initial series. It's a best of 7, so a little bit longer, but both teams look solid, look to be in position, finding those rotations, and at this point, it's a toss-up here, Taco, for who's going to take it.
I think that's exactly what we want out of a series that we're hoping goes the distance for that entertainment value. But of course, when you do see first game go down and then a complete turn of events in the game 2, game number 3 then opens up with the story of how do both of these teams, now seeing what the other side has to offer, what do they have to say about it? So we do have everyone back in the lobby. We do have everyone fully connected, and we do have a game number 3. They all yelled.
They're yelling at me to join the game. That's how eager they are.
They're that hyped up.
I know.
They're that hyped up for game number 3. They're yelling at the casters. Now we get to yell at their gameplay as we kick off here with game number 3, and it's really up to Team.exe or Frequence to be able to get that leading foot and take the match advantage.
I joined the game for like 5 seconds and I don't ready up as soon as I can, and they're like, Turtle, please ready up. I need to get back in the game. So these guys, they're excited, they're amped up, and they're ready to go, which I'm all here for. Okay, I'm ready to see what these teams can throw at each other. Hopefully we see some better striking from Frequence, and if we do, I mean, I could honestly see them taking a pretty big and substantial lead if that starts connecting.
We'll see at least Curie again. A lot of patience and a great extension of the play out. Force Knight into just a temporary touch. Monster backwards off of the backboard, and Stealth will attempt to push that on. They'll at least get a brief deflection. So now Flitz will dig this one out. That's a big whiff. Monster open shot, and they put it over the bar. Flitz will clear it out. I think they didn't realize how open that goal was. A missed opportunity from Team.exe.
Oh, man, that is painful. Team.exe, come out here, do the work, get an opportunity, but then you're that much off from getting that first bit of momentum. You can see Monster was going for a flip reset, but I do like the fact that they keep the pressure going. Regardless of how many opportunities you miss, it's all about keeping possession forward, which Frequence were doing really well in the previous game, so it's nice to see Team.exe step it up in that department.
They will continue the pressure, and right now Frequence is trying to get out of their half. Flitz will get it going with a nice 50 as Stealth is forced onto the backboard, pass off the backboard, and now Knight try to advance forward, leave it for Monster. A little bit of back and forth now, not much possession as the passes aren't coming through. Just a series of solo plays getting lobbed across. Double commit from Team.exe, pass into Flitz, great shot, and Monster, a brilliant save, an absolute screamer.
I don't even know how he got in position for that save. You don't even expect that coming in from the sidewall, but of course, Monster somehow was prepared for it. Then he gets the demo on the striker, and they can look to mount a counterattack. Monster has been playing out of his mind so far.
Now a setup for Monster, trying to redeem that early miss. It's a save, Stealth to the far post, and that's how you crash on the follow. 1-0 to Team.exe.
Monster is a monster. This is unreal. He goes from being the savior on defense to being the hero on offense, getting that shot and putting it in an awkward place where Frequence can't get a great save or even a solid clear, which makes the follow-up that much easier.
That's a good job, and obviously we see the respect being shown by Frequence. That shot comes in, both players diving for it. They're not entirely sure who's going to get it. They just need someone on it, and unfortunately tends to be their downfall. So Monster will be able to march forward again, set up Stealth again, and even with that save, it's not going to be kept out.
This is the player that you had your eyes on coming out here, but I'm going to ask you one thing. Who was the man on the pass? Okay? Taco, that was my boy Monster. You like Stealth. I appreciate that. I respect it. But Monster, I'd say he's matching that pace.
Absolutely. I mean, Stealth right now is the player that is getting all the stats, and then just very quietly behind him, Monster is just backpacking this team with these beautiful passes. And they had a miss early on, and it was an unfortunate one, but they more than made up for it. They're generating offense. They're keeping their team in it with these saves as well. Right now, Team.exe is starting to cruise, but they cannot let their guard down because Frequence has really always been in the mix. Ooh. Maybe not with that pass, though, a little bit too far from Shay. Fury waiting at the midfield. Shay's touchdown will only find Stealth for another air dribble out. We're under 2 minutes to go, and Team.exe with a seemingly comfortable lead.
Yeah, and Team.exe are pretty solid at recovering from mistakes that they make on defense. So we've seen a few double commits here and there. And whenever that does come out, you always get a quick recovery with either a player rotating all the way back and finding the safety net, or the person who double committed but got a touch keeps following it up and just stuffs that 50-50 stalling time. There's another double commit, but it works as a pinch. Now Stealth can maybe get the angle. It's just a pass out to the midfield, but that was a close opportunity. You've got to be careful. If you're Frequence, at any given time, this ball could fly towards your own net, even if it's all the way on the other side.
And even when the double commits come out from Team.exe, Frequence is, in a way, a little freaked out. It seems like they're really far back, just trying to make sure they don't give up a counterattack. They send the house, and then it just gets countered around them. So they're almost caught in this in-between. A bunch of demos being exchanged across the field. Even then, can't break through. Shay with the solo play. Good pass to Kiri, but they were not expecting it. Not enough pace. Another chance will go awry. Under 40 seconds remaining. You got to wonder how many more trips forward does Frequence have before it's too late.
Monster in the air, maybe looking for something creative. Could have gotten a flip reset. There was a lot of wasted time on that ball, and then Shay's going to miss this touch, but it leaves Flitz for an opportunity. But the control from Stealth is on another level. This is so much time wasted. Valuable seconds off the clock, and they keep finding the clears. Team.exe, this is what we expected from them. We didn't see it in Game 1, but we definitely get it in Game 3.
And right now, this is the control I'm looking for, and they just look so composed. They never feel out of place. At times, they might have a double, but ultimately, it doesn't hurt them. They get another victory here, as Frequence will slap one more forward. but the damage has been done. Team.exe taking that loss, as he said, in game number 1, but they are able to pull through in game number 3.
All right, so you're on the stealth train, but I'm riding the wave of Monster. I think that he had an outstanding performance. He was getting saves on the defensive side, okay? And then he comes out and he hits us with back-to-back assists for my boy Stealth to come in. Knight was definitely spaced out a little bit better in this series and letting his teammates rotate around him much smoother. So that was just really effortless from Team.exe, Taco.
Yeah, and another thing, effortless, picking up some Nerd Focus. So
Yes, sir.
another Nerd Focus game break here as we wrapped up game number 3.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
I think the one thing, Turtle, that spoke to me about that game is the follow-ups on offense from Team.exe. Their ability to hit these shots, be able to follow them up, but then more importantly, not overcommit. I think that's such a common thing, even at high levels you see where players really all get thrown up. We don't really see that with Team.exe. It feels like they're going forward, they get their attack, and then when they know Frequency is at their kind of like final end where they're desperately trying to get it clear, they back up. Clear comes in, then they just send it right on back. It's really well composed, and it shows a level of confidence, but also just the patience to not overcommit, to not panic, and it's paying off for them. So now it's on Frequency to try to find this counter. Otherwise, they might be staring down a match point.
Yeah, even just looking at the follow-ups in the replays, there was always Stealth in position to get a shot on net, and if it wasn't him, it was certainly going to be another one of his teammates to apply some pressure, and that's what this game is all about whenever you get on offense. Keeping the pressure up, forcing the other team who's on defense to panic because they can't sustain themselves without any boost, and the pressure just gets too much. But we'll see if Frequency can fight back a little bit, maybe take some boost here and there. The midfield boosts have been crazy. That was a weird pinch that just was playing pinball. Looked like boomer ball for a second, but now we're just going to get back into the flow of things, and a nice little clear down the field for Frequency to have their shot on offense.
Stealth with another beautiful extended touch, but it will not be far enough as Kiri will be able to gather that one. Knight would have tapped down. Shay, good dunk. Flitz, they're lurking. They shoot it to the far post. Double commit from Knight and Monster will extend it far enough for Kiri. They can only pinch it across, and that pressure will dissipate. And another hit out from Stealth. Monster tries to get that catch. Up to settle for just a tap off, and both teams just exchanging possession left and right. Starting to go into a little bit of a midfield battle. A great pass to Kiri, and even they can't wrap around that.
We just need somebody on Frequency to step up as the striker. There it is! Finally, Kiri gets the shot on net that forces an immaculate save to come out, but it wasn't enough. Look at the power. That's the striking we need to see from Frequency.
And it's a good composure as well to find that pass and be able to put that one through. At the end of the day, they spread Team.exe across the field and then eventually was able to isolate that last defender. Now they got the lead. It's about trying to keep it, or sure, in their case, extend it. Good advance aerial there from Shay. So no foul from Flitz. We'll just pass it back to Kiri off the ceiling. Able to 50 it pass. Flitz has a man in the middle. Shay, tough angle. It's just under the bar. And there's number 2 for Frequency.
Everybody getting involved. Not only does Kiri get this fantastic touch off the ceiling, but then the follow-up from Flitz, and then Shay comes in and gets the shot on net. We were talking about this, Taco, that you need to have somebody rotating in as that third man for finding that touch. And that is what we are happy to see from Frequency to close this shot out and hopefully tie up the series. Because, again, I'm rooting for Game 7. I might have said a sweep in my prediction, but that doesn't mean that I don't want Game 7.
Oh, of course not. I mean, that's the problem, is that ultimately, as casters, we have to try to use our large brains and just be like, okay, so what do we think is going to happen? But ultimately, we don't really care what happens. We just want to see knockout, drag out, super entertaining, go in the distance series, because that's what we live for as fans of the game. But ultimately, these teams would like to wrap it up a little bit quicker than that. They're not making it easy, though. Frequency getting punched around a little bit, and then they're able to get that goal. So as we have the player back in, or observer back in, and we do have the game underway again, it is on Team Frequency to really extend this. And I think this is where the morale breaking really can come in. If you can extend this a couple more goals, really continue to pound it, and maybe throw Team.exe a little bit off center, but it's not like they're going to be too deterred. They almost got a nice response there. Stealth on the follow, and that one will be another save, but a good response from Frequence, and they're answering those questions we had about them in earlier games.
And that monster stealth connection is still pretty dominant here on offense, but it's not leading to a lot of shots that do go past the back of the goal, or hit the back of the net, excuse me. But it has been a little bit more flat on offense. It's a bit predictable, I'd say, from Team.exe. They need to get more creative on the offense and look to build something that's not just a 1-2 shot pass, because on the other side, Frequence, they're getting everybody involved. That's a 3-man passing play. Sometimes it'll go off the ceiling. They're looking for unique ways and unpredictable ways to touch the ball.
Blitz with a unpredictable way as Knight barely gets to this one. Monster chasing it down. The Kiri, another cutout onto the backboard now. Blitz will get a temporary touch, but Stealth still has an angle. Opts for the corner pass. Monster will be beaten to that next touch. Knight, as a third man, will keep the attack temporarily alive, but right now Frequence doing a decent job of holding him at bay, but only for so long. Stealth just so good on the pre-flip off the sidewall, gets one back.
Well, and it's crazy how quickly Stealth recognized that there was a player out of position. He knew that Kiri was not going to be able to get back in time, so Stealth immediately pre-flips into that ball and gets the follow-up touch. A lot of times you wouldn't even go for that shot, because if somebody was in the proper rotation, it would have been an easy save. But Stealth, the awareness is there, the shot is there, and of course, that mechanical pre-flip is connecting.
We'll see Knight dig that one out a little bit high, but they deal with it gracefully into the corner. Jay picks it up, forces Knight into action yet again. Kiri just trying to throw this one back into the blender. Leaves it for Flitz. That's a tough angle. Knight takes no chances and gets in the way with a good save. 90 seconds remaining. Frequence still holding on to a slight lead. And my goodness, the respect shown to Monster there. They wait until that last second to engage that 50.
It does seem that Team.exe have the advantage in the mechanics department, but whenever that comes to flowing as a team, they don't have that same confidence or chemistry even that Team Frequence do possess. But Shay, maybe off the backboard, he's trying to prove that they do have the mechanics, but as I say that, a couple of whiffs come out off the backboard and they can't get that little safety net that they wanted with the second goal.
I love that smart play from Kiri. The ball was past one player, past two players, and it's a little bit high. They could maybe shoot it, but the risk of a counter was a little bit too high, so they just lob a high ball, allow their teammates to rotate back, and it's a good way to keep that lead. Might get rewarded with a goal there, but that's going to be a miss, so Stealth will get another flick out. But my goodness, the Kiri, just the job they're doing alone of trying to cut out all these passes and almost pre-jumping some of these plays from Team.exe. It's a very valuable contribution they're bringing to their team, especially just trying to force that play through. And it's certainly paying off for now. And they're going to get demoed there. And even then, the defense will hold. Final 15 seconds here. Team.exe trying to find just one more, and they might have found it there with Stealth, but it's going to go all the way across instead. 8 seconds remaining. Knight is lurking in the middle. It's a demo from Stealth. Flitz will get the clear. Monster, one more chance for it. It's still up for Knight. Stealth now with a temporary touch into the corner. A dunk down from Kiri. Ooh. And that's all they wrote. Frequence taking a game, and we're back to 2-2.
You can see the face cams from Team Frequence as everybody just takes a huge breath of air and a sigh of relief at that. That was incredible. You think that Knight was going to have the double tap. If there was nobody on the backboard, surely they would have found a way to tie that game up. But fortunately enough, if you're a fan of Team Frequence, they do escape narrowly with the win, and they had each other's back. I like the rotation. It was very safe from Team Frequence. They always had somebody crashing the net on their own side to have that final touch, that final save. And we even saw some demos come out from Team.exe, and there was well-timed demos, but because that safety rotation was coming through from Team Frequence, it didn't matter because somebody had that person's back in case they did in fact get demoed.
And I just want to go back briefly to that one moment from Kiri where they chipped it up instead of going for the shot. So often in this tournament, we have seen teams get a bit too anxious and they want to extend that lead. They desperately want a shot and they force shots and they miss and then they get countered really hard, and it's all avoidable. So to have that lead, to know what's at stake, to know you're behind the series, you need this game, and to make decisions like that, it shows that maturity. It shows that really emotional strength that they really do need to go through a gauntlet of games like this. And certainly it bodes well for them as we kick off the latter stages of this BO7. Game number 5 now trying to see who can take the lead in this series. Team Daddy XC has a little bit to answer from after that resurgent performance from Frequence, but right now it's with some help of the crossbar and a defender that Team Daddy XC gets their lead.
And you don't want to blame Flitz too much because you see the power of this shot. You're going to jump up and try and get a bit of a pre-jump save, but that was just a lucky shot there from Monster as it rolls in. He, of course, had the power. It was almost accurate enough, but he got a little bit of help from Flitz.
And they'll take any help they can get.
Oh, it's
Flitz
missed.
getting some nice passes just over. Knight's not going to miss that one, and Frequence is unraveling here in the opening 30 seconds. Just can't quite get these defensive touches.
Stealth is so happy he got off. I don't even know how that bounced like that. Wait, what? Did that seem weird to anybody else? That was ridiculous. I don't know how that even happened. But Stealth, he got hit with a little bit of luck because that should have been put away initially off the first shot. But he had that follow-up from Knight and a clean little finish.
Now Frequence is not only have they really had all the momentum kind of stamped out, now going to have to mount quite the comeback next 4 minutes. And their first attack, they're going to opt for a pinch creative way. The third will not be able to extend it. Stealth going down the other way, going for a double tap, tight angle. And they're not even going to give them that, Team Frequence. Knight will send another one into the center, but Stealth and Monster just waiting in center for the touch. Another backflip. It's over the bar. Shay, tough read. Don't get it. Flits into the middle, and Curie decides against it. Frequence just looking a little bit interesting on some of these approaches. A lot of patience being shown, and right now Team Daddy XC just playing with the ball in the attacking third.
Well, there's no second guessing themselves. They don't hesitate when it comes to making these weird mechanical plays. Team.exe simply just throw themselves at the ball, go for a couple of weird passes here and there, but they're not really thinking too much about it. But Frequence are much more calculated with their approach, and while that can be a positive, sometimes it can actually hurt them because they end up overthinking a play whenever simply they just have to go in and try to get a 50-50.
Even when Frequence is trying what some have called an unsavable shot, the air dribble bump, even then Stealth is able to avoid it, just slip away, and they're going to keep that 2-goal lead. At this point, they're just trying to extend plays out, try to push it into the corner, get some nice 50s off the wall and slow things down, make it difficult for Frequence. And even on the counterattack, it's taken them to slow it down like this with Kiri. Good deflection. Shay in the middle. Tough angle for Flitz, and they're not able to get a lot of power. And unfortunately, another ball going to go past midfield line again.
And you love to have a player like Monster on your team if you're Knight or Stealth, because Monster just, like I said earlier, he just throws himself at the ball. And it's really important to have somebody on your 3v3 roster, that's going to make the other team do something quickly and make a decision. Because if you give them too much time, too much space, that's when things can start to unravel on your own defensive end. But if you've got somebody like Monster constantly going in for those challenges, you're not giving Frequence enough time to calculate a play and to build that structure where everybody's getting involved that we saw earlier on. And a lot of that, like I said, is thanks to Monster and his ability to challenge the ball.
They're still doing a good job as we enter the final 2 minutes. 2 shots from Frequence. They are going to need at least 2 goals to be able to extend this game out. Stealth not making it easy. Good save off the backboard. Another pre-flip will deflect that one to the corner. 2 players for Frequence going for another touch around the back wall. Now Knight will be able to gather it up. Pass off to Stealth. Another touch forward. A missed dunk. And ultimately, this is, in a way, it's kind of like that clock management coming through from Team.exe. They just keep touching the ball down the line and just getting annoying touches around defenders, and they don't seem too preoccupied about getting another goal.
Wow.
They seem to have it wrapped up, and right now, just everything going their way with Stealth slowing it down in their own half and getting a flick.
Well, there's a lot of space for them to do things, but wait, hold on a second. Kiri, oh my goodness, Monster avoided the demo, recovered, and then still got the save from the 1v1 flick out of Kiri. That was impeccable defense, and then still they're forced on their goal line, but they don't find the follow-up save. Kiri will get some revenge and find the first goal for Frequence.
Shay getting a good bump on Stealth as well. The last player back, they didn't want to take any chances. It could have been so much easier just to rotate back, play it safe, but instead go for the physical play. Gets out that last defender, and they will get that goal. Kiri on their 5th shot, leading their team, and they're going to need another moment of brilliance from them. Able to get back in. Still got to play 1 minute. Shay almost giving that away. They will survive. Stealth out tonight. Good shot, but it's right into the bumper of Kiri. They'll be able to put that one back out to mid and be able to extend it here. Flitz
40 seconds.
looking in the back. Stealth puts it across. Shay is there. It's over the bar, but Knight is able to just touch it into the midfield.
Seems like Team.exe are moving a little bit too quickly for their own good as that flick was going in. Stealth almost had the shot, but they're panicked a bit, trying to get to the ball as fast as possible. But if Frequents delay their challenges a little bit, they'll get follow-ups. Exactly like this. Flitz comes through in the midfield and ties this game up.
Monster a little bit careless on that. Maybe thought it was going to be safe, but Knight actually reversing, just did not have the momentum, the speed to drive forward. It seemed like a simple shot, but sometimes that's what happens when you get a little boost starved, a little bit turned around, and get punished for that. And a great comeback attempt, and it might even be complete, but Monster just gets there in time. Frequents is looking resurgent here in game number 5.
I mean, all Frequents had to do, and specifically all Flitz had to do, was just be patient, because that mistake just came out from Team.exe simply because of the pressure. But this ball, 0 seconds left. Maybe it'll stay up. Stealth does decide to flick into it, and might not have been the best choice because you've got a couple of shots coming towards your own net. That was a bit scary, but you're an OT. It's time to reset and get yourself sorted.
So now we go into overtime to tear these two teams apart. Team.exe is getting torn apart by some of these demos, but it's not going to concern Stealth. They're high above the field. We'll get that nice backboard clear. Deflection. Now Knight fully boosted up. Has Monster in the midfield. If they need assistance, we'll go for the solo play. Unfortunately, bounces straight down. Stealth. A little bit of an air dribble. Shay steals it off their hood, but not on target. And it will go back around for Knight. He'll clear that back out to mid.
Stealth just got away with one of the riskiest things I've ever seen. This man just went for a flip reset clear on the defensive side when he's right in front of his net, and he didn't get the flip reset. Somehow he escaped, but Shay is going to get the demo, and then Kiri. 3 goals in the second half of this game. I don't know how Frequents made this comeback. They were starved out. They were fighting against so much possession, but they made it work.
And that was just going from bad to worse. That ball came into the corner. Stealth turned on it in front of Monster, so Monster slowed down. Ball went into the middle, and you're thinking, well, at least they have a back post. You hear the boom in the distance, and there's no one back to rescue you. A 3-goal unanswered swing by Frequents in game number 5. They will take a series lead, and they are moving on to match point here. Game number 6. My goodness, what a turnaround.
And I mean, I don't want to be like, too negative or critical, but from Team.exe, I don't think that this had to go to match point for Frequents. This should have been Team.exe's game win. It was stolen. It was robbed from them because of their panicked play on defense. They were going far too quickly at the ball. If they slowed things down, maybe went for a couple more 50-50s, ran down the clock, it would not have ended that way. But because they decided to do that, things went south real quickly, and we're going to match point for Team Frequents.
So we'll return to Neo Tokyo to see if the series ends right here or if Team.exe has something to say about that last game. Starting off with a screamer right on target. Double commit comes in. Knight on the infield pass from Stealth. So Kiri right in the middle of it all. Monster on the follow. Shot to the back post. And we were talking about whether or not we'd see a car change. Monster is no longer in the Aston Martin.
There it is.
Gamer mode engaged. They are into the tryhard Octane.
The sweaty
Let's see if that's the
Octane.
difference.
Yep, that's what we were waiting on. You can tell, and we just discussed even before getting into this series completely, that you could physically tell when somebody's tilted because of the card change. And while he might not be completely tilted, he's definitely feeling a little bit of that frustration, hence the card change. So we'll see if the Octane makes him perform a little bit better. He does dodge the demo, tries to get that connection up front for Stealth. Maybe the 1-2 pass could connect yet again. We saw that earlier on, but nothing too much so far. And Team.exe looked to mount a counterattack, and that one's going to go bounce off the backboard, but still nothing yet. And Frequents, match point, man. Everything could come down to this final 5 minutes.
Playing strong, at least for right now. Team.exe is, I wouldn't say down after that last game, but it's certainly, as you mentioned, that mental aspect of giving up a game in which you thought you had it guaranteed. And Team Frequents is certainly knocking on the door every time they move forward. Flitz almost with a double. Knight gets that counterattack stolen. Monster will extend it again, but we haven't seen a lot of passes outside the opening from Team.exe. It's a lot of these longer balls. I think they're just trying to outspeed Frequenz right now, which is a worthy strategy up until Frequenz is able to handle it with another save right there from Shay.
Oh, and you can see him going for the flip reset, a little bit of a mind game, the patient play. This has been Frequenz go-to strategy, the slow play, but Flitz does get the demo. Now Shay is relied on by his teammates to get that follow-up off the backboard, and because the demo came out, nobody was ready for the follow-up. This has been such a close game. It's so weird. We're seeing such contrasted play styles fight against each other. You've got Team.exe, which is all about speed and just not necessarily thinking about the play, but instead relying on sheer mechanics and your pace. But Frequenz do the opposite. They want to take it slower. They want to calculate how they're going to move down the field. Flitz going for the slow play. And then a shot on net, top corner. Save. This one is coming down again to the last straw.
It really might come down to which team can strike first. At this rate, we're already halfway through. So looking for goal number 1. Team.exe trying to make sure that goal is theirs. With an extension like that, it just might be. Stealth has a lot to do still, and they cannot put that one back in the middle, so Knight will have to rebuild. Tries to get on this one, but Shay cuts it out. Flitz, they're there. The pre-flip gets past the defender, but only in the corner. Kiri with the free jump, something we've seen them do quite a lot throughout this series. And it will be traded back and forth this possession as we continue to look for the first one.
The positioning so far for Team.exe has been a bit awkward. They're kind of stacking on top of each other, but the mechanics are looking strong. Stealth has had a couple of air dribbles outside of his own half, but look at this. This clear comes out. Nobody's there to receive it. Meanwhile, Frequenz, they're going to have to figure out how to do something, but they can't even win a 50-50 in the midfield. Trying to move down the field. Stealth, the speed is going to be there. Cut out in the mid field, and it's just back and forth. It's like one team has an advantage, but then you instantly get hit with a counterattack from the other play style. This is a very, very interesting match of Rocket League, and I love what I'm seeing, but it just leaves me so confused as to who's really in the lead or has that possession.
And we saw a double commit earlier from Frequenz in the corner. Might be getting a little bit antsy on defense. Not what you want to see in the final 70 seconds of a game in which they win. This series is over. A lot riding on this final 60 seconds or potentially more. And Team.exe has looked a little strong on offense, but all it takes is one. Kiri on target, and Knight cannot get it.
This whole shot just represents Frequenz's game plan. It's slow, it's calculated, and it's on target. Knight pre-jumped and expected a banger of a shot, but no, it's Kiri to put in a soft touch that just simply falls in. Regardless of how slow it was hit, it was accurate.
On Team.exe, it's not about scoring one goal just to get your lead. It's about just trying to extend your series life.
Oh, yeah.
And they only have 45 seconds to do so. Knight
could be their last minute.
Trying to kick it forward. Flitz will get that out. Knight, beautiful pass. Oh, what a play by Flitz. Hits it into the near post, pinches it across the goal, and that save will keep it in, and Shay will extend it out. What a play by Flitz to keep Frequenz alive.
He was literally the last man back, was a little bit out of position, should have been in net, but still recovered in time, got the pinch to the other side, but the attack is still on for Team.exe. Monster's going to look to carry this one up, but he has no boost. He can't even do anything, and Flitz, again, monster of a player on defense right now, holding his team together.
Final 10 seconds. Knight and Stealth have both missed. It's all up to Monster to bring it forward. What a 50 by Kiri. Final seconds. They need a full court carry. Look at the contact. Look at the W coming through from Frequenz. All they got to do is slap this one down. And Shay will put it down right in front of the goal for Kiri to put that stamp on it. Frequenz in 6.
Oh, man.
What a game.
That was incredible. They were so resilient. Frequenz had been faced with several obstacles. That was ridiculous. Oh my goodness. You just got to give so much credit to all three players because this looked like Team.exe's series to win. They had the speed, they had the mechanics, but Frequenz were able to outmaneuver them and treat this like a game of chess, Taco. What a play, what a performance. Flitz, again, that defensive save, that might have been the reason why they're able to move on, was because of that one little pinch from Flitz.
And just, I'm trying to think, just the balls to pull that off in that situation, just to think about actually getting a pre-flip on your near post, driving at your goal, double tap pinching it across your own net for the like. It's just it seems like a reaction play, but honestly, at this level, with the amount of equations flying through their head, I can't say that's not incredibly calculated. It might have been the plan all along. And Frequence, I mean, deservedly win that after that clutch playmaking to get past Team.exe.
They had to fight through so much grime, really, that they were faced with on Team.exe, who I've been saying it all game. Team.exe, I think they really did have better mechanics and they were a little bit faster, but that's not the only parts of Rocket League. And you can see that if you can read your opponents well and you know what they're trying to do, you can still outmaneuver them regardless of mechanics or sheer pace behind the ball. And this was a clear example of just that. So they're going to be moving forward. Huge congratulations to Frequence, and also you got to give credit to Team.exe coming out and putting up a show, but at the end of the day, only one can move on.
And unfortunately, only one can move on, and it will be Team Frequence. Team.exe was a favorite, actually, I believe, of Fickle.
Yeah,
I was also thinking that this would be not a walk in the park, but a worthy win. However, Frequence not necessarily staging an upset, but getting a win maybe against expectations. So
I totally didn't say a sweep from Team.exe. That was definitely not my prediction.
It was so cringe of Fickle to say that. I can't believe he would just throw that out there.
I can't believe he would even predict that, dude. I'm so glad that I predicted for Team Frequence to take this win. I'm just proud of myself.
He uses the word professional, but he uses it so loosely like that. You know?
I know. It's imagine being as cute and good looking as Fickle Platypus. I can't even imagine.
It's a good thing I chose Frequence from the start as well. I mean, this
original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So let's stop.
I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Welcome, everybody, back to the Search Rocket League. We just saw an amazing performance from Frequency, but before we jump to that interview, we'd like to shout out our sponsor, HEB, and the future Pro Player Cam. Spend $35 or more on any online order and get free curbside pickup and or delivery straight to your door in select areas. I remember when I was going to HEB when I was in Texas, it was a very quick, easy pull up to the spot, text the number on your phone, and then they come walking out. They put the groceries straight in your car, and you just leave. It's a perfect shopping experience. Couldn't have asked for anything better. But let's go ahead and bring in Flitz one more time from Frequency. Flitz, man, you're all smiles, and I'm really glad to see it. You guys pulled out the dub. Even I was surprised. I thought that Team.exe was going to take it to you, but it seemed that the grinding and the practice you put in the 2 weeks prior to this have paid off. How do you think you played in that series?
I think all around, I think, everything we've been working on, like we put it all in this last series today, and we really gave it everything we got, and I'm really glad we could get the dub. We kind of had a slow start at first, but I think it was after that, I think it was the game 5 OT. After we scored that goal, I think it was Kiri that scored it. After that, I just kind of knew that like everything was locked in, and all it was at that point was playing that last game and just finishing those 5 minutes and being on top, and that's exactly what we did.
Yeah, I was actually going to talk about that game 5. You guys were last of the game, down 1 goal, and then it gets tied with 20 minutes left. OT, what's your guys' mindset and strategy going into it? Because I know OT is very different. It's like you do not want to lose. You don't want to make them. Does the Frequency squad, do they have a set strategy going in, or is it just play it safe and don't make a mistake?
So I think the main thing is just staying focused. I think it's really hard to get in your own head or maybe get, just like get down on yourself, especially when you're down, in like such an intense game like that, where that seriously is a series changer. Like whoever wins that, they have a lot of momentum coming in that next game. So I think our main challenge was just staying calm and doing what we do best. After we got that 1 goal with about a minute left, we're like, guys, we got time. We got this. I think we got another one with about 20 seconds left to go. And then at that point, it was just, keeping the train moving. And, we ended up getting that goal in OT, which is huge for us.
There was also a lot of keep it up at the end of regulation there at the final game. Were you guys a little nervous going into it just because the ball kept staying up in 0 seconds? There was like a 15-minute period where it just never seemed to go down there. What were your thoughts on that?
So I think like there was a double commit from like Monster and Knight like at like the very start of when it hit 0 seconds. So I banged it as hard as I could. I'm like, that's got to be down, right? And then Stealth comes on it. I'm like, oh no, he's about to do something crazy. And I'm not gonna say we got lucky, but we got it down. So we dodged the bullet. I'll say that we dodged the bullet.
I gotta say, there's no worse feeling than having that panic at 0 seconds, 1 goal up, and you're like, oh no, this is we lost. This is it right here. It's just it always ends up happening, and it baffles me to know that of all the times that the ball should get killed, it doesn't, and there's still like a 15% chance it could go in at any given moment in a competitive setting. It's just nuts. All right, enough about the series you guys played, and congratulations, you're moving on into the semifinals where you have the chance to play either the winner of Zookeepers or potentially Vibrance and the winner of Nefarious and Dream. Of those remaining teams, Zookeepers already qualified. who still is in this that you guys could potentially lose to? Because you're already looking strong. I think punching up to Team.exe is a huge accomplishment for y'all. But where does it go from here?
So I think all of these teams left in it. So obviously Zookeeper's already qualified, but I think what's going to happen is I think Vibrance will qualify and I think Nefarious will qualify. And those two teams are two very scary teams, but I think we're close with them. I think people are starting to realize like not to sleep on us, and hopefully if we do end up playing one of those teams, we can show that we can compete. So the main thing is obviously we played Zookeepers, but we still got to respect them too. But if Vibrance and Nefarious make it through, I think at that point it's whoever shows up on the day, and whoever gets it done. Especially because it's like a best of X. It's going to be consistency as well, so we just got to stay on top of our game that whole time.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think if this whole pro player thing doesn't work out for you, Flitz, I think you'd have a wonderful position on an analyst desk or a broadcast. So well spoken and a beast on the field as well. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us as well as
thank you for having me.
Coming. Yeah, that was Flitz, everybody. Amazing performance from Frequence as they will be moving on into the bracket. And let's go ahead and bring in our two new commentators we got here. It's going to be Leaf and Craftman one more time. I was going to say Turtle Doubters coming forward, but it seems that we have some new ones coming in. Welcome back, Craftman and Leaf. Let's look at this tweet right here. That was pure fun to watch. What an exciting and intense series in the hashtag search from Ryan Smith. Make sure to use hashtag the search for a chance to be sponsored on our lower thirds down at the bottom. Gentlemen, that was a wonderful performance that we saw coming forward here. And now I'm able to talk to you both here. So
we can
Leaf and Craftman, welcome back. We already see fantastic matchup from Frequence and Zookeepers as they move on. But now we got Vibrance and Board and Nefarious and Dream. So Vibrance and Board is a matchup that I think also will go to the distance. I'm really curious about that last spot, Nefarious versus Dream. So that's going to be a question mark for me. I'd like to shout out Nerd Focus as well for sponsoring the event today. Make sure to go to nerdfocus.com to get your own palette and pack. They sent me some. Oh, look at that crapping guy. We couldn't get it to him in time, so he forged his own.
This is definitely Nerd Focus.
Wonderful performance. It gives you all those high-pitched performance that you need without all the jitters that you don't. So make sure to go pick that up at any retail performance. So I think we're going to keep this one brief, gentlemen. Vibrance versus Board. The match should be pretty ready here. So I think I just want to jump into Leaf to do predictions and a quick summation, and we can just get this started.
Okay. Well, this is yet again another tough one. We're heading to the quarterfinals, right? Real hard at this point. We've seen what Vibrance can do. They were feeling it earlier. But Board also has some really strong players. I actually don't. Oh man. I'm gonna slightly edge it to Board. Game 7.
I'm feeling a game 7 here too. Craftman, I think you maybe more know some of these players on Board, so you might have a more opinionated prediction here. So I want to know what you think too.
I mean, out of these two teams, I'm just going to be straight up with you here, guys. I've only seen Vibrance play, and it was like what, an hour or so ago, whatever it was, and it was that was a pretty dominating performance, if you ask me. So I'm leaning in the side of Vibrance here because they have the momentum coming into this one. Board haven't played a game today. They got a DQ into this round, so this is their first game of the day. And to go up against a team who's looking as hot as they are, I think it's going to be too much for them. I'm going to say Vibrance in 6.
I've got Vibrance here. I think the new guard is going to overtake some of these more notable names, and I think Leaf is kind of leaning in on that veterancy bias from some of those rosters.
I'm also leaning on the fact that Astro keeps calling me LifeX. So he's brought this on himself.
Right.
Even though Prime Thunder as well as Soul Flayers have been around for a while, I think this is time for the new guard. I think it's going to be Vibrance in 6 or 7. Let's go 4-2 in favor of Vibrance. But the match is ready, so let's throw it over to Leaf and Craftman in this best of 7 to determine who will move on in the search.
Thank you, Fickle. Yeah, this is... and I'm a little salty. I played them in a twos tournament the other day, and they kicked my butt. So yeah, they don't win here. This is it. No, they're
bias caster. Get it in chat now. Leaf is a bias caster.
Yeah, let's get it out of my system now. But no, honestly, they are phenomenal players, and there's a very good chance I'm going to be wrong here. But I had to create some sort of story. I mean, again, we've seen some of these names for a while, and to just completely sleep and forget about their history in Rocket League, I think just wouldn't be fair. And I think regardless, this is going to be a fun set to watch with the players that we have on the field.
Yeah, for sure. And the way that Vibrance were playing earlier, the sort of flash and pizzazz that they have, I think it's going to be an exciting matchup for sure. And they open up the scoring. No, they don't. Ronan will get the save. Fifi on the follow-up, and he does indeed score within the first 30 seconds for Vibrance.
Yeah, right off the bat. Nice early goal, just kind of makes you feel confident. And that's what we've seen this team do real well with, is their confidence. Obviously, they had a bit of an easier route earlier in their first matchup, but being able to use that momentum or get that momentum going already in a game against players such as their opponents right now is pretty good. And a fake here from Astro, and he throws that one away.
We said earlier Vibrance were just looking full of themselves and so confident, and I mean, less than a minute into this one, you can tell Vibrance again are indeed vibing on this field right now. Astro just slotting that one into the bottom left corner is a beautiful thing to watch, that air dribble.
2 goals up already in game number 1 of our best of 7. One of these teams' journey ends here. We've seen Vibrance playing before, looking pretty good. Now their opponent's bored. I have to hope that maybe their emotions are a little different than that right now, and they're excited because this is do or die in this set.
Yeah, and I mean, you talked about the old guards on this board side. With Soulflares, he could get it past Astro there. But these guys have been there and done that, Leaf. They've been at the top of the mountain. These Vibrance guys, they're on their way up. They're seeing board on their way down, saying, giving them a little handshake on the way past. So Vibrance, I'd say they're the hungrier team in this one. They're wanting that contract more than anything to play in the next season of the RLCS. And 2-0 up, the confidence is definitely flowing.
And here they go for another Astro. 50 is stopped out. Again, less space than they did in their earlier match. But they're still making sure that they put on a show for us.
Certainly so. And again, we talked earlier about the communication between these Vibrance guys, and Fifi and Oath on the same page once again. The defense for board just looking a little bit lackluster, not quite sure where these passes and these shots are going to end up. They're getting caught out by Vibrance early, and if this is the story of the series, Leaf, I could see this being another sweep.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe, but I don't think that board won't get at least one game on the series.
Yeah, I could see them getting one, but I think it's going to be heavily one-sided. That's
for showing. Right now. I think that's a fair assessment to make, because Fifi's popping off right now.
Oh, for sure.
Fifi is setting up so many plays.
Yeah, getting that playmaker role and making sure Oath and Astro are in positions to be the striking force on this Vibrance side. A little bit of pressure on the back line, but again, you see Fifi right up on that backboard, cutting out any opportunity that's been created for board. Oath might even take it all the way back down himself. All heads back towards the orange side, and who is there to pick it up? It's Fifi yet again.
Now 3 goals down. 2 minutes left. Board definitely has to at least stop the bleeding, and it looks like they have. But now, can they start to heal and get some goals back? I think they're going to need to keep that ball a little closer moving out of their own end, because right now, I just feel like they haven't had really much of anything when it comes to an offensive drive.
No, in terms of possession as well, it just seems like it's one touch and cleared and then right back into the hands of Vibrance. You just saw it there. Notorious got battered on that goal line and then tried to clear. You see that Notorious yet again clears long, and it's Fifi picking it up. There's no follow-up from boards, and they're just giving possession away where they could, slow it down, take a touch or two, and get them in a better position to get past this Vibrance offense.
Well, they'll likely have to look to game 2 to make any changes. This game 1 is starting to dwindle down. A minute left now on the clock. 3-goal deficit. without many of those
Astro, do
changes
it. Oh,
really in place, and Astro definitely saying, yeah, no, they will have to look to game 2.
Count the touches here. 1. Oh, it was only 2. Never mind. I thought there was maybe 3.
First touch was a phenomenal first touch, though.
It was a brilliant first touch, slowing things down and then spinning like a Catherine wheel to get yourself back into position and slot it in.
You know what?
Or
I have not heard the like a Catherine wheel in such a long time. Like probably 15 years at least.
I don't know if it's a British thing.
Well, is that one of those little fireworks that spin?
Yeah, you put it on the wall and then you light it and it spins up.
Yeah. Pinwheel or Catherine wheel, yeah. But no, I've heard that. I just haven't. I haven't, again, since I was like a kid. I haven't heard that.
I'm educating you in the British way here, Lee. That's it's an education when you come cast with me, mate.
Well, how often are you playing with Catherine wheels?
Once a year. Remember the 5th of November. That's the day we celebrate a man trying to blow up Parliament.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a weird holiday. Britain's weird.
That's phenomenal. Hey, a holiday's a holiday. And by the looks of it, Board is going to be getting on their holiday soon if they don't pick things up, because Vibrance looking solid.
Yeah, all the offense for them. See, only 3 shots on the side of Board, 13 for Vibrance. Just shows you how much possession they did have throughout the entire game. And just again, continuing their dominance.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the change needed here from Board going forward. I don't know what you think they're going to need here, because 4-0 is not a good scoreline. No. Well, first and foremost, they need goals. They need goals. That's what they need, Leaf. And it's simple as that. Keep possession, get goals. You'll have a better time. Won't have a good time, but you'll have a better time. All right. Well, we'll give them a few moments here in the Nerd Focus game break to get things together.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
Yeah, you see these replays again. Vibrance, just all the replays are going to be Vibrance here. Let's be honest. It was. I would love to see the amount of touches both teams got, because I think it might have been 90% in Vibrance's favor there, because every time that this ball was it was just handed on a silver platter to Vibrance most of the time. So for me, Boards, this next game, when they get possession, just keep hold of it a little bit. Make Vibrance work for their dinner.
Ooh, almost a goal there off the beginning of game number 2. But it was just a little wide, but this is a good explosive start that they're going to need, because they don't want to go down like they did in game number 1 early on. Honestly, get yourself a lead. You're going to need that to show that, hey, we're a threat. We're still someone you have to pay attention to, and that might force Vibrance to back off. Not sure. They seem to like their aggression, but maybe it'll force them to think a little bit more.
Yeah, just have a little bit of what am I trying to say here? A bit of a more relaxed time in defense. I know Vibrance aren't going to make that easy for you. Just go through your rotations, get back to your fundamentals. That's really what Vibrance have been really exploiting, is the fundamentals of Board just aren't there. And again, a wide open net, Fifi will slam it home.
Yeah, it was a good touch from Oath, and you see on the run back there, Nitrous was got caught up on his teammate. He might have actually been able to save that if that didn't happen. But I have noticed that quite a bit, honestly, with this Board squad, is there have been a lot of situations where double commits have been happening, and that really needs to get cleaned up, because that's giving all that space to Vibrance.
Yeah, like I said, just hold it down, get back to what you know, don't make mistakes, just like Oath did. I mean, he just got caught up in his own play, couldn't get out of the way fast enough. Again, it's just every time that Board are trying to clear, you saw that, again, Notorious coming down that right-hand side for him. Clears it down, one touch, and it's straight back into an orange player, and again, Ronan again, straight back into Oath. We'll have one shot towards net. Can't get the double, and Oath will send it clear into the left.
Shot on net.
Ooh.
Almost a chance there for a goal. For Board, they need one. They've been shut out across 2 games so far. There's a good pass center, but already intercepted by Astro. Look how he knew that was coming. Like, he's like, guys, I'm 5 steps ahead.
We talked about it earlier. It's a massive chess game. And Vibrance has called checkmate already. Astro just so quick in the rotations, rotating through and getting that interception, as you said. And you were saying, Board, I think all they need is one. I think if they get one on the board, they'll have a little bit of confidence going forwards and maybe put Vibrance under a little bit of pressure. I don't imagine, because this is obviously a qualification game for tomorrow, loser goes home. Vibrance, I don't imagine we'll see what they did earlier and, start being, a bit cocky and scoring own goals and all that. I think they're just going to be racking up the score as much as they possibly can.
Oath almost had a nice little doink there, followed by Astro, is also not going to be centered into the back of the net. But they are still in the lead, and Vibrance has 2.5 minutes left in game number 2 to hold on to their lead, where it's Board is still looking for that answer. I said it, they had an explosive start. We saw them almost get a couple chances early on, but that seems to have fallen apart yet again.
And the dagger being driven further into the heart of Board. Fifi, and I mean, Astro, he could have scored off of that if he wanted to. He just put it down over to Fifi just to get him involved in the play. And I mean, we mentioned Fifi earlier being a key member for this Vibrant squad, being the playmaker, the assister. Gets a goal of his own this time. 2 goals, in fact, in this game so far. It's every single member of Vibrance just working in perfect harmony right now, Leaf. There's no stopping them.
Yeah. They really are, and that makes it scary for everyone going forward. I thought with Vibrance, having all that space before, it's really hard to judge whether a team's playing good or not, or if they're just, playing a match that definitely is, below their class, and then they just have that space. But now seeing against a team that has gotten this far, has definitely got some notable players on it, and they're still running house like this. It really makes you realize how threatening they really are.
Yeah, especially when Oath can... I didn't think this was in at all. That's my bad. I'm sorry, Oath. I did not believe in that, but that's a nasty angle. When Oath can put up goals like that and say, hey, look at me, I can score from anywhere on this field. Any angle you give me, I'll score. Board are just like, what on earth can we do? I mean, Isolated got goals earlier. They didn't get shut out in a single game. This is about to be the second 4-0 in a row for Vibrance. And Board are like, what the heck did they do? How did they score?
Well, for the most part, they didn't. It was Vibrance scoring for them.
That's a very good point, Lee. It was mainly... I'd love to see the amount of goals that anyone on Isolated scored compared to the Oath own goals. Can we get those stats up? I wonder if we can get those to go. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Oh my god, that was going to roll in. Okay. I'd be more mad if that did go in, to be honest. So I'm glad that that he stopped that. But yeah, it does feel like, and I'm blown away. I am thoroughly impressed at how fast and how confused Vibrance is making Board look in this, especially with these players. Like, again, these are good players, and they're making it look like they haven't seen this much speed before.
And the thing is, with a team, you can see they're rotating well and being fast, like Vibrance are right now. But sometimes it's a bit inconsistent. This has been Vibrance every single game that we've seen them so far. As Board cannot get a goal to save themselves right at the death, 4-0 yet again. But consistency is key in Rocket League, as we all know. And Vibrance are showing me a lot of consistency through putting up high-level gameplay game after game. It's very impressive.
Well, they got another moment to think through things as we head into our HEB game rig.
Thank you for tuning in to the search for the next Rocket League team presented by HEB. We are down to the final teams and excited to see who your next Rocket League team will be.
Again, all these replays you're going to see here, Leaf, is just vibrance, vibrance, vibrance. They're all three members. I know we singled out Fifi a little bit earlier, but all three members of this squad are just in perfect sync, perfect harmony, and Board just don't have an answer right now.
Yeah, they. I'm confused. I'm actually dumbfounded at how they're not making much of a change here. They're not. They haven't. Look, they shifted a bit of their early game. They got that explosive start, but then we saw nothing afterwards.
Yeah. Thanks, Lee. I gotta get it in one more time. But yeah, it's just been every game, like you said, that explosive start. And I mean that doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things right now, because you're 8-0 down to goals in the series, 4-0, 4-0. You've still to find any semblance of a consistent offense, and against a team who is putting up work game in, game out, and just being the full dominance force in this tournament so far. I think out of the 6 teams that we have remaining in this tournament, I would not be I would certainly pick these guys as my favorites to win the whole thing now.
And at this point, yeah, I mean, from what we've seen, the only other team I think that might stand a chance is Zookeepers. But even then,
that was a great series, to be fair.
Yeah, but even then, it's like that. That's two extremely aggressive teams going at each other, and I feel at this point, Vibrance is a little faster.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I mean, if they do end up meeting, that meeting will happen in the grand final come tomorrow. Zookeepers will be up against Frequence as their semi-final tomorrow. The winner of this game will play the winner of Nefarious and Dream, which we'll see right after this series as well. And I looked away from the screen. I heard the goal go in, and I was like, "Is it Vibrance? Is it definitely Vibrance?" Oh yes, of course it's Vibrance. It's all
yeah, of course Vibrance.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Your goal explosion. It's Vibrance scoring.
Yeah,
we can let's just alt tab the game. Do something else when you hear goal explosion. Just say,
yeah, I'm gonna.
All right, looks like Vibrance scored again.
I'm just gonna shield my eyes and look at my laptop instead. I'm just gonna look at the bracket.
It is maddening at the speed and dominance they have.
Yeah, for sure. And like we keep going on about, Board just they can't match it right now. As hard as they've been trying, it's just one touch after another goes straight back into Vibrance hands. And I said earlier, when you're a team who's up against another squad that is just completely outpacing you, if you can slow the game down yourself and keep it close, grind out maybe a gritty 1-0 or 2-1 win, as 2-1 in this case that Board would have to do now, actually 3-2. They're not doing that. They're just giving up possession and letting Vibrance run wild.
Honestly, I'm like, it's getting to the point where like I'm my brain's starting to give up on the series, to the point I'm just like zoning out. Like it's just
just like, oh, have they won yet? Oh, they've scored again. That's a nutty goal, by the way.
Yeah, that's what, like,
yes.
It's so creative.
That'll wake you back up.
Oh my god. Whoa. And that might have been a save actually if he didn't do that. Like I think he had to do that.
Yeah, because the keeper was right there, wasn't he? Yeah, he would have got a touch.
Yeah, he was coming out there.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
They don't just score. They don't just score the easy one, folks.
That's the thing too, is that they are always useful to their team. On their rotations out, they're doing something, and it's so consistent that the teammates that are back, that are at the slot or at midfield, know that teammate on the way out is looking for something, so they're useful as a passing option as well, right? It's not just like, okay, I'm going to send this up there and hope my teammate sees it. So many times I've seen a pass from a player go upfield and that player just leave the play, right? This doesn't happen here. That confidence your teammate is staying involved even on the rotate back allows them to just have that speed and to be able to rotate properly without it being sloppy or things getting awkward.
Yeah, it almost feels like set plays, to be quite honest, with Vibrance. Like a lot of Rocket League, you kind of ad lib and it's all, you know, spur of the moment. But it looks like they're setting up for things that they've gone over in practice. They've practiced these things over and over again. And it's the exact same play, and they go for it every single time. And Board, it works out for them. And because Board just cannot read. And I mean, look, that was Soulflare's trying to pass over to Ronan, and I believe that was Oath rushing in saying, no, this is my ball. I'm having this.
No,
they're so damn quick.
I think that's, I think it's definitely at some point in team comms or watching replays, whatever, they've said on the rotate back, always use that player coming off the backboard or the player that's near the net. Always try to connect with them. And then I think it mostly has been Oath that's intercepting a lot of those plays. Midfield is pushing up, but I think for sure they've talked about this stuff. There's no way they haven't.
Yeah, Oath is just being released. Do you know what I've just thought? Oath is kind of like Virtuoso without the demos.
He just gets it in the face.
He's just in their faces, cutting off every passing opportunity, and every loose ball, it's his. And again, you saw loose ball. It's right on Oath, and it's another 4-0 it's going to be. Oh, no.
That's hard. That's hard for Nitro, because he doesn't want that ball to sink right down. But he landed so awkward that he couldn't push it to the side.
Yeah, you can't really be expected. If you're Nitrous in that situation, you just got to do your best, and you know that whatever touch you're going to make on it, it's going to fall in Vibrance's favor somehow.
Yeah, you saw it too. Fifi was carrying one of the defenders away as well. Like, there's no one to back you up either.
Yeah, it's not a pretty sight if you're a Board fan. And I'll tell you who isn't Board right now. It's Vibrance's Nitrous tries to get one on the board. Oath again denies. The Vibrance are a lively bunch right now, Leaf, and they are one game away right now from getting to that semi-final spot in tomorrow's broadcast. And who would blame them? Who would bet against them right now?
Yeah, this is going to be a 4-0, 4-0, 4-0 in a 4-0, and this is going to be nuts. Okay, Board.
Oh,
One last time here. I need you guys to take a moment, calm down in this Nerd Focus game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Like, I don't know even if that's going to be enough. I mean, they have been looking next. Vibrance are looking for, this if they could get a perfect sweep here in a best of 7. Perfect. Yeah, with no.
I know Shogun loves the 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. Can we get a 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0 and the series be 4-0? I don't think. I would be baffled if that has ever happened in the ranks of professional Rocket League.
With that specific scoreline, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, and a 4-0, like just to mirror perfectly.
Yeah, complete 4-0.
I don't think it has.
There needs to be. Well, we got the perfect sweep is just don't let your opponent score.
Yeah,
the immaculate sweep is 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. Well, every game's 1-0. What's this one? The sort of mirrored
sweep?
I don't know.
Cosmic Miracle?
The Cosmic Miracle.
I don't know, because it just feels like so hard to hit 4 goals specifically, not let your opponent score, and then match it with a 4-0. Yeah, it's like the mirrored one, and there's one of their goals, so they're 4.
Well,
what?
3 more. 3 more to go. Well, they got it within 4 seconds as well. How's that? Oh, no. Do you know what it is? It's a good omen. It's the good omen sweep.
Okay. Is that like 4-4? Or is that a thing?
I don't know.
I know you don't know. You're just saying. Okay.
Maybe we'll call it the Nerd Focus sweep. The Focus sweep.
The Nerd Focus sweep.
Well, Vibrance are completely focused in on this one. Astro again going for that top left corner. And every touch, like I keep saying, every touch from Board just, they look bored at this point. They want to get out of the server. They want to, get on with their day. They don't want to do this anymore. They're just they know the writing is on the wall, and yeah, it's just look. I mean, that demo as well.
I'm gonna be real. You've just
onto
turned into a robot on my
Torius.
end, so I have no idea if you're talking anymore. So I'm just gonna talk until I get you back, and hope to get you back here soon. Let's see if they can get 2 more. 4 minutes left. We have a 4-0, a 4-0, and a 4-0, and then potentially another 4-0 on the line in a potential 4-0 sweep. So,
I think
my
I'm
God,
back
that
now, by
was
the way.
almost in. You are back. Okay, I got you back.
Yeah.
I missed you.
Sorry, my team speak ping just went through the roof.
In DDoS, you're too good. People were
I'm
threatened about
yeah,
you.
they just wanted to would cut me off before I.
You bring them down a notch here.
Oh, don't tell me. Do you know what? I'm pulling for the big 4-0.
I really am.
All the 4-0s. Oh, Ronan, don't do it. Oh man, yeah. You've got to feel for Board though to be in this position, thinking they maybe got a chance. They'll put up a good fight. I mean, we were saying it might go 6 or 7 games. Look at this. Fifi just scoring for fun.
Oh yeah, we were all completely wrong on how close this series would be.
Yeah, we got to hold our hands up and say our bad. Sorry, Vibrance. I mean, they probably listened to this and thought, hey, you're disrespecting us. You put our respect on our names. 4-0. That's what we're going for. They've heard us say, it's maybe 6 or 7 games. No, complete 4-0. The complete sweep. There you go.
Oh yeah,
That's
they're
it.
mad.
Complete sweep.
The complete sweep?
The complete sweep. You've completed it. I don't.
I
Chat
guess,
can workshop it. Chat can workshop it.
This will take some time. But we'll just have to see if they even get it yet. I mean, it's not done. 2.5 minutes left in Game 4 with a 4-0 slowly approaching and still shut out, though. But there's still a chance the board
There's still
grabs
a
at least
chance.
1 goal.
Exactly. We're coming up for 2.5 minutes, gone 2.5 to go in this probably last game of the series, game number 4. And I think if Board are going to get just 1 on the board and save face in this series, a miracle's got to happen, because Vibrance just look like they're scoring for fun, and you see Soul Flares there running into Old, just fighting for even to get a touch on the ball. He wouldn't have got a decent one at that. You see how desperate they are to get any sort of possession and try their hand at going upfield. With Fifi just retaining this ball as long as he possibly can. I mean, at this point, they're just draining the time off the clock as well.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. They want to make sure they can... If they can control the pace here. Finally, first goal! It's not
Hey!
the whatever it's going to be called sweep is not going to happen here.
Not happening.
I think it's still going to be a sweep, but at least they got a goal. They're on the board. Congratulations, Board.
Well done, Boards. You've not made history. You're not on the wrong side of history. That's what I'll say. It will happen one day, probably.
I mean, if enough games get
All
played,
4-0s.
the inevitability is that it'll happen, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's how probability works. Pretty sure. I didn't do well in statistics class in school, mainly because we didn't have a statistics class, just maths. I'll tell you, the probability of Vibrance winning this game and winning this series is probably about 100% right now. 99.9.
Yeah. I would never set anything at 100, but
No.
there's definitely close to it.
I'll tell you, I have between us in the European caster scene, I have everyone knows me as the guy who calls games and series far too early. Like when we were on the last podcast that was part of Stacks and that, I called the series over. I called the game over. It was like 3-0 with like a minute and a half left, and the other team made the comeback and won in overtime.
Oh my god!
And I called it over. I said it was done. I got a lot of stick for that, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Oh no, kidding. Yeah,
This one's over. I can tell you for sure this one's over.
You know what? I'm gonna back you up there.
Thank you, Leaf.
We'll be in this one together. It's over. I really just don't see Board pulling this out, and especially at the end of the day, the sweep as well. So Vibrance is just looking phenomenal on the field. I don't know how anyone's going to match their pace. Someone's going to have to try if they want that contract, but Vibrance is making a heck of a case for themselves that they deserve that contract.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, they're probably the most hungry out of these two teams at the very least. They are the most hungry for it, and they have proved why they are supposedly worth every single penny, one step closer to that contract. Get picked up for the RLCS season upcoming. It won't be a 4-0, but maybe 4 goals. Yes, it will be for Astro. Puts it in right on the death at 0 seconds. 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-1.
Board throwing the GGs in the chat. They're like, yeah, this was, we got good games, but we got outclassed here. Vibrance is, wow. I think that's the one descriptor. All you need right now is just wow.
They're scary.
They are blowing everyone up right now, and without needing to actually blow their opponents up on the field. Like they really don't feel like they were, winning because of demos or physical play. They felt like they're winning. There was that in there, but they felt like they were winning because they just had such incredible trust in each other and each other's positioning, their awareness of when they need to be involved in a play. That is just nuts to have that much synergy. I haven't seen that in a team in quite some time.
Yeah, and like I said, I pointed Oath out as being the virtuoso without the demos. He's just in the faces of his opponents, just wreaking havoc on his opponent's side of the field. And no one can really figure out what he's doing. I mean, he got 2 goals, 5 shots in that last game. I mean, Astro got 5 shots as well, but you really feel he is the guy out there making the plays and making his opponents feel, I would say, uncomfortable out there in the field. Just making them have that little bit extra thought. And when you, in Rocket League, when you hesitate, that is when your opponents can pounce. And Oath is out there making the plays, making his opponents hesitate, and that's letting the rest of his teammates just run away with things.
I mean, you look at these plays too. The last 4 goals in a row, I think, have been Oath. So you're absolutely right. He is the guy that finishes those shots up, and a lot of it's on like these ridiculous reads off the ceiling or off the corner, where he's always in the right spot for his teammates. It's not just mechanics. It's incredible reading. It's incredible positioning. It's incredible awareness for goals like that, and just confidence that his teammates are going to connect with him on half of these things too. So Oath is absolutely key to his team's success, but at the same time, I think if you replace either of the other two as well, this same success, the same formula doesn't work. All 3 players have to understand how, they need to be involved on the plays back, those rotations back, whether it's passing back, whether it's receiving a pass forward, but staying up on that opponent's backboard. All 3 players need to be an understanding of this play and how this team plays.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier, being Fifi being the playmaker, sort of sitting back, knowing his role, waiting for Astro and Oath to make those plays into the middle. Usually Oath is, Fifi making the plays for Oath to come in and then just send it home. So, like you said, it takes a team who knows they're all on the same page. They're all singing from the same hymn sheet, and they could be signing the same contract by this time tomorrow, Leaf.
Oh, absolutely. Vibrance is looking nuts out there on the field. All 3 players getting involved. All 3 players deserve credit. While they all are doing something special, it's all working together in an incredible formula that other teams are going to have a hard time to shut down. But speaking of, we do have some more teams trying to get into that qualification. Another one is coming your way for our last match of the day to see who gets into that spot for Sunday. So don't go anywhere. Stick around as the search continues.
Sheesh, this grind is making me hungry. Yo guys, give me a sec, I'm gonna order some food real quick.
Oh jeez, this is gonna take forever.
Alright, I'm back.
Whoa, You back already?
Yeah, man. Quick and easy on the HEB app. Let's get it.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high-potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So let's stop.
I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. We are 7 of 8 games into this day, and if you just missed the mopping that Vibrance gave to Forward, it was quite amazing to watch. Before we get into our HEB Pro Cam, I'd like to give a shout out to HEB to make sure to go to their website. No store does it more to bring the best to your door. That's HEB. And make sure you spend $35 or more on any delivery or curbside pickup, and it will be for free. So check that out if you're in the Texas area. Let's go ahead and bring in Oath one more time on the broadcast to see his smiling face, and he looks like his APMs are staying high as he's waiting to be interviewed, man. Welcome back, all smiles, as you qualified into day number 2. How do you think you played during that last matchup?
I think we played really well as a team. I think the main thing we had over them was outpacing.
I missed that last word. Say it one more time.
I think we just outpaced them.
Outpaced. And I think this was a class matchup where the new guard of Rocket League, you as well as the rest of your teammates, a bit of backstory here. So Ronan, aka Prime Thunder, he was in the top 8 of the very first LAN that I ever casted, and that was in 2017. And so he's been playing since then, right? And, at a high level since then. But I feel like, as the years go on, he wasn't taking it as seriously. And now the new guard is here that's really grinding and putting in the hours. And that's what I see out of Vibrance, who is now the 3rd of the 4 teams that we're going to be qualifying. So that's Zookeepers, Frequence, and Vibrance so far in the roster. Thoughts on the teams into this so far? Is there any been upsets that you've seen coming into this bracket, or was it just business as usual?
I think the biggest thing that I saw was definitely Square One taking down who was it? Zookeepers? Oh, wait, no. Okay, well, I mixed that up. Zookeepers won that.
They won it, but just barely.
Yeah, that was close. Very close. That was really close.
It could have gone either way. It was Game 7 OT.
I don't think there's been any upsets, at least not from who I think is going to win the match. No.
Yeah, I kind of had to agree with you there. From the start, I thought it was going to be Zookeepers. I personally thought it was going to be Team.exe, and it seemed to be Frequence on the day that was better, and you guys as well. The next matchup, though, I'm gonna ask for your insight here. Nefarious versus Dream. So that, to remind you, it's going to be Adam, Buddy, and Hockey going up against JD, Gengar, and Gaunt. Who do you like in that next matchup?
JD and Gengar, that team, especially Daunt. Daunt's one of those up-and-coming players that's really mechanical. He's come out from rank 2s, and a lot of those players, they're really flashy and they're kind of dependable players. So, I think it kind of depends on him. If Daunt plays well, I think they have a chance of winning it. But otherwise, I see Nefarious taking it.
I think on any given day, the players on Nefarious are a lot more notable, but it would take a player like you, who's also in the know, to be able to shine light on those that maybe you would not have a spotlight otherwise, like Daunt. So I'm definitely going to keep that in mind when we go forward here. So you guys are now 2 matches away from winning this contract. You have to win a best of 5 of 3 and then a best of 3 of a best of 7 of 3. So it's going to be only 2 more matches, although it's a little longer road than that, but it's tangible, man. So what are you thinking about doing with this contract money that if you win?
Other than buying, I plan on buying my first car soon. But other than that, I'll probably save the majority of it just for new PC parts, because I've had the same ones for about 3 years. Use some new ones.
What car do you got your eye on? Just, I want to know.
I honestly don't really care that much, as long as it's a car that has like under 100,000 miles and runs decent. I don't really care.
My man, efficiency over cosmetics. That's what I like to see. I'm a personal fan of the 4-door 100,000 mile sedan that just gets you where you need to go, and I think that's a perfect starter car. But hey, maybe you'll start making those big dollars and you're going to buy a Corvette in the future. Who knows? Maybe you'll be a pro Rocket League player after this tournament's over. So thanks so much, Oath, for joining us on the broadcast. I hope it all goes in your favor, and congratulations for moving on to day 2.
Thank you.
And that was Oath, everybody, on Team Vibrance. They will be playing tomorrow in the bracket. But let's bring in our casters once more to talk about our very last matchup of the day. It's going to be Nefarious, or Nefarious, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Yes, it is a real word, Turtle, going up against Dream.
Did he?
He didn't know
Nefarious
Nefarious was
a
a
word.
No, he did not. But we'll talk about that later.
Has he ever played Ratchet and Clank? Dr. Nefarious.
Yeah.
Best villain ever.
To be fair, if that's his only experience with it, I'd assume that he could think that was a made-up name.
Let's read this tweet. Hang on. We are playing against Board for an opportunity to qualify for day 2 of the Beasley Esports Rocket League Search Finals. It's win or go home, and we need your support. That's twitch.tv/PAX Arena, where you can find all the action for the rest of the Search broadcast tomorrow as well. Same time, same place. We'll be here. Thanks so much for Vibrance Esports for tweeting at us, as well as Nerd Focus for presenting this show today. We're on our final sips here, and I'd like to go ahead and just put my can. Crappin, can you show me your can one more time?
Yeah, my can. Yeah, There you go. Nerd Focus. I drew it myself when we were on break. It's lovely. It's an empty glass.
Can we get an alternate can design that has that design that Craftman has made and just
I will sell
it?
this for $1 million.
Yeah, he's taking commission on that.
I'm taking royalties on this.
All right, boys. All right. Last game of the day. Let's get to it. Nefarious versus Dream Leaf. These are some pretty notable players on Nefarious, but Daunt was a name that Oath had in his head. If Daunt was able to take it, this could potentially be it.
Yeah, I made obviously a bad call on the last one here, so probably going to make a bad call on this. So whichever team I pick, I'm sorry if I am jinxing you here, but I still have to put it to Nefarious. I mean, Gengar, just don't go on his cam, by the way, unless he's changed it. His camera settings are literally in space. It's nuts. But I would have to say Nefarious still, I think, is a team that that has a good amount of synergy. We've noticed that synergy is very, very important based off the teams we've seen make it through. So I think it should still be close. We've said that before, but Nefarious is I think has a bit of an edge on this one.
And what about you, Craftman, our resident over the pond expert? I know this is going to be, again, pick your analogy here, throwing dice, flipping a coin, darts on a board. What do you think?
I'm liking the look of Nefarious in this one. I'm going to have to agree with Leaf on this. I think overall, I think they're just going to be the better team. I mean, I'm just throwing darts at a dartboard and see if they land. I'm 2 for all right now, or 2 ando, I should say. 2 for 2. One. Take your pick, whatever you want. I'm Scottish. Please ignore what I say. But yeah, I'm just gonna side with Leaf on this one, and put my eggs in the Nefarious basket. And yeah, I think this is gonna be closer because I think we've obviously seen Vibrance just completely knock it out of the park in both their series today, and I think we're going to see more of the same tomorrow. And whoever wins this, it's just going to be lambs to the slaughter anyway. So who cares who wins? They're just going to lose to Vibrance tomorrow.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that. I think this Nefarious team is real, and I have them personally in this matchup. I think Adam, Buddy, and Hockey, especially Hockey and Adam, I believe, or maybe it's Buddy and Hockey, they're a duo that has been around for a long time. One of these two combinations is a duo that's been around for a long time, and Buddy holds a close personal place in my heart. Being from Texas, that would be super cool if they were able to take home that contract as a Texas native to be playing for a team out of Texas, especially Houston. So that would be pretty freaking cool for Buddy personally. I've got Nefarious in this. I think they're going to take it, I don't know, pretty convincingly, like 4-1, maybe another sweep coming through. That's my prediction. Leak, what do you got?
Ooh, a sweep. This is one of the ones I think I'll be confident with a 4-1 at least, maybe a 4-2. I don't think we'll go to the distance, but I don't see another sweep.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe Nefarious, possibly. I don't think it's going to be a sweep. Maybe 5 games, 4-1, possibly 6. I don't think it'll go to game 7 though. It'll be either 5 or 6.
Well, the match is not ready just yet, so let's talk about the other teams that have qualified so far. That is going to be Zookeepers, Frequents, as well as Vibrance. Those are the 3 or 4 teams we're just currently waiting to decide the next one. And so we're going into this best of X of 5 format, which Leaf is pretty familiar with. He was working on that show as well. So we'll talk about that after it. We actually do have a full match ready now. So no more Talking League. It's going to be the last qualifying game of the search. Winner will go on to play tomorrow for that grand prize of the 1-year minimum contract. Salary $5,000 per player per month. That is juicy. And to call it, it's going to be Craftman and Leaf. Take it away.
Thank you, Fickle. Yeah, this is the last spot. I mean, it's already had obviously a lot on the line. You know, players have to know it that this is a qualification spot. You lose, you're out. But knowing you're the last spot and there's some eyes on you to say, okay, who's going to be that last team? Other teams are watching. Maybe a little bit extra pressure here, but it is a best of 7. You still got lots of opportunity to fix mistakes if you can't take it in game 1. But either way, Farius and Dream, one team walks away to tomorrow.
Yeah, I can completely agree with you on the pressure front, knowing that, well, every qualification game is going to have that pressure, but like you said, the last spot, one more opportunity to grab yourself a spot in the games tomorrow. It's all going to come down to this, and who's going to crack under the pressure, who's going to keep their heads in gear. We're about to find out, and I'm glad to say, Leaf, for the first time today, in a game that I've seen, we've got no goal within the first 30 seconds, which I'm very much a fan of.
I'm just like really expecting the text to pop up that says Oath scored. Thankfully that can't happen this match, but my brain's been conditioned.
Yeah, he just scores from he can sit in the stands. He can be pretend to be one of the eggs, and he'll be able to mind control his way into a goal.
Ball glitches out of the field into the audience, bounces back in and scores off of his head.
Or what I'm thinking is Buddy scores and he takes off his mask. It was Omen all along. Scooby-Doo.
It was. I almost got away with it if it wasn't for me.
If it weren't for you meddling dreamers.
That's brilliant. Well, game 1, no goals. Stays a true fact. As 2 minutes have gone by, Dream in the blue and Nefarious in the orange. First goal maybe here if it drops down, but it pops high. Daunt be there for a follow-up. He needs to get the 50. A push-up from JD could have caused problems, but Gengar does manage to get his way back. And it is Gengar with the party boost. And what is that an RNG'd car?
I've not a clue. I don't think I've ever seen that decal. That is. I need to go to his camera. Oh, dear.
Yeah, the worst camera and the worst car set. Gengar
Mine's
is out
space.
here.
I've gone to the moon. This is moon cam right now. Oh, God. Oh, good save by Dawn, though. And you can definitely tell this is a much more even matchup here, Leaf. Both teams really going back and forth, getting their shots in. Well, I mean, Nefarious has 5 shots, but no goals as Dream gets their second shot on net, and JD will be credited with the goal.
Yeah, Adam kind of faked on that one, thinking maybe a teammate was back, able to save that. Maybe it would have been better if he had 50'd that, but it's hard to tell when you're looking forward. You don't know what's behind you. Communications can solve that, but still, it can happen really fast. JD gets credit. We'll see if they can turn this around, tie it up, but now we're starting to see a little bit of antsy pressure here coming out from Dream.
Yeah, and just a bit of a miss right there and a malfunction at the junction, and Adam putting on his best Omen impression and being right in the face there, waiting for that ball to pop free, and sends it in for the tie game. 2 minutes still to go in this one, and I still can't call it. Both of these teams going tit for tat here.
Yeah, 1-for-1 right now, just past the halfway mark. So we said we expected this one to not be another sweep, because what I've seen so far, I really think that's going to stay true. That pinch, a little over would have been better, but that will pop up. Gengar tries to clear it, but it's still in a spot that's scoreable from Nefarious. They're not going to capitalize. But still no pressure, no push out at all from Dream there. Just kind of watches the ball and makes it back into their own end.
yeah, they're just happy to sit back and wait for Nefarious maybe to overcommit, and then they'll start pushing it downfield. But even when Nefarious have got into an offensive position, Dream's defense has just been a little bit lackluster. They've been a bit, there are a few miscommunications and everyone diving for the ball at times, so I'm surprised Nefarious hasn't capitalized on that as of this moment, but still with a minute to go. Oh, excuse me, anything can still happen in this one.
Okay, I need to get up. I forgot I was just sitting on Gengar's cam. Weep, weep. That boost.
Oh, it's a nauseating sight, nauseating thing to hear as well. Oh, this isn't nauseating at all. Adam trying to go for the flip reset. The teammates rush it in, but can't get it as it goes right back over the crossbar. Dream in a very nefarious spot themselves. JD bringing this one all the way down. Can anyone from Dream follow up on this one? No, Gengar will go up far, very late for that. Good opportunity for Dream, but no one again pushed forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that one stayed out. That was quite the save there on the goal line. 14 seconds left. That could have ended it. There's a chance. Adam shot. JD to the side. Game 1 looking like it might head into overtime if this assault here from Nefarious doesn't result in a goal. One more chance. No, Buddy's going to back off. I wonder if they'll let this go to overtime or if they'll kill it. Yeah, there it is. It did not keep it up. Craftman overtime in Game 1 already.
I'm liking the look of this series already, Leaf. Overtime, our first overtime today. And both these teams, few mistakes, both sides of the ball. Nefarious and both Nefarious and Dream holding on to this one as Hockey takes this down the right-hand side, looking for a man in the middle. 40 boost to work with. We'll get it past one. Can he get it past another? Buddy is there. He'll follow up from Adam as that one drifts back into the hands of JD. Nefarious, good quick rotation back, but Buddy taking out the play, and now Dream try to take control of this midfield.
Yeah, a lot of high 50s, and the touches kind of going nowhere from Dream. And I would highly expect these to start being punished a little more from Nefarious. You mentioned it, you were surprised, and I am too, because some of the touches aren't the most optimal here. But somehow Dream keeps getting away with it. And what happens when you have two teams, I guess, that are relatively close in skill. That's a pass down, 50-50. Oh, and an own goal to end it off.
Oh, that's not what you want if you're Dream. Yes, I said the defense was a bit shambolic at times, and that is just absolutely diabolical from the side of Dream on defense. Nefarious really steal one at the end there. I think that really could have gone either way, but that's not the way you wanted to lose it if you're Dream in this opening game.
Well, let's see if they can get themselves together to change up game number 2 here in our Nerd of Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
And there it is. First one going to overtime. We expect this one to be a lot closer than some of the other ones. You know, Fickle's like, sweep. And we're like, no sweep. We think it's going to be close, Craftman. And we get an overtime just in game 1.
Yeah, if we can get overtime in all the other games, that would be absolutely fine and dandy by me. Yes, I would like to stay up to 2 in the morning.
Oh yeah, it's late for you.
Yeah, it's currently 1:38 for me in the morning. So,
it's just regular gamer hours. That's like midday.
It's gamer hours, you know. Oh man, I can't remember the last time I was up this late. But anyway, that's beside the point. Nefarious, they're in a bit of a dream of their own. Like I said, stealing that game number 1 off the mistake of the Dream defense, and now in a position to take a 2-0 lead in the series. It's a enviable position to be in, but I could see Dream clawing this one back. They just need to clean up their back line, and they'll be good to go.
Well, start cranking out your European-specific Nerd Focus flavor that you got over there, and because this one has the makings of a long series.
It tastes like paper.
It tastes like...
At least mine does, because it's made of paper. But Buddy, he's tasting victory right now. 17 seconds in. What a goal. Nice setup by Hockey as well.
You said paper. I totally thought you say like K-Dop, and I'm like, yeah, that would taste like victory, I guess.
Disclaimer: I don't know what K-Dop tastes like.
Yes.
I just want
nibbling on his
that
arm.
to be very clear. No, I was going to say something about him being French. I'm just not going to go there. We'll just avoid that. 30 seconds.
Game 2.
Game 2. And Nefarious, good possession, good opening goal. And what I want to see in this game, Lee, from Dream, is them just be a bit more aggressive, because they've been sending one player up, getting the touch, and then no one's been there for the follow-up. That's great there by Don and Gengar as they connect on that play, and JD rushing in here to keep it competitive in the orange half, because if they just keep this ball deep in their opponent's territory, opportunities will be created for them as JD goes for this double tap off the backboard. Is anyone following up? Don is too far back. JD is still there though, and again, this is better though. They are giving themselves the chance to create the shooting opportunity. It's just not coming as of yet.
Well, here might be a chance. Although Gengar sends that one real high, not quite to his teammate that was waiting upfield. JD's going to have to stop. Double tap attempt there from Hockey. The assault is on now though from Nefarious. As they try to get a second goal. That'll be shut down. Dunk from JD, just wide.
Like I said, it better from Dream. Pushing themselves upfield a little bit more and challenging 50-50 balls a little bit more. They are winning these 50-50 challenges as well. Nefarious are struggling to get touches at times. But their defense, they're just sticking to their fundamentals. Rotate in, rotate out. Keep them at bay, and that's a pass in from Hawk, and finds Buddy for the 2-0.
There's that second goal there. You're right about them pushing up a bit more. I think they realize that they can't just sit back the whole time. But they also have to be careful about pushing up, make sure they can get back in time as well. Otherwise, they are going to get a run down from Nefarious. They're going to chase you down. They're going to get a shot that may be a little bit easier than you would like them to have.
Yeah, for sure. The thing about pushing up at Leaf is that you're leaving your backline completely open.
Yeah.
Nefarious are going to start to recognize that. They can start baiting in Dream a little bit more. Because if their defense holds up like it is right now, and I mean, I just realized they've got no official saves registered. Although it feels like they've just been batting this ball away the entire time. At least after their opening goal.
Yeah.
No, still no proper saves across the board, rather, I should say.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like shots are really powerful on target as well, and it feels like it's been an onslaught, and you look back and you're like, okay, I guess they've just been in that half, so it feels longer. There's no way you're going to let them do this. Okay. Yeah, Adam's just going to float with the ball, and no one stopped him. Gengar didn't get up for that. He went for the inside out instead of just jumping up to greet it on backboard. Odd choice. Would have been cool if it worked, but definitely odd decision there.
Yeah, he was just far too slow going for that. I think if he had 100 boosts and he was going maximum supersonic speed, he might have had a chance there, but he was lackadaisically just rolling into net and not being able to turn on that one. So you've got to make the decision to go up for it quick. And you might not end up making the save for sure, but it at least gives yourself a chance to make the attacker think twice.
Well, that will be a third goal for Nefarious. Game 1 going to overtime, but it looks like Game 2 might not end up in that same situation as that final minute approaches Game 2 of this best of 7. Both teams fighting for a qualification spot into tomorrow, where we will crown a champion and have 3 players signed to a contract with Beasley Esports. Big opportunity for a lot of these teams, but right now Dream is not out. May have to look to Game 3, Craftman, but you know, they kept it close Game 1. Maybe they can bring it back to that in that third game.
Yeah, they have the capability to keep it close. Just not been able to do that here. And I mean, like we said, they've changed up their playstyle a little bit. Maybe go back to that draw them in style of play, because I mean, yeah, their defense in game number 1 for Dream wasn't all that great, But the offense for Nefarious wasn't all that great either, and there's still a little bit lacking for both teams here in game number 2. Nefarious obviously getting the better of it right now. I think if they go back to that bait them in and then counter-attack, if they can get counter-attack and do it fast, that is the key for Dream to get back into this series.
10 seconds left. We'll give this one over to Nefarious. They'll set themselves at 2-0 in this best of 7. As you said, Dream's going to have to look for a couple changes coming into the next one.
That they are as it touches down 3-0. Shutout in game number 2. Changes coming yet again for Dream, and you look at the stats page there, 8 shots to 4, and I think a lot of the saves coming in the second half of that game as well, on both sides of the ball. But Nefarious were really just, from the outset, they seemed confident. They want to keep the possession, and I think Dream just struggled a little bit with that change of play style. Go back to what you know for game number 3, I'd say.
We'll break it down just a little bit more in just a few moments here. It's time for our HEB Game Break.
Thank you for tuning in to the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by HEB. We are down to the final teams and excited to see who your next Rocket League team will be.
Nefarious taking 2 games in this best of 7 already. Game 1 going to overtime. Game 2 feeling a little more dominant from their half. Dream looking like they've changed a little bit. You know, we saw them pushing up, but at the same time they've been punished as a result. So there are still a couple more changes. I know you already talked about it, Craftsman. I don't know if you want to reiterate real quick what you kind of want to see out of them in Game 3.
Yeah, I kind of want to see them go back to just, well, first of all, you've got to clean up your defense a little bit, because if you go back to the style of play where you're sitting in your own half and waiting for the counter-attack to come, you've got to be more consistent in defense, because Dream in game number 1 and they're in game number 2 as well, their defense left a lot to be desired. So if they can clean that up, they can go back to sitting back and waiting for Nefarious to push them and then go on the big counter-attack. But the thing is, they've got to do it quickly. That is the key if they want to make that counter-attack style play work.
Well, we'll see if they can fix things, change things up. Game 3, otherwise, Nefarious will find themselves at match point if they can take another dub in the series. They're starting off with an attack here. Daunt with the boost steal. We saw JD with the other boost steal. This might be an opportunity for them to really keep some pressure on if they can stay organized, but they back off. Now, offense is likely going to die out here. They do. They had such a brilliant start to that, but it fizzled out real quick.
Certainly. So one thing I want to mention as well, just real quick, I've just noticed it on the player cams. I believe that's Adam and Buddy. Are they in the same place? They're at the... Is that Northwestern University? I can't see what is behind Adam's head on the back wall, but we talk about being on LAN a lot and how that changes the dynamic of the team. I know hockey isn't there with them, but having 2 players in the same place at the same time, that's got to feel good for the morale and for the composition of this team. It does change a lot just having at least 2 people in the same place.
Yeah, I believe the confirmation is in the. Yes, they are at the Northwood facility.
Northwoods.
And you're absolutely right. Being in the same location can really, really tighten things up. You know, it's having that energy of that player beside you, as well as those. You know, it's not much of a difference when it comes to latency of the comms, but it's definitely any edge helps you. But the energy to me is that biggest thing. Having your teammate in their face, right next to you, you can see, hear, talk about things in person, have those reactions right there. Does bring a lot more to it.
If things are going
well.
Yeah,
fist bump, yeah.
Hug each other when you eventually win, and then take a nice social distance afterwards.
Yeah, so this is it's definitely good to be in lots of benefits. List them all day.
As we tick towards halftime in this third crucial game here for both teams. Match point on the table for Nefarious. Dream looking to stay in it and avoid having to pull off a best 7 reverse sweep as this one trickles back towards the blue half of the field. Buddy will send it center. Dawn able to pick this one back up, and this is kind of what we saw from Board as well. Just these touches right back into the orange side of the field. It's just getting picked up by their opponents, but that's a nice pass from Daunt find JD. Does he have enough boost to follow this one up? I don't think he had too much in the tank. At least it's a better offensive pressure from Dream.
It is. I mean, that's what one of the things we want to see. You know, we saw some early on, but then it fizzled out. So as long as they're really making sure that their rotations are on offense are made in awareness of each other's positioning, I think they'll be fine. But it does feel like sometimes they don't have the most efficient rotations on the offensive half. So as long as those, you know, trying to stay as efficient as possible, you know, they might get some offense, but I just don't know if this specific one they have going on is going to be a series-winning offense.
I like that word in there, efficiency being the key for this stream. Yes, they're trying to work those fundamentals, but like you said, just if they're, you know, going a little bit early or wasting too much boost, what have you, they can just slow it down and be more precise about where they're wanting to put this ball. I think it's going to work out well for them. But
yeah,
still no goals on the board. A complete shutout across both sides of the pitch right now as we enter the final 50 seconds now. Gengar trying to get out of his own half, but Nefarious are just here. Oh, this is a great touch from JD. Can Daunt follow this up one-on-one, but Buddy puts it in the corner.
There's a toss out center though. JD was maybe wanting to get on that, but he didn't commit, and that did get touched back into the possession of their opponents. And I wonder if we're going to see a quick onslaught here of attack in this final 30 seconds. Looking like Nefarious may have a bit of control. Look at that toss center. Gengar stays there and backs it up. One more touch. Tries it for the dunk instead, and I'll end back in the blue end.
This has really been a war in the trenches. This game number 3. Both teams battling out in the midfield for possession. And Buddy go for an aerial assault. Oh, can't find the bottom left corner with his buddy Hockey as he was flying down. This one and presumably will touch the floor off the bonnet of Adam. And overtime, the second one in this series so far. Nefarious won the first one, and they win the next one and put themselves on match point.
Great question. I guarantee we're going to find out very soon.
I mean, that's how, you know, Rocket League in time works. So a winner will be found in an undetermined amount of time. That's what we love about overtime. Happen anytime.
Honestly, it might not be soon. It really could be a very long time until we get that answer.
We could be here for 50 hours.
That is a possibility.
We won't. Hopefully.
I feel like at that point, though, it's like the probability. We talked about stats. The probability of someone's computer failing or electricity going out it increases at that point.
Playing Rocket League straight for 50 hours. I mean, like,
it is not
you gotta take a break. They would have to call timeout at some point.
I feel like at that point you just say, okay, like admin has to make a call where like no one has possession. It's at midfield. Pause the game. Let's finish this tomorrow, guys.
Yeah.
Well, 50 hours. That's multiple days already. Buddy, though, gonna crank it home, and that's a match point goal for Nefarious.
Not quite 50 hours. I'll take a minute and 5 instead.
Close.
we got almost there. Maybe next time. Hopefully not next time, but at least this one, Nefarious will take it. Minute 5 gone, and they, like you said, Leaf, one game away from date with Destiny with Vibrance in the next round.
That is absolutely true, but before we head to that round, it is time for a Nerd Focus Game Break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Nefarious. Match point. Dream looking like they're making some changes. Craftsman, though, I'm just not quite sure they're exactly what's needed to get a dub here. Sure, they're holding on, but they're not pushing themselves forward and creating those opportunities that I think we'd like to see.
No, you're right. But I think they're. I talked about their defense trying to sharpen up a little bit. I think they did definitely sharpen up in that one. You see 4 saves from JD, 2 from Daunt, 1 from Gengar, whereas the only person on the Fairies who had any saves was Adam with a hat trick of saves with the Savior medal. But there was only 3 shots total from Dream. So like you said, the defense has got better, but they need to turn that into offense. And like I was saying before, if they sharpen up their defense and then get quick counterattacks, that can catch the Furious off guard. But I've got to agree, I don't think it's going to happen here in game number 4. Maybe they'll sneak a win right at the end, maybe another 0-0 overtime. Maybe that one will go 50 hours, who knows. But
I hope they do, just so Fickle isn't right.
Oh yeah, because he said it was going to be a sweep, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's always casters versus Deaths, so we don't want him winning.
We definitely. I said maybe. Well, I was on the fence. I said maybe 5, maybe 6. So I'm right if it goes more than 5, or 5 or more, I should say. But Buddy, he wants this done in 4. First goal on the board straight away.
Yeah, look at that. Here, you commit to the offense. They put it up. We talked about this, though. When you do that, sometimes you get caught off guard just a little bit. Someone creeping up a little too far without committing to a read or something, and this is what happens.
Just check the player cams as well, and you'd see Adam and Buddy just staring at each other, smiles on their faces, saying, "Oh, we got this in the bag, boys. We got this in the bag." We're 4.5 minutes away from a semi-final spot, and as I said, whoever wins this is going to be lambs to the slaughter against Vibrance. I mean, drop this Nefarious team right now as they are into a game against Vibrance. Who do you think comes out on top? Do you think Vibrance still sweep it, or do you think it's at least a more competitive series?
I'm not gonna. Nothing against these two teams right here, but I do feel like Vibrance has both of their numbers. Yeah. I mean that ball, even just there, that hard clear, that is that is longer than any individual moment the ball was not being touched in any Vibrance match. Like, it never went being untouched for that long in any Vibrance match.
Yeah, because you've always got Oath just hunting it down, being that ball hawk. He's the ball hog, if you will. He's just on top of every single loose touch, and no loose touch there. Just a great pass in by Adam, and Hawkey finds the back of the net yet again. 2-0, 1 minute and a half gone in this one, and the writing started to be written on the wall for Dream.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you look at their cams. I think Dream is still having fun with it, though. They're laughing away.
Look at them
right now. Yeah, I think they're still having fun. They're like, hey, this was fun to get this far, but man, we're up against some real tough competition right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we saw from both Isolated and Board as well. They just knew they were up against the best of the best, at least in this bracket today. And they ended up having fun with it. I don't think we had player cams on for those games.
I don't believe we did.
But I imagine they were just sitting smiling, like, yeah, we know we know when we've been beat, so we might as well have fun while we're here. And to be on a stage where you're getting casted as well, not many teams get this opportunity. I guess, I mean, with illustrious casters such as myself and you, Leaf, it's got to feel good for them.
Yeah, no, that's the only reason I would have played in the search if I were them, is to get casted by us specifically.
Oh yeah, they definitely knew that I was going to be here as well. It was
just in case, you know.
Just in case that half-price Johnny Boy Craftman shows up out of nowhere.
That's great. Well, their dream has come true, and that's why they're smiling right now. But I don't think the journey of the search dream will continue on, as 2 goals have still yet to be answered with 2 minutes left on the board in Game 4. Match point for Nefarious, and I have a feeling that it's going to stay in this kind of scenario.
Yeah, unless maybe Daunt can show a little bit of prowess here. Was on target, but Adam, a phenomenal save. No follow-up from any of his teammates, though. That was a brilliant shot, though. Shows what this team could be, is capable of, Leaf. These guys are no pushovers. I'm very surprised if this score holds, that it is going to be a 4-0 sweep. Yeah. But you could definitely tell that any other given day, Dream could have maybe taken a game or 2 off this Nefarious side, but these guys, they're on top of their game. Dream not so much, and Nefarious starting to run away with that a little bit.
I mean, even there, that wasn't even a commit, too hard on offense from Dream. That was a demo Adam on his way back to his own defensive half, just taking out one of those players and opening up that spot for Buddy to just kind of chuck that one home. So, they've got a lot of their bases covered. They're looking pretty solid, but you're right, it can change on any given day. What happens tomorrow even can change across every single one of these teams.
Oh, yeah.
We saw it happen specifically with the Zookeepers, too, in quals. They just did not look their best. We were all kind of confused as they're playing. They had to make it through the lower bracket to get to this point, and now they're on the final day looking phenomenal on this first day. So, Gengar, we'll get them on the board, though.
Okay. All right, JD and Gengar. Look at this. I thought JD was going to put this in himself. He was waterfalling off that backboard, but Gengar just touches it in.
Bro,
and
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. That is the most adorable goal explosion in the world.
What? I completely
the
missed
star
it.
that explodes. I had to.
Oh, that's brilliant. I want to see him score again, just so I can see it again.
Somebody let Gengar score.
Can we just get Gengar score? I know it's 35 seconds. If Gengar scores, it's a 1-goal game, and all of a sudden it's close again. We just want to see it. We just want to see it one more time.
We need that goal.
We do need it. He just got demoed though, so that's. Imagine you had your goal explosion double as your demo explosion as well. That'd be insane.
Oh wow,
be weird.
Yeah, that'd be a lot. Yeah, sorry for that. I just sidetracked. Had to get on that.
Buddy slotted it home, putting it out of reach, confirming it 4-1, and that is going to be that. Another 4-0 sweep. Sweep City has been today. Far a couple of games, but Nefarious, they're looking good. I agree with you. I don't want to say they stand a chance against they don't stand a chance against Vibrance. I think they're going to put up a good fight against Vibrance tomorrow, but I think they're going to be more lambs to the slaughter than anything. Good performance here. They get through to the next round. That's all they needed to do.
Yeah.
The challenge and the battle continues tomorrow, though.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This was, this is nice to get through, nice, quick, and easy for them. But Nefarious is definitely looking at tomorrow and their matches coming up, because it didn't matter who they're playing next, right? Whether it was Vibrance, whether it was Frequence, or it was Zookeepers, it was not going to be easy. It just, unfortunately, they drew the card of Vibrance, who is in my top 2 for taking this entire thing and winning that contract from Beasley. But I would have to say my 2 picks are Zookeepers and Vibrance. I think they just have speed and mechanics that some of the other teams don't have. Nefarious looked great. They had their mechanics, they had their positioning, they started throwing in demos when they needed to. Rotations were clean. I just wonder, though, if they're going to be able to pace up their opponent.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. The pace of the play needs to go up for Nefarious if they want to go toe-to-toe with Vibrance come tomorrow. Obviously, that's, like we said, a story for tomorrow. But right now, they can just enjoy this victory. I know Adam and Buddy sitting together, so they'll be maybe celebrating tonight, maybe just focusing on tomorrow. But nevertheless, they can hold their heads up high for a great performance. And you can say the same about Dream as well. Yes, they got swept out of this bracket. I got to remember, this is the only game that they played today. They got a DQ through into this round. So they got here by default, but nevertheless, they're here. They have to still show up and play. And I think they did it. They did a good job. I think, like I said, any other day, they might have been able to get 1 or 2 games off with Nefarious, but in the end, Nefarious were just the better team. Simple as that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. I think again, I think this will look good. I hate to look forward and be like, they have no chance. But I think it's still great that they're getting out here and proving it. And anything we talked about, anything can happen tomorrow. We saw it with Zookeepers. Sure. A week quals into an amazing performance here on the final weekend, and that can happen for any team. Vibrance could have one of those days where, say, Oath is just not feeling it that day, didn't get enough sleep, whatever. It can be so many factors that turn into a day where they're just not playing well. By the way, here's the goal explosion.
Here it is. Okay, let's see.
Yeah. It's
I've never seen that before. That must be a new one. I've not
it's brand new. It is brand new, and
brand new.
It definitely holds the title for most adorable.
I'll need to get that. I need to get that on the Rocket Pass or wherever it is.
I'm not sure which one it's in, but it's try to nab that one.
I'll try and get it. I'll try and get it.
Every time I see that in a game now too, I'm just like, I'm just happy.
I'm happy. I got scored on, but I'm happy about it. You know,
that's brilliant. But we are, of course, done our matches here. We're at the end of the day. We're not going to put you to a break. That'd be ridiculous. We need Fickle to rub it in our faces that he was right on.
Oh, sweet dog. No, don't remind. Dropping
a big elbow.
Oh no!
I was only wrong on one prediction today, and that was the EXE.frequency game. Everything else was pretty much called to a T. I think I called sweeps on most games. Actually,
I had a rough day.
I think that I said the board would get like 2. So, but this one I was spot on.
I mean, I got every winning team right. I said a sweep for obviously both Vibrance games. But I thought this one might go on 5 or 6. So I'll take a 2.5 out of 3. That's what I'm going with it.
I took a risky call on the one before this, and I was not correct.
You're dead wrong. Dead wrong.
Well, let's look at the bracket to see what the card has set for us tomorrow, because all the matches have been determined. Starting all the way from the left side of the bracket, Zookeepers beats Square One, as well as Jolly Roger Esports to move on into the semifinals, where they are joined by Frequence, who took down Catch22 and Team.exe. That will be a best of 3 of 5, and we'll explain that tomorrow and later at the end of this broadcast. On the right side, we have Vibrance, and Nefarious going to be our final semifinal there. So it's been a fantastic day of Rocket League. Those last 4 matches really delivered in the mechanics, as well as the team play, as well as the heightened level of play. Thoughts on these 4 teams? We have an interview lined up with Buddy, but he's not on the call just yet. We got to get him in. But these 4 teams coming into it, Leaf, for tomorrow, early predictions. What do you got?
Do you want me to say the whole thing, or just kind of in each matchup here?
Let's go each matchup and then give me a final winner just to put it out there.
All right, so it's Zookeepers, Frequence, and then Vibrance, Nefarious, correct? So I think Vibrance pushes through. I think Nefarious definitely has a very, very hard battle ahead of them. I'm very curious actually to see what Buddy thinks about that matchup. And then with Frequent Zookeepers, I do think Zookeepers come out on top. If they did, we saw what happened to them in quals, and there definitely was a bit of toughness for them coming into that. So Frequence could capitalize if that's happening to them tomorrow. But at peak, Zookeepers should take it. And then between those 2 teams at the end, that's real hard. Vibrance might have a bit of an edge.
Yeah, I have to say it's probably going to be Zookeepers and Vibrance in the finals. If I was a betting man, what about you, Crafton?
I've got to agree with you. Zookeepers for me, getting through from that first semi-final. The second one, I think we're all expecting Vibrance. You could see an upset from Nefarious. I think they've got the capability to do it, especially in a set of best of 5s. They could certainly pull off a miraculous upset. I would be very surprised if it wasn't Vibrance versus Zookeepers in the final, though. And I'll go in the grand final. I'll go Vibrance. I've been backing them all day. I'd be a fool not to back them anymore.
I think either of those teams were to win, it would be a massive W for the Beasley Esports brand, because both those teams are phenomenal, and I think they have really good potential. But that's going to be it for y'all today. So say bye-bye to the Leaf.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast, gentlemen, especially Craftman, who saved us in a pinch. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. We have Buddy on the line, but before we get to that, we want to shout out HEB to make sure to go to HEB.com for all of your grocery needs. Get the $35 or more on your order for a free in-store delivery, as well as curbside pickup. They sent me lots of snacks, as well as individually canned cashews, Carolina Reaper Cheeto Puffs, as well as a candle that my cat assassinated. We didn't get to see the candle assassin on stream, but maybe we'll get her tomorrow. Let's go ahead and bring in Buddy, who is on Team Nefarious, to the broadcast. This is our second time talking to him over the course of the broadcast, and he has changed his background since the last time we talked to him. And so now he is actually at the facility in Michigan at Northwood. So that is a crazy turn of events. I want to touch on this. Your collegiate team is hosting you to play a non-collegiate event to potentially get sponsored out of. That is That is pretty insane. Do you want to talk about the Northwood like experience coming into this?
I mean, basically, you can't see him on the screen, but he'll talk later. Hockey is sitting right next to me, so we played this more or less, like as a team, of course, without Adam, because he's not in school yet or college. But yeah, I mean, being able to play here is definitely really nice. Obviously, a lot of top-of-the-line equipment that's been really helpful to use, and nice to be able to play with, Hockey next to me.
Yeah, even if it's just one teammate, does that added in-person dynamic add to the effect of the team? Like just having the comms of being next to somebody, just a fist bump during goal, or having vibes of winning, does that really accelerate the process that the team needs to win?
Yeah, I mean, I think it helps a lot. I don't think I get tilted too much, but obviously being in person and having your teammates to pick you up if you do mess up or whatnot definitely helps a lot with just keeping overall like morale, for lack of better words, I guess.
It would be super sick if we could get all of you guys into the same facility playing in finals.
Yeah.
But I don't think Adam is going to be able to get there in time for tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, you guys are going to go up against Vibrance, which is going to be a really hard matchup. That team is favored to win the entire event, and it will be a best of 3 of 5. Have you ever played in that format before? How do you like your chances against Vibrance?
With that format, I want to say it might have been best of 3 of 7 for CRL finals or something that we had to play in. I mean, not this roster exactly, but it's pretty long for sure. It's quite like it requires a lot of adaptation if you want to win it, because you're obviously playing the same team for such a long period of time. We will definitely have our coach Space Beer be watching to give us any adaptations that he sees, as well as ourselves trying to come up with the best strategies. Vibrance was, in my opinion, and I assume my teammates' opinions, probably the hardest team that we could match up against out of the 4 predicted teams that we thought would make it. So we are, I'd say, pretty prepared. We have a plan, because that was our hardest opponent we suspected.
Playing in those long best of sets, it's literally you play a series and then you can adapt in between, and then you play another series potentially if you didn't lose the first one, and then you get to adapt as well. So that's going to be the ultimate decider of who will win this contract salary. Final question, just any shout outs you want to give to coaches, player, staff from your potential future team, and then we can close this out.
I mean, of course, again, you can't see him, but shout out Hockey. He do be right here.
Can you turn the camera to Hockey? Are you able to tilt it at all, or can we get a Hockey
There
cam?
we go.
Hey,
There
look
we
at that,
go.
2 for 1. Perfect. Hockey and Buddy on the stream.
And of course, Space Beer, our coach, he will be helping us throughout the tournament. That's about it.
I mean, you got one goal here. Let's get the dub. That's all you got to say.
Yep.
So thanks so much, Buddy. We'll be seeing Buddy and Nefarious, as well as Hockey and Adam, tomorrow on the broadcast to be able to determine who will be winning that contract for the search. Thanks for joining us on the broadcast.
Thank you.
And that was Adam from Nefarious, everybody. Thanks so much for joining and watching. We got one final shout out to Nerd Focus, and I got my wig here, and I've been saving it for tomorrow as well. I'm gonna go ahead and adorn this thing, even though it really can't go over my headset very well. And I've got the last bit of my Nerd Focus can that I want to get through. No, the hat's falling off. Oh man, I gotta really secure that for tomorrow. I can't be a professional can drinker as well as wig wearer. Being able to rep Nerd Focus, which you can find at nerdfocus.com. Walmart, Amazon, or on the GoPuff app, delivered straight to your doorstep. But that's going to be it for us today. Make sure to tune into tomorrow's broadcast, which is going to start around 9 a.m. Pacific or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think that's like 1800 GMT. We will be deciding who will take home this $5,000 per month per player, $60,000 contract from Beasley Esports to compete as the next RLCS team in RLCS Season 11. Thank you so much to all the technical directors, broadcasters, producers, admins, graphics operators, as well as all their cats. I know there was a cat chat. You missed it if you weren't paying attention on stream, but we were shouting at our cats as well. So that's going to be it for us tonight. We're going to send the host over to one of our partners, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Sheesh, this grind is making me hungry. Yo guys, give me a sec. I'm gonna order some food real quick.
Oh jeez, this is gonna take forever.
Alright, I'm back.
Whoa, you back already?
Yeah man, quick and easy on the HEV app. Let's get it.